Are you an aspiring web developer and you want to learn MERN stack, but you might have tried several tutorials which do not start from scratch? Well, this video will teach you MERN stack right from the scratch, and by the end of this video, you will learn the basics of MERN stack so you can continue your journey of becoming an amazing web developer. Hey everyone, I'm Mohammed Hassan. I'm a software architect and a Google acknowledged Angular expert for the past 3 years. I've written a lot of libraries that have millions of installs and thousands of projects using it. Also, I've written a book on Angular, but then I decided to start streaming on Twitch to teach youngsters and beginners JavaScript, MERN stack, HTML, CSS, and whatnot. So in the past streams, I went through with my community and built these amazing applications that you are going to learn in this particular video. So watch till the end and practice accordingly. And without further ado, let's get started. Alright everyone, so let's begin. So unfortunately, some of the videos from Twitch streams were deleted. So what I'm going through now is sort of re-recording this for you guys to kind of match them up. So there are going to be some recorded videos and then there's going to be some live streams. So let's begin. First and foremost, we are going to be starting with the Node.js application. So we'll first implement the basic REST APIs, just a bunch of them. And then we'll start going towards the front end, and then we'll move towards the back end and the database and whatnot. So let's begin. So I'm going to share my screen now. So all the code that you would want is actually inside this repository. That is the code with SN repository. So you can see the link here, github.com/code-with-sn. And then we have this Nodes frontend, which is the frontend project. And this is the basic API, which is the backend project for this MERN application that we are talking about. So if you go to this repository, this is the latest state of the repository. But if you open this link, this is the actual state of the React application. Now our backend is deployed on a free tier, so sometimes it sleeps when it's not active. So you see that now the nodes automatically came in. So the first request is almost takes more time. But if I refresh, this should be now snappier since the instance of the backend server now is up. Again, the application is live on GitHub pages when it comes to the front-end application. The backend is live on Heroku, and the database is right now live on MongoDB Atlas. So we have everything hosted in the cloud and we are able to use it right away. All right, so this is the application in general. So what would happen is that you should be able to create a new node. Let's say we say YouTube is awesome, and then we could provide a link, or we could not provide a link, doesn't matter. So if we create this, you can see we got this link, and even if I refresh, this is being fetched. If I inspect and see the network calls, I should be able to see this call in the XHR, and here I can see the nodes being called. This is a get call that we send to the backend, and in the response we get this nodes array, and you can see the text here. So in order to open this whole Chrome DevTools, you right click on the page and click inspect, and you are here. Then you go to network and check these out. Similarly, if we add or remove elements from this list, that also sends API calls to the backend. So for instance, if I just say subscribers are awesome, which you folks are, and if I just click outside or sort of blur from it, you see that we send another calls, which is the update call, and you can see the message that came back from the server that says update node by ID success, and this is the node that we have just updated. And if I refresh now, in the new call, we should have the updated node here, and you can see here it says YouTube subscribers are awesome. You can't actually see that because it's behind my camera, but now you can see it. So you can see the data being fetched now. Similarly, you could add it, you could remove it. If we remove it, it sends another API call with the ID of the node and this request, that is the delete request, and we get the reply that says delete success. You can see it got removed from the view as well. And if I now open this, you can see we only got 3 nodes back from the server. So this is the application that we are going to be working with, but we are going to start with the backend. Again, the latest code is in the Nodes frontend and in the code with SN basic API repository. So essentially, if you want to see the final product, you would just go here, click code, and here just clone this. And once you have cloned this, you need to run this in your machine. The only thing that would not work for you is since the database username and password is secret and the database URL is also secret, it is not included in the code repository, so it will not work for you. But if you follow the videos, then you'll see it working progressively within your machine, because this is the final stage. The initial stage is there's nothing, and then we progressively build in our own machines, in our own computers, and then we deploy it to the cloud. So bear with me while we do this. So first of all, we're going to start with, as I said, working with the basic API. And in order to do so, what you could do is you could open your favorite command prompt, or I personally use CMDER most of the times, but it depends on you where you want to do. So cd c, let's say users, and then we have desktop here, and then we have a lot of folders. So if I wanted to create a new project here, I would just say mkdir, which means I'm creating a directory here. We could call it, let's say, nodes backend, or you could call it basic API as we have. So let's say we call it basic API. Now we have this this folder created, so I can cd into the folder and I can say cd basic API, and then now here I can actually start a new Node.js project. And I'm assuming that you already have Node.js installed in your machine, which means you have gone to nodejs.org, and here in the downloads you have already installed the LTS version, not the current version, but the LTS version of Node.js. Now if you're in Windows, you should see the Windows link. If you're on Mac or Linux, you would see the relevant links, but the idea is to have this installed. One way of checking if it's installed or not is just typing node -- version, and you should be able to see the version of the Node.js that installed. Along with the node, we also get npm, and npm is the node package manager. So for every project, there are a number of packages on which the project depends. For instance, if you talk about the recent setup of React applications or Angular applications, you would hear about something called Webpack. Similarly, ExpressJs itself is a package, and we are talking about MERN stack, so the E in MERN is ExpressJs. So in order to work for a project, we need those dependencies, those packages, and npm helps us install those packages automatically, so we don't have to download those folders and kind of put in our code, because our project will be dependent on that. Anyways, now that we have this, all we need to do is to create a Node.js project. And since we are already in the folder, you have to make sure you are in the folder. You need to run npm init, and then it will ask you some questions. So let's say the package name, we can call it basic API, that's good. Version, that's fine as well. Description, we could call this nodes app backend. Then we have entry point, let's keep it index.js. Then test command empty, git repository empty for now. Then we have the keywords, author, you could put your name there, I can put here Asan, let's say, and then you have the license or whatnot. So once we have this, you need to press yes, or type yes, and then you have to press enter. And once you do that, you should be able to see that if you do an ls or dir, if you are in Windows, I'm not sure if it works here, yeah, it works here as well. So the dir, you will see a new package JSON. Now for the code editor, I'm using the Visual Studio Code. So if you want to download it, you can search VS Code download, and that should essentially take you to the download link for VS Code. Give me 1 second. And now we have this, right? So now we have this, you can install it from here, and if it's properly installed, then from your command prompt, you should be able to actually run a command that is called code, and you need to provide it the folder. So right now, since I'm in the folder in my command prompt, I can just say dot or dot slash, which means just open this folder that I'm in right now into Visual Studio Code. So if I hit enter, this opens up this project into VS Code. I'm gonna trust the authors because I'm the author, and now we have this package.json right here. All right, so I hope this makes sense so far. Now in order to work with actually the backend, we need to create an application. Just like in the front end we have the React application or Angular application or Vue.js application, on the backend we have an ExpressJs application. So essentially you would do expressjs.com, and here you could go to getting started, and here you should be able to see sort of the same instructions, like creating your application, cd my app, then doing npm init, the entry point should be index.js, and then we have this npm install express -- saved. So let's try this out. So I'm gonna go and open my terminal inside this project. I could also have done this exactly from here, but since we have opened VS Code automatically has a terminal itself. So I'm gonna close this and just open the terminal from here. So go to terminal, new terminal, and here you should be able to see the same thing. You can see that we are right now in the basic API folder. So here you need to do npm install save or -- save with Express. Now what this does is that we are talking about the Express package. We are telling the Node package manager to install this particular package and save it. If we don't provide the save, then this is not saved into our package.json. So what happens right now is if I go to package.json, inside the dependencies, you see we have Express mentioned here. So actually we installed this package and we did it just now. Now that we have this saved, we can actually utilize that within our index.js file. So first of all, what we need to do is we need to import Express from the Express package. So we can say Express equals require Express. Then we need to create the app or an Express application. So we say app equals Express and that's it. Then we provide a port. So we can say port equals, and by default, we are going to give this a 5000. Okay. Now that we have created this, we need to listen to the server. So we can simply say app.listen. And here we provide the port and then we have a function. And essentially this function is called when we have this application listening to the port. So here we can simply say console.log example app, or actually nodes backend app running on port, and we are going to use interpolation here like this on port, and here we can mention the port itself. And when we run an application within a machine that is most likely to be HTTP localhost, so we are actually talking about this. So now that we have this logged here, what we need to do is just try this out. So in order to try this out, we can create a new script inside this whole package.json. And you can see we have the test script right now, but we can also have a script that calls start. And here we can simply say node index.js, which means that when we run this start command, this will run index.js in the context of node.js, which means that it will serve our application. So if I just type npm run start or npm start, either works, you will see that it says nodes backend app running on port this. And the reason of console logging it here is also that we can just control click on this one and see this application running in the browser. So if I go here, you can see that we have a message that says cannot get /, which means that at least our server is running, but there is no route configured for /. And we can configure several routes which can be serving in HTML, or they could be REST API routes serving data. And we are actually going to implement REST API routes here in this application. So we're gonna go ahead and create a new route here. And for that, we'll do app.get, which means that if there is a hit on / and it's a get call. Now remember, whenever we type something in the address bar, the browser sends a request to this endpoint, and that is the type get request. So we are saying that if someone is running the application on localhost 5000 and they hit the API on / with the get method, then we need to do something here. So we essentially provide a method here, and this is the ES6 syntax for creating methods. So this essentially is a callback function. So this callback function means that whenever there's a request hit on this point, then this function is called, and anything that is written inside here is going to be executed. So in this function, we get two things. We get the request and response. And what we can do here is that we can just run the function response.send, and here we say hello world. So what we're talking about here is that whenever this route is hit, we are going to send back this string as a message back to whoever is calling this. So if we save this, we have to rerun the server because our execution only happens once, at least for now. So we have to stop the server, and I do that by typing or by pressing Ctrl+C. If you're on Mac, that should be Command-C, or I think it's Ctrl+C there as well. Yeah, it's Ctrl+C on Mac as well. And now that we have that, we can simply type npm start again, you can see that it runs successfully on the localhost 5000. And if I go to my browser and if I refresh, you now see the output, hello world. Yay! So we got the backend running and we have our initial API route configured, or we could call it API route or just route, that's fine. So we have just hello world here. Now instead of a message, we could also have just sent a JSON object as well. And a JSON object is a JavaScript object. For instance, if I had a person, let's say, and I could say, actually let's do this. We are going to create another route. We're going to call it info. And inside the info, instead of response.send, we are going to use response.json. Now the thing is that this requires a JavaScript object to be sent from here. So let's say I could create an object here, and we can call it, let's say, author. So we can say author, and here I'm going to add my details. So I could say name, and I could say Muhammad Hassan, and here let's say designation, software architect. And now we need to use this variable, the author variable, and send it in the JSON. So if we do it like this, that means that if someone is hitting the info endpoint, then we are going to be sending this JSON. So let's try this out. So here right now we are using localhost 5000, which is the localhost 5000 slash route. But if I do slash info, then you see we got the JSON back. So it has the name and the designation as well. And I'm using an extension for showing this it like this. You probably would see it something like this, but that's fine as well. So now you can see that we got a JSON back. We could have sent an array back. We could have sent also an object containing some different properties, but this is the essence of sending back the JSON. All right. Now, as I said, we could also have returned an array. Let's say if we had authors, what would happen then? So I'm going to just copy this or cut this essentially, and then create an array of two different authors. Let's say we have here Mehdi Rajani, and let's say here we can call this software engineer. And now this is the authors variable that we want to send. But if I send this authors variable, we are going to send this entire array. Instead, what I want to do is to send an object which has a property response, and that has the authors array. So if I save this, restart the server, and go back to my browser and refresh, you see that we got an object back in which we have the response property. Inside we have this array. Now, one really important practice that we follow with the backend is that we tend to keep the name of the property exactly what we are sending. So since this is a response is a very vague term. So what we would want to call it is authors instead of response. So let's do that. So here I can simply say instead of response, we can say authors. But since the key and the variable name are same, we can shorten this down because of JavaScript syntactic sugar. We can just say authors, and this means we have an object that is a key authors, and the value of the authors is this variable authors. So now that we have done this, let's restart and try this out. If I refresh now, you see that we got authors, and here we have the value. So now we are at a really good point of understanding how to really create an API in an Express application in a really quick time. Now imagine that this is the info URL, but we are not going to be using info, of course, but we are going to be using a nodes endpoint. And in that nodes endpoint, we should be able to send back a set of nodes. So let's actually try to create that endpoint. So I'm going to go here, and instead of info, I'm going to say nodes. And then instead of this one, what I would do is that I'll call it nodes. All right. And here for the object of the nodes, a node could have a text and a node could have a link. So let's say we have a text and a link. I'm going to copy paste this right now here. And then let's say the text is the name, Mehdi Rajani, let's say. It could be something else as well. Let's say if we are talking about nodes, what about do groceries? And then the text here should be do homework, right? And this link could be something like https twitch.tv code with SN. This could be something like https foodpanda.pk. So let's say we have this. Now we are going to return nodes from here. So let's save this. And now we need to restart the server. So Let's restart this. And now if I refresh, you will see that it cannot get info because we just renamed the route, but the nodes route exists now. So you can see we got the nodes which has the property nodes, and then we have these two nodes. So the final work that we are going to do is quite similar to what we see right here. So the end nodes will contain a text and a link and also an ID, but we'll let the MongoDB generate those IDs, so you don't have to worry about that at the moment. Now, one of the things that we are facing right now is that for every change, we are supposed to stop the server and then sort of restart the server, and that's not a really good idea. So what I would rather want to do is to be able to just run it without having to restart the server. So whenever I do some change, then I should be able to just see that reflected. So in order to do so, I'm going to stop my server, and then we are going to install a package that we call NodeMon. And that essentially helps us reload the backend application as soon as we have a change. So we are going to do npm install NodeMon, and we are going to save this as a dev dependencies. Now, why are we saving that as a dev dependency? Because when we deploy this application to production, to Heroku, there we are not going to be running NodeMon, because there we are not going to be changing any code. So this is something that is only for the dev environment. So here, if I go to the package.json, you will see that now we have another property called dev dependencies, in which we have NodeMon. All right. So now that we have this NodeMon here, we can go to our index.js and we can update our, not index.js, but package.json. And here we can update our start command to be NodeMon index.js. And now if I run npm start, you will see that it runs the NodeMon server, but now our application is running on localhost 5000. And if I go and change, let's say, this do homework to watch Essence stream, you will see that as soon as I save this restarts the server, and now I don't have to stop the server. I can go back to my app, and here, or actually the browser, and here if I refresh, you see that now we got the updated data. So now we don't have to worry about restarting the server every time we make a change, because NodeMon automatically does it for us. Awesome. So now that we have our backend actually initiated, at least with two nodes that we can work with, we can talk about now developing the front-end application. So for that also, I'm gonna open the CMDER, or you could open your command prompt, whatever you like. So I'm gonna be just doing, first of all, I'm gonna kind of increase the font size here, and then we are going to do C, and then here we have users, then we have my name, and then desktop, and here we are going to do we're going to essentially say npx, and then we are doing a create react app, and then dash dash, or actually we're gonna have to give the name, so it's nodes frontend, and here we are going to say template TypeScript. Now what this does is that this is using npx, which means that we don't have to install this create react app package globally in our machine. Otherwise we would have to do that. Then it's the name of the application, which is nodes frontend. Then we're talking about the template that we are using for creating this application. Now for the React application, we're going to be working with TypeScript, and the reason for that is that we want a more securely typed version of the application. Now we could have done that for the Node.js application as well, but I'm trying to give you both flavors so you can decide if you want TypeScript even on the backend as well. So when we do this essentially would start creating this folder, and then it would create the application for us. And then once it's done doing that, then we should be able to kind of use our application with the backend as well. So I'm going to give it some time when this is done. And once this is done, then we are going to be just starting to work on the application itself. So let's give it some time. Cool. So now that it has completed, you should be able to see this message that says yarn start, and after that happy hacking. So if you see this, that means everything is okay with the application, and that means you can move forward. So you would do a code and then nodes frontend, and that means that we are opening this into VS Code. Now you could also do that by going to file, open folder, and then trying to see the nodes frontend folder and then just opening it. So that also works, but if you have command prompt and if you want to do that, you can also do that as well. So let's open this and see what we have so far. So we have a React application at our disposal, and we can open the terminal, and here we can type the command yarn start, which essentially will start this React application for us, and then we can see how this looks and what is there out of the box. So you can see as soon as I start that command, we get this out of the box, which is sort of an application, which is the default application, and we have the app.tsx as the entry point of the application itself. One thing that I would like to share with you is sort of identifying if we are running which project we are running essentially. So you can see if I open Nodes frontend and if I open the basic API, in both cases we have the same header, but in order to just work with this better, we can actually identify by changing the color of the header. And this is a really cool tip that I can share with you for optimizing your work or productivity. So to be able to identify the project right away. So for this, what you want to do is just type or press Command Shift P or Control Shift P on Windows, and then you'll see this prompt. Then you should type workspace settings, and you should be able to see this open workspace settings JSON. Once you open that, you will see that this is sort of empty. So you need to add some properties to this, and that would be title bar, and then you will type something like workbench dot color customizations. And this is essentially an object, and here you would then create title bar dot active background, and then the second one is title bar inactive background. So this one is called inactive background, and then you have this, right? Once you save this, you should be able to see the color directly reflecting on your view, and now we can differentiate between the front end and the backend application in terms of what color they have. So for the front end one, I would use a color which is 5D1AD5, and this is essentially the color of the code with ASUS brand, which is purple. So I'm going to be using this one. Save this, and now you can see we have a really nice purple color for the header. So for the front end application, this is the color that you would have to look for your app. Now we can do the same for the backend as well. So let's do that. I'm going to just copy this, go to the basic API, press Command Shift P or Control Shift P, and then we have the workspace settings JSON, and here I'm just going to paste this. Now before saving this, we need to change the color of this project, and for that we will use something like D2AD65, which is sort of an orangish yellow color. So I'm going to be using this for active and inactive. And now we can quickly differentiate between the project that we are in right now. So I could go to Nodes frontend and see this purple, and then I could go to this one and I see a different color. So now it makes it really easier to switch between those and identify, oh, okay, I'm in the backend without having to look at the text here up top. All right, now that we have done this, notice that the backend application runs on localhost 5000, but the front-end application actually runs at localhost 3000. So if I click this one, you can see that it is running on localhost 3000. Now what we need to do is actually remove this and replace this with our own code. So I'm going to go to this Nodes front-end application, and the actual code for this React app is inside this source folder. So you can see we have the index.tsx, and then the app CSS file, and then further files as well. Now in app.tsx, we have the markup of the actual application that we want to talk about. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just move this here and then keep this here. And now I'm going to just drill this down a bit. Actually, let's do it like this and like this. And now if I do any change, the React application has Webpack behind the scenes, which sort of reloads the dev server. So let's say it says learn React, but if I say learn React with ASUS and save this, you can see that it automatically reflects here on the view, and you don't see it because you would see my camera. So let me switch to that. So here you can see that previously it was something like learn React, and if I save this, you can see it reflects right away. And if I change that back again, learn React with ASUS, then you can see that we got this message, and this is right away as soon as you start typing, and as soon as you save it, you see that reflected on the screen. So now that we understand about this logic, we need to just get rid of all this, and then we are going to have, let's say, even we don't need this app header. what we would have here is essentially a message and then a button that does something. So first of all, we are going to have a div, and then this says nodes application. And if I do that, you see the values here. Now there are a lot of CSS here in the app CSS file that we also don't want. So apart from the app, I'm going to remove everything from here. Save this. In the app tsx, we have this here. And now we are going to create a button for having a click functionality for this React application. So for that, we are going to first create a div, and then inside we are going to create a button, right? And this button essentially would have the text that says click me. If I save this, you should be able to see this right away. This is the button. Now on click of this, we need to do something. So on click of this, we need to call a function that console logs something. So I'm going to first create that function. So let's say we create a function that says const get nodes, and then this is the arrow function here, and then that says something like we are awesome. All right. Now that we have this code, we can apply this function to the click of this button by using on click, and this essentially should take this function as the parameter or as the assignment. Now what this means is that we are saying, hey, whenever this button is clicked, call this function, which goes here, and then this function is executed, which means all of the lines in these two curly braces, which is this one, a single line, is going to be executed. So now that we have this, to check this out, since it's logging on the console, we need to open the console. We do a right click, we do inspect, and then here we should be able to see the console. So let me make it a bit better for you. So I'm gonna do it like this, and now we have the console. And then here what I can do is I can just click console. Let me actually do that. So here is the console. I'm going to clear it for you. And now if we move back here, we should be able to see when we click here, you see this message, we are awesome. So that means that our button is working fine. So if I click multiple times, you see the number just beside is on how many times this button has been called and how many times this same thing has been logged. So you can see that our function or our method works fine, and we can see it on the log as well, right? I'm gonna just make it a bit smaller to work with. So now let's talk about actually calling the API for the server that we already have and getting those nodes. So what I'm going to do here is that actually I'm gonna shorten this bit and then do this, sort of do this as well. And now what we have here is what we can work with. So now in order to actually make an API call to the backend, we need another package that we would like to install, and that package is called ASUS. So with ASUS, we should be able to actually install that and then use that to get an API call. Now we can already see that this terminal is running the application or the React application, so we can open another one by clicking this plus icon, and now we have another bash terminal. And now we need to add or install the ASUS package. Now remember, this project is using yarn and not npm, so we are going to be using yarn. So what you could do here is that you can simply say yarn and then add and then ASUS. So essentially this should install the ASUS package within the project. And if you don't have yarn installed, then you would rather have to install yarn before. So npm install -g yarn, and then you should be able to run this command. Now you can see that we have installed the ASUS package. So we can now just close this first, this terminal, and then just bring this down a bit. And now we can import or start working on ASUS. So we can say ASUS from, and then here we can say ASUS. Now that we have this, we need to use that within this function. Now getting a request from the database is something that is asynchronous. So in order to keep our code clean, what we could do is that we could make this an async function. Inside we are going to remove this one, and then we are going to say const response, or actually let's move this in a try catch block so we can catch the errors if there's any. So let's say we do a const response equals, and then we'll do an await. I'm going to try to bring this a bit down. So await, and then we do an ASUS dot get, and here we need to provide the URL. So the URL for the backend that we have right now is http localhost 5000. That's where our nodes reside, but the nodes endpoint. So here, once we get the response, then we would do something else. And in the catch scenario, we'll catch the error, and then we do a console dot error with passing the error itself. So if the call is successful, this is going to be working fine. Otherwise, we'll get this console on the console log. And once we got the response, that we'll just console.log that as well, something like response. And that's pretty much it. So now let's try this. I'm going to save this now, and then I'm going to essentially click this button, and then you see we are awesome because we installed the project, but we have not restarted it. So let's save this. Let's see if this works. Actually, we shouldn't have to restart it, right? This doesn't do anything. So we need to, yeah, we can see that we have some errors here. So let's refresh once again. Sorry. No, refresh, click this, and then wait. And you will see that in a, we should be able to get an error, and you can see that we got a network error. And if I kind of expand this to show you what's happening, we got a network error that says error connection refused, right? I'm actually gonna make this whole, so let's do that. Let's make the browser whole as well. I'm gonna expand that as well. And now if we see the error, you can see that connection refused, and the connection refused scenario is because we have some issues, and you can see that we have this call here. Now if I try to right click on this and copy the link URL, which I can do from copy link address, and if I paste it here, you can see that it's not working. That means our backend is not open. So I'm gonna go and actually open my backend code. So if I go do a cd basic API coded, so it is opened for the VS Code. Let's open folder, go to desktop, go to basic API, and then just open it. So now it should be open. Yep. And now here in the terminal, I should be able to run the server. So I'll do an npm start, which should essentially run the node server. Now we have this. And now if I refresh, we see the endpoint. And now if I try this here, if I click, you see that we got another error, but here this time it's different. It says access to this endpoint from origin, this endpoint has been blocked by the CORS policy. So that means that our backend is not allowing the access to get those nodes. And there's a reason for that. This is sort of a security breach by default. And the reason why that happens is that if you have a front end, let's say on google.com, but then you are accessing data from twitter.com, then it's a security problem, right? Because your google.com is a different domain, and similarly twitter.com is a different domain. Now that would have been the same case if both our front end and back end were on the same port and on the same domain, which right now is not the case because we have different ports. We have the localhost 3000 for the front end and the localhost 5000 for the backend, and since that's across origin, that's why the backend is blocking the request for this problem. Now we can solve this by including a package that is the CORS package on the backend to allow access from everywhere. Now a good idea in production would be not to do this, because you wouldn't want to allow every single domain to access your backend application. You would only whitelist some of the URLs and then allow access to those. But for this application, for the sake of just teaching you, we're going to be using and allowing it for everything. So let's do that right now. So for that, I need to go to my basic API project. I'm going to let this run, but I'm going to open a new terminal. And here we have the package log.json. So we are using npm in the backend, yarn in the front end. So here I need to add a package called CORS. So for that I can say npm install CORS --save. And now this will essentially install the CORS package for us, and we should be able to essentially work with that to allow the access to different domains. So for that, all we need to do is, once this is installed, I'm going to stop the server actually, because we have installed a new package. And then I'm going to go to my app, which is the index.js file. And here, just before we have this endpoint, we are going to say app.use, and then here we need to provide the cors package. Now in order to provide that, we first need to import it. So we can say cors equals require, and then here the package name is cors. As you can see, it auto completes. So now here we need to say cors, and then this is a method, so we call that, we save this, and now we do a npm start. And now you can see that we are running this, which means there's no errors. Now I would go to my front end application and see if that works. So here in my React application, if I refresh now, and if I click, you can see that we got the data back without any errors. So if I see my network tab, here you see that this is the call that we sent, the nodes call. If I click this, you should be able to see in the headers, in the general, the request URL was this one, /nodes. The request method was get. The status code that we got from the backend is a 200, and the remote address is 5000. And if we look at the preview, there we can see the response. So this is the response that we got back from the server. It is an object which contains the nodes property, and nodes property contains the value of an array. If I go to response, I can see the file in raw manner. So you can see this is an object, and we can actually check this within the console as well. So if I just select this all, do a copy, Control C, go here, and then type const temp variable equals this. So I can now check my temp variable. Oops, temp variable, and you can see it has an object which has the nodes property. And if I open nodes, this is an array. So nodes is an array of 2 elements, and each element is an object, and that object is essentially a node. So we have an array of nodes actually. So now that we got this, I can click this, and however many times I click, you can see we send back we send a call to the backend. We get the data back, which is the same data because we're hitting the same endpoint, and then we log them on the console as well. So now our front end is talking to our back end, which is a really good win for us because now we know how to connect our front end with the back end. Now I could use some other endpoint as well and see what data comes out of that as well. So if I can go to my nodes front end, instead of nodes, I can use the /URL, save this, go to my browser, refresh, click, and now you can see we get back the data hello world, which is right now in the backend. So we already have an endpoint for the /URL, which is this one. So you can see here it sends back hello world, but for nodes, what we send back is a JSON object with this nodes data or this nodes array. Now the last thing that I want to do is actually to show this data or this nodes in the UI. So right now if I click, I can see that we get the data nodes property because we are hitting the nodes URL. Now I want to show that on the view. So in order to do so, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be using a property. So in this function app, and this app is a component as we know. So this app is a component, and we have a variable that we can create called nodes list, and here actually make it a let, so we can reassign it, and we assign it with an empty string or empty array. And now when we get back the data, we know that the response that we get back has a data property. Inside we have the nodes property. So this essentially becomes response.data.nodes, and this is what we are going to use. So here, instead of assigning this to a response object, we are going to assign it to the nodes list. Or actually let's keep it like this, and then here we can assign it to nodes list. So we can say nodes list equals response.data.nodes, right? Because we can see that here, and then we console.log the nodes list. So let's save this, try this out. So we can go to sources, and here we can type Control-Shift-P, or actually Control-P, and then we can type app.tsx, and here you can see this file. And now I can see my code here, and I can click here to just put a breakpoint whenever someone clicks here. So if I click here now, you can see that it comes to this point. Then if I hit play, this will jump to the next breakpoint. So if I move forward, you can see that we got response. Then we have response.data.nodes, which is an array. We are assigning it to the nodes list, which is an empty array right now because we are assigning empty array here. Now if I go forward, you see that the node list now has this array. And if I hit nodes list, you can also see that we have this being logged here. Now you can see that we got this on the console log as well. So if I click this again, that would still be the case. And you can see the data here. Now what I want to do is to show, let's say, the first item or the first node on the UI. And how can we actually do that? We can just use a div that shows that, nothing too fancy, right? So in order to do so, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just create a div that essentially shows that. So what I'm going to do here is where we have this button, after the button, I'm going to create a div. And here we are going to show the first elements detail. So we can say show details of the first element. And then here we are going to create two things. We are going to create an h4 and then an h5. So these are two headings that we are going to be using. In the first one, we are going to say nodes list 0. So since this is an array, that means that we can use the nodes list 0 element, and here we can essentially say dot text. And similarly for the h5, this should have been an h5, we can simply say the same thing but the length. All right, so you see that we get an error here that says nodes list implicitly has type any, which is fine for now, but I don't think that's a problem. But there would be a problem if this doesn't work. So we could say that this is the type any, or we could provide the type any, at least for now, but we are going to give this a proper type later on. So node list can be of type any, and this is a bad practice. We shouldn't be using that, but just for the sake of teaching you, we are doing it right now, but we are going to use proper interfaces in the next videos. I don't want to overwhelm you right now. So the nodes list here, and now you can see we don't have any issue. If I run this now though, you will see that as I refresh, we get a lot of errors. And the reason is that it says cannot read property text of undefined. And if I go and see this here, you see that this is where it becomes a problem. And the reason is that when the app renders the first time, this nodes variable is empty. It doesn't contain anything. And we are saying in the UI that, hey, just show the text of the first element. Well, there is no first element, because we need to click and then get the nodes, and then this becomes available to the UI, right? So in order to fix that, we need to make sure we only render when we have the nodes list available. So in order to do that, let's actually put a condition where we check if the nodes list exists, and then we do whatever is required. So I'm gonna go here actually, and in the code, I'm going to just put a question mark here, and that is the beauty of TypeScript, that if this element exists, then it's going to be using the text property, otherwise no. So I'm gonna just do just go to my app now. If I refresh, you can see that we don't have any error. If I click now, you can see that we got the data back, but still we don't show it. And the reason is that the variable that we have right now in the app is essentially a variable, and React does not re-render its view unless the variable is a state variable. Now this is a simple variable, this is not a state variable. So what do? We try to make this as a state variable. And in order to make something as a state variable in the functional components, which this app component is actually, it is a functional component. In order to make this a state variable, we can use a hook that we call use state. So instead of nodes list like this, I can say const nodes list, comma, and then actually not comma, but let's say equals use state. And then here we are going to provide the default value of this variable. And in order to update this state variable, we have a function that we can define here, and this is called set nodes list. Now, since we already have this constant defined here, I can remove it from here, right? And now understand this whole concept. This is the name of the state variable. This is the function that updates the state variable, and whenever this function is called, this variable is updated, and then React re-renders the whole UI. And this thing here is the default value for this state variable. Now you can see that on line number 10, we are assigning a new data to this variable, but as I said, to update this state variable, this function has to be called. So instead of assigning this, we are going to use this function, and then we are going to pass this response.data.nodes as a parameter. So this function is called with the new value. So when we do this, this will update the nodes list and will also re-render the UI. So let me save this, go back to the browser, and actually let's see if we have any errors. So it says property text does not exist on type never. So we see an error here, and that means we have to define the type here as well. So we can say any of array, just like we defined the type before there. So now it should not say that. So now that we have this, let's save this out. All right, so we see that there's an error on the console that says property text does not exist on type never, and it's showing here as well. And that means that we have to define the type of nodes list here. So we can just after this use state define this type as array of any, which means that this is an array and the type is any. And again, this is for now. So when we do this and save, we can see that there's a successful compilation, there's no error. And let's try this out on the UI now. So here I can refresh, see there's no error, and if I click, you can see that we got the data right away. So as soon as we call the set nodes list method, it updates the state variable and then also shows it on the UI, which is what we actually wanted, right? So now we have this front-end application talking to back-end application, returning the data, which is hard-coded data for now, but also we are sort of rendering that data on the UI as well. So what we want to do is kind of stop right here. I'll let you sort of adjust this and absorb this information, and then next what we want to do is to be able to create the nodes UI or the initial implementation of the UI, so we can improve this application going forward. So yeah, let's move to that next. Hello everyone, and welcome to another session of this MERN stack series. Now in the previous session, what we did was we created the nodes application. We had a button to click, and then that would fetch the nodes items from our backend. Now in this particular session, we are going to sort of remove the dependency from the backend for now, at least, so we can quickly develop the UI, and then we can implement the nodes user interface without having to rely on the backend. So let's actually do that. Now I'm going to share my screen and then we can get started. All right, so this is the state so far. So if I click, you can see that we get some nodes and we can see the data here. So if I refresh, click again, you can see we get the nodes, and we send this API call to our backend, which is localhost 5000 nodes, and then it sends us back some sort of nodes. Okay. Now, in order to just develop the UI faster, we need to remove the dependency from here. So what we would do is that first we would essentially stop our server. So our server is right now running here. So I'm going to just remove this. And then what we need to do is we need to be able to connect to or actually have some dummy data. So I'm going to go into my nodes project, and here first we need to essentially create an interface file. So what we'll do is that we'll do source here, and then we'll essentially create an interfaces folder, and inside that we'll have a file that we can call node.interface.ts, and here we are going to define sort of the structure of how our node should look like. And since we are working with TypeScript, it really makes sense to create an interface out of the box, so we have the IntelliSense coming out of the box as well. So what we'll do here is that we'll essentially say an interface that we can call inode. Now this is a practice that a lot of companies use, specifically let's say Microsoft, that they name their interfaces starting with a capital I. So we can call this inode. Now we know that this is gonna have a string, and then this is going to have a link as well, and these two properties are what we would have. And then we can do a export default inode, which means that we are exporting this interface from this file. Now that we have this inode implemented, we need to essentially use this. So first of all, what we are going to do is that we are going to create a file where we will have some dummy nodes. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it dummy nodes.ts, and here we are going to essentially implement those dummy nodes. So let's say we do a const dummy underscore nodes and equals array. Now this dummy nodes will be of the type inode and then array. So let's import the inode. I think we have to import it first like this from interfaces node.interface, and now we have this array. Now I'm going to replace this with some hard-coded data, so let's quickly do that. So this is some hard-coded data that we are going to use. So you can see that we have the essence switch here, then we have the link here, then we have get a job, and then it's just copy pasted data right here. And finally we can kind of export this as a default from here. So we can do export default dummy nodes. So we are exporting these dummy nodes from here, and then we are going to be using these dummy nodes into our web application. So let's actually try to do that real quick. So for that, we're gonna have to go to our app.tsx file here, and inside here you will see that we already have some code. I'm gonna just close this this view, although our application would still be running. So I'm just gonna close this, and now let's work on it. So as you can see right here, what we do here is that when we click on the button, then we get the nodes and then we apply them into the view, right? But what we would want to do instead is sort of to do this on when the page loads, so not having to click a button, so to say, right? So there are two things that we want to do. First, use the hard-coded nodes instead. Second, do this when the component starts. Now for using the hard-coded nodes, what I could do is I could just go here, and let's say we have this code here that says get nodes. Now you can see that here on this line number 12, we have set nodes list, which actually updates the nodes with the response that comes from the backend. So instead of doing this, I can actually remove all of this, and then I can just use one single thing that I can put here with the dummy nodes. So I can say set nodes list and then use dummy nodes here, and then I can import these dummy nodes from the file. So I could say something like import dummy nodes from, and then here we have the dummy nodes.tsx. All right, I'm going to comment this one as well. So now you can see that we previously were calling this this function, but now we are using a set nodes right here. Now the only problem with this logic is that this app function is called every time we re-render the code, right? So whenever we re-render, we actually call this function, this whole function, which is the function app, and then every code inside would be executed. So if I do this, we can try to see what happens actually. And I'm going to remove this button as well. We don't need that. So I'm going to save this, go back to the code, and here if I refresh, you see that it says too many re-renders. React limits the number of renders to prevent an infinite loop. And the reason for this is that what happens is that the app function is called first time, then it called set node list. Now the set node list actually updates this particular state variable. And as I told you before in the previous session, whenever a state variable is updated, then React re-renders the page. So it re-renders, then it comes here, and calls this, and then this updates it again, and then this goes on and on and on. And I can actually show you that in the sources as well. So if I do app.tsx, and here if I just put a breakpoint here, you will see that if I refresh, it first comes here, then it comes here, then it takes the dummy nodes, and then these dummy nodes would cause a re-render. So it comes here again, it goes forward again, then comes again, forward again, and this now is in a loop. So it goes on and on and on. And after a few numbers, React says, come on, stop. What the heck are you doing? You're running an infinite loop here. So that's a problem. So what can we do to make sure that we only run a thing the first time the application starts and not later? So for this, we use something called a use effect hook. Now the use effect hook are used in two different places. One place is whenever we have to run something at the beginning of a component's render only one time, then, and the second time, or the second situation that we use the use effect in, is when we want to do something when a state variable updates. Now this particular case is the first one, which is I want to do something when the app component renders the first time. So what we are going to do here is that we are going to cut this from here. We're going to use the use effect hook, and as I press enter, you can see that it is imported right away from here. Love VS Code. And now that we have this actually requires a function. So we are going to be using the arrow syntax for the function. So small brackets, arrow, curly brackets. And now in this function, whatever I paste here is going to be called the first time the component renders. And in order to tell this use effect that this is only going to be run the first time, I can just provide an empty array as a dependency, which means that this use effect is not dependent on anything, just run it the first time. So what would ideally happen is that the app function would run one time, then the use effect would kick in, then the set node list would kick in again, and this set nodes list will cause a re-render. So this will render the second time, and then there's no re-renders until we do something that is called an action or something. So if I just save this and put a console log here and just let's say log the nodes list here, you will notice that the first time the app renders, the state variable is initialized with an array, which means that the first time this renders, this would be an empty array, right? It actually is here. We already have a log here. I'm going to remove it from here. Actually, let's keep it here. I'm going to remove this one. But the second time, so the first time we see an array here, then the use effect kicks in, then it calls this function, and then it updates this state variable, which re-renders the app again. So the second time this renders, we have here the value of dummy nodes. So now we would have the dummy nodes being logged there. So let's do this and see what happens. So here, I'm going to clear this out. I'm going to refresh, and you can see we got two logs. The first one with an empty one, and the second one with the dummy nodes. And we can actually debug this as well. So I'm going to go here in the sources, and then I'm going to kind of put a breakpoint here and then a breakpoint here. Now if I refresh, you will see that we come in the app function the first time. This is the first rendering. Then it goes forward directly to the console with the default value of nodes list, which is an empty array. Why? Because we have defined this here. So this is the default value. And now we log this on the console. So the console is empty for now. Then it goes forward. Then it goes to the dummy nodes. So I've only logged this once, and you can see that the nodes list was only logged once. And now since the dummy nodes would change the value of the nodes list, now you would see that the nodes list on the console log has the array 10, and now this will log the second time here. So you can see that now we only log the first time with an empty array and the second time when this is updated. So now our dependency on the backend, that's gone, which means we can quickly prototype our nodes UI to make sure that they look cool, and to make sure that when we show this to someone, they're not like, what the heck is this? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start working with the node itself, and basically we are going to do some styles on the outer layer of the page as well. So what we can do is we can start with some global styles. So I'm gonna go to index.css. And in the index.css, right after the code that we already have for body, we're gonna have some code for HTML, body, and the root element. So you can see that we essentially, when we start the React application, we start with some element called root, and you can find this in the index.html where we have this. So everything in our React application is rendered inside this root element. So I'm gonna style this because of the same reason. So I'm gonna say root. So here we are using the ID of the root, and here we can say width 100%, height 100%, margin 0, and padding 0. So let's just save this for now. You will see that in the app there's nothing much for now, at least, but when we'll go forward, you will see what it means to have all these styles right there. Now that we have this, let's talk about showing multiple nodes. So one way of doing this was, since you can see we have 10 nodes here, if I go into, let's say, this place here in the app tsx, you can see that we are only showing the first node, right? But I mean, if I have to show 10 nodes, then I could just copy paste this, and then I could make sure that, hey, we have the index 1 here, then 2 here, then 3 here, and you get the idea, right? So I'm gonna just cut this one and just show you what happens. So here now you can see that we are starting to show all the nodes. So first one is ascend Twitch, then get a job, then this is the third one, this is the fourth one, and we could go on and on and on. Now a better way would be to not duplicate the code, right? Because what happens if we style let's say the h4 and give it a class? So if we give this a class name, let's say sample, then that means we're gonna have to do the same thing 10 times here, and that kind of increases the overall complexity of the project as well. A better way would be to loop over this nodes list element and sort of showing each element on the view. So in order to do so, what we could do is that first I would essentially create a wrapper, and for that I would say something like let's call this nodes list. And this is a really cool way to create the element as well. As you saw, I could just type dot nodes list, and this emit abbreviation understands React. So as I press tab or click on it, you can see that this generates this attribute called class name instead of HTML, which is class. So now that we have this wrapper element, we need to be able to loop over the nodes list. So we can start with the curly braces, then we can say nodes list dot map, and in the map we provide a function. So small brackets, arrow, and then this curly brace. Now in this function, the parameters that we get are node item and index. So this nodes list is looping over. So we are looping over the nodes list, and for each particular node, this function block is executed. And from here, we need to return this element essentially, right? So we can return this, but instead of nodes list 0, we can now use the node item actually, just like this. And this essentially means that for each particular node, we are returning a div, and that div contains the text and the link. And if I just show you what now is shown on the view, if I refresh, you can see that I'm going to remove the breakpoints here, actually remove them all, and then play. And now you can see that we got 10 elements. Now one important thing that you see here is that we get a warning that says each child in the list should have a unique prop. And this is a valid reason, because React needs to understand whenever something is updated, React can use this key to not re-render every element in the list. Imagine that you have 1,000 elements being rendered and you update just one of those. Then would you want your entire application to re-render, or would you just want that particular element to switch or to re-render and not the 9,999 elements if you're talking about 10,000 elements per se? So now that we have this here, this means that we need to provide this key essentially. So how would you provide that? You would just go to your code, and then here on the div that we are returning, we can use the key prop, and here we can provide the index as the key. Now if we already had the node item with its own ID, we would have used the ID here, because ID is unique for each node. But since we don't have an ID, at least for now, we can use the index. So now that we have this, let's see on the browser. So here, if I refresh now, I don't see the warning anymore, which means that, yay, we are doing good and we can move forward without the guilt that we have warnings. All right. So now that we have this, maybe let's try to make this a bit pretty, so it's not weird per se. What we would also want to do is to not show this like this, but actually with the end result that we see. So if I go to code with sn.github.io, so actually this link, you will see that this is the end product that we want, right? So we want to have this look like this. So essentially this is right now like this. So the ideal would be that each node itself is a component. So since we are reusing the nodes, we can isolate the node to its own component, which means that it would have in its own tsx file, it would have its own styling file, and that makes the maintainability of the entire code much easier. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and create this nodes file. So I think what we can do is that we can just create a folder that we can call components, and then inside we could have a folder that is called node, And then here we can have a file that we can call node.tsx. All right. Similarly, we could have another file in this folder, and we can call it node, capital Node .css. And then now we can talk about just creating this React component. I'm pretty sure we did have some snippets for React, but let's actually just copy paste app.tsx for now. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna go and paste this here. I'm gonna remove the dummy nodes. I'm gonna remove the use effect Axios. I'm gonna rename this to node.tsx. Sorry, node.css. I'm gonna remove this one, remove this whole code, and then from the app.tsx, I'm gonna just copy this one, which is the node UI, so to say, and kind of paste it here inside the return statement, just here. And then I'm going to be returning this node from here. All right. Now you see that we are missing two different things. One is the index, and second is this node item. Now the thing is that this index is not required in this context, and the reason is that we can use it, or the index has to be provided to the element right inside the map function, which is the outermost element. So what we would want to do is that we can remove this index from here. We can give this a class name, and we can call it node. Then we would have a div, and let's make this a div and this a div as well, and this would have the class. We can call this, or this would be class name. We can call it node__text, and then we have a class name that is node__link. The naming convention that I'm using here is called BEM, or block element modifier. Let me quickly show you. So I think if you go and type get BEM, you should be able to see, is it the same one? Yeah, this is the one. I don't know why this is not secure. That's weird. So essentially the BEM documentation, you can see what this is and what are the namings. So we have a block, then inside if we have another element, then we essentially consider that as an element. So we have a block class, then we have block__element, and then if there would be another element inside, then that would be block__element_second element, blah blah blah. This goes like this. So you can read it about all that at getbem.com. All right. So now that we have that in the place, we have not switched the nodes yet, but we are going to do that. So the second thing that we had here was the node link. What we are going to do is actually have an anchor tag here. So let's actually use that. So we are going to be saying an a tag here inside the node link, and then we are gonna say something like node item.link here, or we could actually call this node because we are going to be implementing that, and then we are going to say href, and here as well we are going to say node.link, right? And we can remove these because these are, we are going to be sure that the node is provided, so we render this. Now in order to get a node here, this component has to say that I want to receive a prop, and that prop is called node, which means the parent, this app.tsx, has to pass a node to this particular component. All right. So if I go here and let's say if I go to Miro, I can show you exactly what we mean about this. So if I go to this board, you can see that we have this scenario here. So we have this app as a parent, and then this node as a child. Now this node has to say that I want a prop that is nodes. So this node is something that we need to provide to this child. This is going to be node, and then this parent would pass this, and then this node should be able to render that. And the idea for this is that this node is a dumb component, which means that it doesn't know what to show, and it is a presentational component, and it only would show something that is provided to it, which is the node. So in order to kind of let the parent know that this node requires a node prop, then what we would need to do is create something called a prop. And in TypeScript, we can simply create a type for this. We can call it props, and here we can define what props this is going to receive, or what inputs this node component is going to receive. So we're going to call it node, and then this is going to be of type inode, and we are importing the interface from here as well. And now that we have this this type defined here, this actually requires an equals as well. We can essentially say this node function is going to be receiving these props. So first I'm going to convert this into an ES6 function. So I'm going to say const node equals and then an arrowhead here. So this is now the ES6 syntax for this one. And now I'm going to say, hey, this node variable that we are going to talk about is actually going to receive, or is actually a functional component which we can call FC, and this FC can be imported from React just like this. And then we are going to say this is a functional component which will receive these props, which means that now I can receive this node inside this function, so I can use it inside this block. And the way we would do it is that we would just create an object here, or say that this is going to receive props, which has a node property. As you can see right now here, it automatically kind of gives us the IntelliSense, and the reason for that is these types that we have defined. So if I just click control click on this, you can see that it takes me to this definition. So this function knows that there's going to be a prop called node that is going to be passed to it, and this node is of type inode. So now we have a win here because we can now use this node link right away. So now that you see this information here, what we can just do is actually go back and pass the node and use this node component. All right. So instead of using this whole div here, we can simply use this node component. And since it has not been imported so far, we need to first import it right here. So we can say something like import node from, and then here we can say component slash node slash node, and here we have it. And here you can see that now if I hover over it, you can see it says property node is missing in type blah blah blah, but is required in type props. And this is really good because TypeScript is telling us that this node component is supposed to receive a prop which is called node, as you can see it shows here, and then we need to provide a value here. So you can see that here we're calling it node item, so we are going to pass this here. And as again, as we know that previously we were having some issues with this div saying that, hey, if you are running a map, then you should a unique key. So we should be using the unique key here on this node, just like this. All right. Now that we have this, let's save this. And if I go back to my app, now you can see that we have this updated code. You can see this anchor tag that we are getting. So if I inspect this, you can see that we got a node list, which is outside, but inside we got this node. And for each node, we have this node text, node link. Inside we have anchor tag. And now this looks really good because we can see it working. All right, now that we have this, all that we need now is essentially to style this. So this looks good, right? So what we are going to do is that first we are going to just go to our app.tsx, and maybe first let's start with a node. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to sort of bring this here, open the app here so we can quickly see it, and then we should be able to do this in a faster way. So if I can I move this together? Please, no, you won't let me. So if I do this, now I have this. If I move this here, now you see. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just zoom out a bit so you can see this, and then we're going to style it. All right, so first of all, what we need to do is go to node CSS and do some styles. So first class that we have is called node. So we're going to define it here. We're going to say node, and then here are some styles. So let's start with background color red, and background color red is sort of what you call the console log of CSS. So we know this is working, right? So we got this essence switch here. Just give me 1 second. All right. So if I go here, let's see. Yes. So we are also going to remove this from this app.tsx. We don't need this nodes application heading, so I'm going to remove this as well. And now let's talk about what a particular node looks like, because we want them to look as I shared with you. So if I open this link here, these should look something like this. All right. So how do we go about that? First of all, what we need to do is to say, let's say this particular element or node has a background which we said is red, but the color that we are going to use is going to be a bit different. So by default, let's say we are going to use FEFF9C, which is sort of the yellow color. So if I do this, you should be able to see this node, and this is sort of what a real node looks like, right? So then we're going to give this a height and a width. So we're going to say height is going to be, let's say 10 em, and width is going to be 10 em. And now you see that we got some square shape right here. Okay, we're not going to be showing the link for now, at least. So what we can do is that we can just hide that, or maybe let's just show this for now. And then what we need to do is we need to give this a margin, so they are separated from each other, right? They are right now too close to each other. So if I do this, you can see that now we got a margin. I actually want this to be here, and then this to be here. Yeah, this is much better because I can now code and you can see this in a better way. Now that we have this, we've got the margin, we've got the height and width. We also need to make sure that this whole element doesn't have any sort of text decoration. So we can say text decoration none. We can save this. And then we need to sort of make this in a way that this is, how do you call it? We're going to make sure that this text takes the maximum space, and this particular element does not take much space, just goes downwards. So what we can do here is that we can go here and say display flex. As soon as we do this, you will see that they go left and right and close with each other because we are using display flex. You can see that this one goes to the left and this one goes to the right because the default flex direction is row. Now we are going to make it column, so they are on top of each other. So we are going to say flex direction column, and now you will see that they are on top of each other, right? Then what we need to do, we've got the width, we got the height, we got other things as well. We're going to make sure that we provide a color to this as well. So we're going to say color, and then we are going to say RGB 000, which is essentially black, or you could just call this black. And then what we need to do is we are going to make sure, as I said, that this element has the maximum width for this whole node. So in order to do so, what we are going to do is just create a new class here for the node text, which is this second element. So if I inspect this, I'm gonna have to take this down like this, go back, and now we can talk things. So here, if I just scroll this a bit down, you can see that this node text, or actually the first one, this node text only gets this top position, as you can see there, but this element is also taking a really small space, but the rest of the space is just empty. As you can see, this is a purple area. This is not being utilized at all. So what we are going to say here is that we are going to say node.text or node__text is going to have a flex of 1, which means that this gets to take the maximum space. So this will take the maximum space until we have something left, and you can see that it takes, now if I hover over it, it takes all the space, and then there is this space left. So this is actually what we wanted, to make sure that the text has the maximum space. Now we're going to just hide this this link, at least for now. We're going to be using it in the later videos. So we're going to say node_link has a display of none. Boom. So that should be gone now. So right now, since that's gone, this node should be taking the entire width, as you can see, entire width and height of this particular element, since we are using sort of the flex 1 here. Now that we have this, we need to do some things. First of all, we need to rotate it, so we have some different rotating angles. As you can see, this node looks like sideways here, not, if I see on my camera, it's like this on sideways. Then the second one is this one, then the third one is this one. So there we are doing some magical sciences there. So what we are going to do is that we are going to do the same here. By default, the first one that we have, we're gonna rotate it in a way that it looks something like this. So we are gonna say transform, and then we are going to say rotate, and we are going to use -6 degree, right? So we are essentially rotating this to be at -6 degree. Am I missing anything? No. So now if I save this, you can see all of these elements. These are now rotating to the same side. We don't want exactly this output, but we are gonna go there. Now that we have this one, let's talk about how do we style each other node. So if you go here on the live one, you can see that we got this yellow one, then we have this blue, then we have this pink, and then we have this blue. So every even number essentially has this particular color, which is the blue color, right? So what we could do here is that we could add another style just after the node one. We can call this node, and then we are going to say nth, not nth child, and here we can just use the even keyword. Now we can, if we say, let's say background color red here, you will see that the second color, the second node, the fourth node, the sixth node, every even node now has this color. So we can definitely style this in a different way. So first of all, what we are going to do is use a sensible color, which would be background color, and then we are going to use the color 7AFCFF, which is sort of the blue color. So if I save this now, you see we got this blue color, which is being applied to this whole text. Now that we have this one, we need to sort of rotate this into a different direction. So we are going to say transform, rotate, and here we're going to give this 4 degree, which will essentially make it towards this side a bit. So if I save this, you can see that now we got this this really nice UI. Now the thing is that here you will notice that this edge is really close to the upward node, and that is because we have these tilting sort of angles, right? So what we can do here is that we can say this is going to be a position relative, which means that we are giving this some spacing based on relative positioning. So we can say position relative, and then we can say top, and then this is going to be, let's say, 5 pixel. All right, now that we have this one, if we save this, you will see that this came a bit down. Let me show you again. So if I do this, you see it going up. If I do this again, you see that this is a bit down, and now they have some space. But now you see that here, now we have an issue. This one is touching the above one, and this is the same for everyone, but we are going to fix that as well. Now that we have this, let's talk about each third element. So we got the first color, we got the second color, but the third color also has to be a bit different. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to actually copy this, paste this here, and then for nth child, what we can say is that we talk about 3. So here, the rotation degree that we are going to be using is going to be a bit different. It's going to be -3. The position relative would still be the same. The top 5 pixel will change a bit, but the color that we are going to be using is going to be FF7EB9. And this is the pink color. So if I do this, you see that this element that we got right now has this color. It also is kind of tilted towards this angle, similar to the first one. So first one is this, second one is this, third one is this. All right, and you can see that now we have some spacing as well. Now we could use a -5 here, and if I do this, you can see that we essentially go to this particular place. But the thing is that if we go sort of in a grid view, the things would be different. But I'm going to show you how this would work, or we could actually give this a 5 as well. So let's do that. So they're a bit further from each other. And now that we have this, the thing is that it only covered this third element and not any other. For even, the case was every other element had a color. But what about this one? How can we say, hey, for every third element, change the color? We can just provide an n after this 3, which means every third numbered element would get this color. So if I just save this, you will see that now we got third, this one, then 1, 2, 3, boom. Similarly, 1, 2, 3, there we go. So we can use 2n, 3n, 4n, however you want to call it, and then that would essentially do the same trick. All right, now that we have this information, what we need to do is to be able to essentially we got the colors right. We also want to do some hover logic. So when we mouse over on any of these elements, this should kind of shine out for us, right? So if you look at the final version, you can see that if I mouse over, this kind of comes out to me, right? So we want the exact same feature right here. To do that, we need to implement a style that has the hover pseudo class, which means if I'm mouse overing on a particular node, what should happen? So let's turn the background color to red. So if I do this, you can see that this happens. So for each element, as soon as my mouse goes over this, you can see the changes being reflected. Now we don't actually want this to be happening. We want to do something else. So what we can do here is that first of all, we can essentially have let's say this scale up, because this is coming outside. So this is actually growing in on the screen. And the way we could do that is just by saying transform, and then here we can say scale, and we can essentially say 1.5, which means that it is increasing 50% more. So if I just go here, you see that it comes out, right? So now this is good. Whenever we go over this, this kind of comes out. Now the only problem that I see here is that each node that comes out is behind the other node, and that is weird, right? Each node is behind the other one, and here that was not the case. This was coming above the other one. So the reason for that is that each element z index is by default sort of managed by CSS, and it's the next element has sort of a more value compared to the previous one. Now what we want to say is that every time we hover an element, this element's layer in sort of the CSS world should be at the very top. So what we can do here is that we can say z index, and here we can provide a value that is not 1. So we can give, let's say for example, 5. So now if I hover over it after the z index implementation, you can see that still we got some of the nodes coming out like this one, but this yellow one for some reason is not coming out. This blue and this one comes out, but the yellow one doesn't come out. And the reason for that, I believe, is that since they don't have this position relative applied. So let's actually apply that here, and now let's see what happens. So blue comes out, pink comes out, yellow comes out. So what we were missing was this position relative. I think that also depends on or kind of affects the z index. So now you can see all the nodes kind of come out. Now the problem that we have at the moment is this essentially doesn't look like this behavior. You can see that this is sort of smooth, but if I go here, nah, that's not smooth. That's kind of quite snappy. So in order to kind of make this smooth, what we can do here is that we can say this is going to be having sort of a transition. So we can say transition, and then we can say all is and 0.3 second, which is 300 millisecond, which is a really good number for the human eye. So if we do this and go here, now you see the exact same effect. All right, you can see the same exact effect now. So we have this now, that's good. But the thing is that this doesn't look like this node by default. So you can see that by default here we have some box shadow, right? And in order to kind of see the box shadow itself, what you can do is that if you go and see pure CSS or CSS box shadows, you will see that there is this link that is 91 beautiful CSS box shadow example. And I absolutely love this page. So you can come here and you can pick any of the box shadow that you like. I mean, even this one. So you can copy this one, you can go to your node CSS here, and then by default the node would have this box shadow. Just click save, and now each of the node have this box shadow that you can see. Super cool. So we don't actually want this one, so I'm going to remove this, but I'm going to be using the box shadow that we have within our final link. So that particular box shadow is actually this one. So I'm going to save this, and you can see that now they actually look like what we had before, right? So we got these nodes, we got the margins right, we got the padding right, we got the flex direction as well, we got the spacing as well, which is correct right now. What I'm gonna do now is whenever we open a node, you will see that the box shadow kind of becomes a bit deeper. So we need that box shadow as well, and this is also from the pure CSS. But what I'm gonna do is just copy paste that. So let me quickly do that. So on the hover one, we have this particular box shadow, which is a much deeper kind of box shadow. So you can see that this one is here now. There's nothing on the right side, but if I hover over it, you can see that the box shadow kind of expands. So this is actually what we wanted. Now that we are going through this, one thing that you would see is that all of these are actually in a single line, and we don't actually want that. So first I'm going to go to the app TSX, where we have this nodes list class, and we need to style this. So we're going to go to the app CSS here, and we're going to essentially have this nodes list class. And then what we are going to say is this is a display flex. And if I just do that, you will see that all of these elements would boom shrink into one row. So as you can see here, it's trying to shrink all of the elements into one single row based on the text that they have. Now we actually don't want that. We want every node to have the width of 10 em and height of 10 em. And then the rest of the nodes which do not come in a single row, they could just go down. So what we can do here is that we can say flex wrap, which means that if there's not enough space, then they wrap downwards. So if we use the wrap one, you can see that now they go down. Boom. Now this looks cool, right? So one of the things that I would do is in the nodes CSS for the third one, 3.1, I'm going to use -5 pixel, because right now you would see that this looks a bit out of order. So if I just use -5, you see that now this looks sort of a bit more cleaner in my personal opinion. So I'm going to use this. And now that we have this, one thing that you would notice more is that all of these nodes are aligned to the left, right? And you can see that there's much space here. So what we are going to do is essentially we're going to center these divs, especially in this case. Look at this. This has a lot of white space on the right side. So we're going to go ahead and in the app CSS, we are going to just say here, we want to have the justify contents set to center. And now you can see that now we got the nodes centered. And if I kind of expand this, you can see that still now they're centered. And one element that we have in the view at the bottom is also centered. So this is going to be centered all the way. And this is a much better UI. So now you can see that we got the nodes right in place. One thing that we can see is there is no gap between this text and the top. It's aligned right on the top. So we are going to go into here, and then where we have the other nodes or other kind of rules or properties, we can add one more property that is padding, and then we are going to say 1 em. And if we save this, now you see that we have got some spacing of this particular thing from the top. So it's a 1 em spacing. And if I just hover over it, kind of show this to you how this looks like. So this node, the area that you see, which is the green one, that is the padding. So we have this this area from within the node, which is from the node's boundary, and inside we got some gap, and then we have the node text. The orange one that you see is margin, that is the node's spacing from outside. So spacing between different elements per se. So now this really looks much closer to our final output, with the exception of this cross, because we are going to implement that later on, essentially in the later videos. So now you can see that we did a couple of things. First of all, we implemented the UI of the nodes itself. Secondly, we made sure that we are not dependent right now on the backend for the nodes. Third, we created a node component, which is this one, and this is a reusable component. And the beauty is that we have to just implement this one time in the app TSX, and for each node that we get either from the backend or from this dummy nodes list, we essentially are looping over that and then rendering all those nodes. Now these could be hundreds of nodes, but we have just one really simple tiny code that is essentially rendering all of this. So we did that as well. Then we also defined some styles for the HTML and body, and finally we styled the node itself to look like what you see right now. So as we have this done now, I think we're going to stop right here, and essentially in the next session what we will do is that we are going to start talking about storing these nodes or into local storage, and also looking at how we can actually write to these nodes. So how I can click here and start typing to write the nodes as well, right? So I hope that this makes sense for you, and yeah, I'm gonna see you in the next one. doing that. I'm gonna show you right away. Give me 1 second. I found it. Because Paje. Yeah, I know. Big sad. All right, there we go. So this is this is what people are enjoying or not so enjoying in Pakistan. I'll give you a minute. Such melody. This is the state that we were in last time when we were working on the front end React project, as you remember. So in the chat, whoever is here, let me know if you have this setup that I have, which means you have the project cloned. So here is where we were last time, and essentially in order to work with us today, you would have to have this Nodes front end project installed in your machine. There are some UI changes that we are going to go through. Then there are going to be some knowledge or some introduction to MongoDB itself, because we are gonna start looking at the database today. We're gonna see where we go from there, but I'm gonna try to give you the core knowledge that you need to know, and then move forward from there. So the first thing that we are going to do today is we are going to try to fix a couple of things in terms of UI. For instance, if we go to the mobile view of this, one of the things that you would see is this top node. It goes all the way up top, right? So that is a problem, because in mobile this is what you would see, and this is not exactly great. So we're going to change that as well. In terms of UI, you can see that if we just look at this responsiveness, one of the things that you would see is this thing. So we get these nodes up the top, and I cannot scroll up at the moment. And one of the reasons for that one is that the whole height of this page is pretty limited. Let's suppose you have a screen of 1000 pixels. If we say that this is only going to be 1000 pixels, then the height of this whole element will be restricted to that. One way of solving this is, and I'm going to repeat the problem here, the height of the entire HTML and the body is 100%. So if I go to HTML, you can see this style, width 100%, height 100%, and this is the standard. That's fine. Do I have a link to Git repo? Yeah, I do. It's gonna be code with SN nodes front end. I'm gonna paste this in the chat as well. So this is the repository that we have. Right now we are in the main branch. So the height of HTML and body it's 100%. But when we go inside the root, it could be 100% or it could not be 100%. It depends on us. What I would want is, at least for this app, to not be exactly 100%, but minimum it should be 100%. Sabil, I see you typing Urdu words right there. Good one. So here, instead of height, we can choose min height, which would fix this problem. With min height, what we are saying is that at least this element should be at least minimum 100% of the width. But if it increases, then that's fine for us. And that is what we are talking about. So right now, if I have a look at this root, you can see that at the very bottom left, you can see the height of this whole div is 600 pixel, right? But if I go to, it's 783 pixel. But if I go and hover on this app, you will see that the height of this is 1120. There's another way of checking this, and that is if I click on root, go to compute it, and see height, I can see the height of this is 783 pixel, which is the screen height for me right now. But if I click app now, you can see that the height here is 1120 pixels, right? So that's the way to fix it. So the first thing that I told you about was making sure that this app does not have a fixed height, but a minimum height instead. So that way we don't have this fixed. The other problem that we have is still, if I hover over it, you can see that still this card goes beyond the screen. So it's again cutting up the top. So the second thing that we want to do apart from this min height is on this app, we want to give this a margin top. So we are going to give this a margin top, let's say 30 pixel. So now when we hover over it, you can see that it doesn't go out of the screen. We could also move forward and make it 40, let's say, and now it's even better, right? So this is one thing that we can do. Now another thing is, if I scroll down all the way here, you can see that this node at the very bottom is exactly touching the bottom itself, right? Now if I hover over it, you see it cuts down and gives us a scroll. Now this is not a really good UI and UX as well. So what you would want to do here is that, just like margin top, you might want to give this a margin bottom, and we'll see what happens when we do so. So if I give it to margin bottom 40 pixel, nothing happens, and there's a reason for that. When we talk about margin, we talk about its gap from the latest or from its outside parent. It mostly works with things that are going from the top in the HTML world, but in some scenarios it doesn't work for margin left or right or even bottom. In these particular cases where we want to give a space to elements, we might want to use padding instead of margin. So here we want to use padding bottom, and once we do so, you will see that now we have this gap and we don't have any issues. Here we might want to give a greater padding per se. So let's say give it a 60 pixel, and now you can see that we have this padding. So the three things that I just told you were minimum height, and then margin top, and then padding bottom. So these are the three things that I talked about. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go to my code, which is the Node's front end. I'm going to go to app.css here, and then where it says height, I'm just going to replace the save, and we are good to go. Now if I refresh, we don't have any issues, right? Everyone with me so far understood what I just said? These are little UI tricks that you get with the experience, but you have to kind of fiddle around and test, and then you know, oh, this is how HTML and CSS work together. In this case it works, in this case it doesn't work. So yeah, that's that. Now that we have this one, we're gonna go a bit further to further improve the UI, right? One of the things that I want to do is to be able to edit this node. Now I see there's an error, blah blah blah, not just file or directory, blah blah blah. Nazish, make sure that you are in the right folder when you have opened the project. I believe you're not running the command from the right folder. So make sure that when you see your folder name, it's the exact folder which is opened. So this is the Node's frontend folder, and this is the Node's frontend folder. So make sure that you are in the correct folder, and then you run the command yarn start. So it seems like you're in the wrong project or something. Alright, so what I was saying is that we need to be able to edit this. Now one way of editing this would be to open another modal and have some integration there and there. So instead of using a new component or input per se, we could just get this element to be editable. For instance, a great UX for this Nodes application would be, if someone is using this, you go here, you just click here and then edit it, right? So for that, we usually have something like inputs, text areas and whatnot. Here, we might use them if we want to make things complex, or if we want to do things even the right way. But there are more than one right ways of doing a particular thing. So here, one really cool thing that we can do is that we can make any HTML editable if we kind of add one attribute to it, and that is called content editable. So it's called, if I'm correct, it's called content editable without anything. And if I click here, now you can see that it gets an input, right? So as soon as I click here, we see the cursor, and then if I go forward, you can see that I can edit this, and if I click outside, now this is right here. All right, So since I only applied this to one element, therefore this only one element is content editable. One really interesting thing about content editable is that you probably should not be using it everywhere, because this is just this particular use case where we want to use it. Otherwise, a more standard procedure for forms and signups and whatnot, we use inputs and inputs and buttons and forms and whatnot, because it has validations. Here we are not using any sort of validation at all, right? So for this particular case, it makes sense to use content editable. Again, it's not for every use case, but for this one, this makes sense. Now notice one more thing, which is a really small UI hint or front end hint, which is what the user sees when they want to interact with this node. So if you see this element where I am hovering over it, see the cursor, it is still the white cursor pointer, right? But as soon as I hover over this one, you see this text cursor now. And that is because HTML or browser by default kind of changes the cursor whenever there is an input on which you are hovering. So this also gives the user of this notes application a hint that this is something that you can click on. And as soon as you click, then it gives you a cursor. So this is some really neat trick that you can use for converting this into content editable. So now that we have this as a content editable, what we want to do is we're gonna go into the app.tsx, just like this. And then where we have node, I'm gonna click control click. So it will take us to the nodes file. And in the nodes tsx, where we have defined this HTML for the nodes, just like the text and the link, this element that we just added this attribute on, the class for this element is node__text. All right. The naming convention that I usually use for my class definition is usually following a certain method that we call the BEM method. So BEM CSS naming, when you search it, you'll get the bem.com, and then you can read more about it there. I'm going to share that in the chat as well. So this is the technique that I use for naming my CSS classes. All right, now let's see what we are going to do with this one. So this node__text, this particular class, we can try to find it in the nodes tsx, which is here. So this is the node text element, and this is the one that we want to make content editable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just start typing content editable, and then I'll just make it true for now. All right. So as soon as I save this, go back, our elements, or all the elements that we have, now have this cursor, as you can see, and I can click on any of them and edit them. Now this is the beauty of using React or some framework, because I only had to go at one place to change this, but it's now applied everywhere, and you can see the code for this is super small. I just go to node, the node component, change that, and now we have that enabled everywhere, right? So this is super cool. One thing I remember of some people asking in the Discord chat was there were some issues of formatting and whatnot. So one of the things that I shared last night in the Discord chat as well is that you need to use the prettier extension. So if you go to and this is how you would do it. So if you want to clip that and share that, that would be awesome. So what you would want to do is you would want to go to the extensions, search prettier. Once you are done, just click here, install it. Once you have installed this, then you go to your settings, you go to workspace settings JSON, or just press control and comma or command comma based on Mac. So once you do that, you should come here in the settings, and then you will type format on save. When you type format on save, you'll get this option. Just click this one, enable this one. Then for the first time for every file, you need to type Control-Shift-P and then type format document or format document with, either of those.
then you need to select prettier as your default formatter. Once you do that, you don't have to then worry about any sort of formatting at all. For instance, I go here, I change this, I kind of gave spaces, I do this, and now this is poorly formatted in some particular manner. But as soon as I hit Control S, you see it's automatically fixed for me because of the formatting. So you don't have to then worry about all these formatting. So this is a really neat trick to just make sure that you're focusing on the code and not on the formatting and indenting or whatnot. And if you're missing any semicolons and whatnot, this also applies directly to it. But you have to make sure that if you are working with a bunch of people, like 2 to 3 members in your team, every one of them has the same settings. So every one of them have the prettier installed, every one of them go to their files whenever they're formatting and Command Shift P or Control Shift P, and then the format document with and select prettier, because there are other options as well. And the settings for, or the rules for prettier, are usually in a prettier.ts file, or they're set globally into VS Code itself. But I hope this makes sense. All right. So now that we have this, the thing that I was talking about was content editable. Exactly. As Sebel says, if your code doesn't format right, then there's something wrong. For example, if I remove this one, press save, you see nothing is happening because we have a poorly written code which missing syntax. So you have to make sure that you have the right syntax. That's a really good tip that Sebel gave. So if it does not format, then you have some syntax error. But if you save and it formats, everything is fine. All right, awesome. So this makes sense. And now that we have this saved, there's one thing that I want to run by you, and that is, now that we have implemented this content editable, we have a bunch of errors being thrown in the warning section. And it says a component is content editable and it contains some children which are managed by React. Now it says it's your responsibility that you re-render everything accordingly because React does not guarantee it. And this is important to understand. Content editable is, as I said, it's good for this case, but it's not something that you use every day for every application, as it does have its own flaws in some situations. Now, when we are using content editable, we have to make sure that we are doing the things smartly. So we have to take care of things here and there. We also have another package for React to just do this, that is create a content editable. But we don't have to go into that right now. We are going to use the simple content editable, at least for now. So in order to remove this warning, because it's just a warning, what we can do for now is go back to the code here, and then where we say content editable, we just add another attribute after it that says suppress content editable, and then we give this the value of true. So it says suppress content editable warning. And once we do this, refresh this, there's no error anymore, right? So I hope this makes sense. So now we can go change values and whatnot, and everything good. So yeah, everyone with me so far? Any issues, any concerns? I hope everything is clear so far. Just type a yes and then we'll go forward. So now we are going to talk about what if I want to update this node. How can I get that information when my node is changed? Because that is the whole idea, right? We have some nodes, we want to update them, we want to send them to the server when we have this whole stack implemented, front end, back end, DB, whatever. Once they are installed, I want to hook them up completely with each other. But in order to do so, first we have to know that a node has been changed, because right now, as soon as I refresh, you see we get the default one like get a job. If I change this, refresh, we get the same one because we are using the dummy codes in our app.tsx. So if I go to source, app.tsx, we are setting the nodes here on line number 10 that says dummy nodes. So we get the dummy nodes every time we open the application. These are the nodes that we get. So if I click over here, these are the nodes and they are hard coded in a particular file, right? But what I want to do is that I want to know when my input has changed in any of the nodes, right? So for that, what I want to do is I'm going to go to this nodes.tsx here, and then I'm going to bind a function here that will tell me whenever something has changed here. The way we do that is that we have an attribute that we can bind to this div. We call that on input change, or on input actually. What this accepts is a function name. So we are going to first create a function. We are going to say node text updated, and here we are going to create a function, and I'm using the arrow syntax, which is the ES6 syntax for creating functions. If you are going to use ES5, you're going to make something like this, a function, right? But we are going to use the arrow syntax here. So arrow syntax for the win. And then what we want to do here is we want to just console.log whatever the new value of the node is. So first let's pass this here. Let's add a log here that says node text changed. Just for the sake of logging, we're gonna make this better, so bear with me. So now that we have this, I'm gonna refresh, go here and start typing something, and you can see, so you can see the more that I type, the more logs I get, right? So that means on every input, on every change, we are able to identify that this node has changed. Now, this node text change is sort of an example of an action that we want to do when we change the input. Now, in the end, this action will be sending the updated node to the server to save that file, right? Because whenever we change a node, its value, we need to send it to the server. Now, the question is it a really good idea that we send a new value to the database every time the user hits a key, or every time the user changes it? Because right now, let's say I'm typing something like I have to go to, let's make it from fresh. So we say I have to go to get groceries. All right. So the number of times this action is performed is 29 times, which means that we're talking about sending 29 calls to our backend, which will in turn update the database 29 times, because every action has correlated further actions, right? You have this node change here, then you send a network call, then that updates the database. And from what we have written so far, because we are the super coders writing this, whatever we will say, the computer will do, or the code will do. So we are right now saying, maybe unintentionally, that hey, whenever the input changes, do all of that: change, update, send network call, and update the database. Now this is perhaps not a really good idea. A good idea would be that I am writing something, and once I'm done, and let's say if I click outside, then I send one call with the latest state of the node text to the server, which in turn uses one database call to save it into the database, right? That makes more sense than sending 29 calls. For just an example, you could be writing, let's say, 150 words or whatnot. Then we are talking about so many calls. So there are two ways to do this. One is I write something, there should be a tick mark here, I click on it, and then it sends this value to the server. The second option would be I type something, and as soon as I click outside, then we send this value to the server. So either of those, right? How do we know when someone clicks outside a particular node? Because it could be anywhere. Like I have to implement the same logic for this node, this node, this node, this node, this node. And our code somehow has to know that it has clicked outside of the particular element. For this, what we usually use is something called blur. So for inputs, we have two things. One is focus, when you click into an input, and then the second thing is blur, which means you go out of the input. So that's how you know that it is working. For instance, I could say two functions. Let's say on text input focus, and then I'm going to create the same thing for text input blur. So let's do this, and then maybe just do this, and then we are going to have, let's say, input focused, and then there would be one more log that says input blurred. All right, so now that we have these two functions, you can see that I go here, I say on focus. I think it's on input focus or just focus on, it's on focus, I think. Yeah. And then similarly, we say on blur, and here we say on blur, text input blur. So we have provided these two functions to be called whenever this happens. Now, if we save this, go back to the code, clear, focus, you can see we get input focus. If we click out, you can see we get input blur. So focus, blurred, focus, blurred, focus, blurred, focus, and whatnot. All right. So if I, let's say if I click here, it's focused, but if I click here, now you can see that we got two events, one blur. So we blurred out of the previous node, and now we have focused into the other one. Similarly, if I go here, blurred from the previous one and focused into another one. So this is how you could get the information. Now we are only interested in the blur function. We are not interested in the focus one. So I'm going to remove this one, and also I'm going to remove this one as well, because we are going to use the node text updated on blur rather than on input. So I'm going to remove this on input as well. So we only get this node text change when we have blurred from the input. So now I'm going to go here, refresh, clear, come here, type everything. You don't see any log so far. As soon as I click outside, you see the node text change. All right. So I hope this makes sense now. Now the next thing is to actually get this value of the node that has been updated. So when we click a particular node or when we blur out, we actually get the target, or we can get the element which is this element, the div, right? So this element has a property that's called text content, from which we can get out this text. How can we check that? You right click here, and then you go here, and there is one option that says store as global variable right here. Oh, it's going behind my camera. Give me 1 second. Screen only. So there's this option. So if I right click here, you can see that we have something called a store as global variable. As soon as you click this, you will see that on console, we have this temp1 written here, which has this variable now. So if I go here and type temp1 dot, then we will say text content. You can see this exact value that is written here. So we can get the value out of a particular HTML element. If there's a text inside, we can use the text content property to get that value. So this is what we actually want. Now, how do we get this temp1 variable when we blur out of it? This is what I just did in the console, this manual. But how do we do this in the code? So when we use this on text updated method, what happens is that we get this event, which is the blur event, automatically from the browser itself or JavaScript itself. So we call this, let's say, event. All right. And then what we need to do is we need to console.log that event as well. Now, as we are using TypeScript, this will give us an error if we are not defining a type here. You can see that this has an explicit type of any. So I could use any here, which is a bad practice. We should not be using any if there is no critical situation. So how do we know what is the type of this event? So I could say, let's say int here, and this will give me an error, so to say. In fact, let's try this one. So we have an event here, function here, and then let's say if I was to give this a string, then we would have an error here. So what I'm trying to do here is that I don't know what type this element should get. So one quick hack to sort of identify how to get a type for a particular element is give it a wrong type, and TypeScript will tell us how to get the right type from this situation. So I'm saying, hey, this event is of type string. Well, I know this is not a string, but I've typed string here. So this gives me an error, the on blur. It says that, hey, you're providing a wrong type, and the correct type is actually this one, focus event HTML div element. So it says that the type string that you have provided, this type is not assignable to this blah blah blah, which means that this is the wrong type, this is the right type. So I'm going to copy this one, go here, paste this one, and then I will import this most likely from React. As far as I remember, it is, I think, available from React. Focus event, there we go. So I can import focus event from React, and now the types have no issue. So this is a really neat trick that you can use. All right. Now that we have the type here, what we want to do is look at this event and see how can we extract this information from the event itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here, refresh, click here, get out, and you see that this is the event that I get logged, and this is from the same file here. So I can even put a breakpoint here. So I click here, click out, we get here, we can hover over it and see, hey, this is an event. This event has something called current target. So it has two things here. One is target, which is node text, and then we have the current target. The current target here is most important because we clicked on this node text, which is the content editable, or we got blurred out of this particular element. So this current target, if we open it and if we go all the way down, we should be able to see something called text content, which should be here. So we have the text content here, which says get a job. So we are interested in event, which is event dot current target dot text content, and that's how you get this particular value. All right. So I'm going to go here in my code, and then I'm going to, instead of logging event, I'm going to log this particular value, which is event.currentTarget.text content. Now I'm going to save this, and I'm going to try to remove the breakpoints as well once we go there. So I'm going to remove this, and now on the console we should be able to see, if I click here, sorry, I'm going to clear this one, get a job, click outside, you can see get a job. If I click here, ASUS, click outside, you can see ASUS. If I update this value, click outside, you see the new value here. So now we are getting the new value out of the text input. So now we know whenever we update, this is what we have. All right. Now what we need to do is sort of provide this information to its parent. Now understand one thing. There are two kind of component, whether you're using Angular, React, and whatnot. Actually, I'm going to go to this screen to explain the concept. So there are two kind of components that we have. We have the smart components, which are super smart, and then we have the dumb components, which are dumb. Okay. The difference between those components is the smart components are the ones which have different sort of logic. So they have logic like, hey, I want to get information from the server, or I want to update the state within the applications, I want to modify the data and whatnot. Dumb components, on the other hand, are just used to show information and pass a message back when the information has changed. So the dumb components should not be doing any sort of heavy calculation or magic with the code. And that is really important to understand, because this concept is available in React, Angular, Preact, Vue.js, whatnot. So anything that is used just to show something, we call it a dumb component or a simple component. Everything that has to have logic in it, we usually call it smart components. Now, if I wanted to do some sort of hierarchy on where we have to type what kind of code, I can show you what I mean by using a diagram maybe, and then you'll more understand what I'm talking about. So give me 1 second to bring up Miro real quick. So here, let's suppose we have this outermost component, and this is the hierarchy that we have for our application. How do I go to background? Maybe it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. So let's say we have this app. All right. Now this is our application, and then we have, let's say, another box in here. and this box is going to be blue. And then we have another box in here, which is going to be yellow, right? Now this is a node, and we have further nodes here, and we have further nodes here, and we have further nodes here. So this particular component that we have outside, this one is called, let's say this is the app itself, right? So let's create a text. Let's say tag, no, app. Mirror is very bad with text for some reason, I don't know why, but the texts are often super small. Let's do this. So we have this app at the very top. Then what we have is nodes container. Do we have a nodes container? Or we have the app in that? No, we don't have a nodes container. Let's remove this one. So we have right now two components only. One is called the app component, and the second one is the nodes itself. Now in this particular case, what we want to say is this this node component, it is essentially a dumb component. All right, I'm gonna make it white. And this app itself, that is a smart component. So this is the situation here. We want to keep this particular app component, and I'm talking not in terms of HTML and CSS and code. I'm talking about the files that we have. So we have only two component files right now. One is the app component, which is this one, this functional component, and the second one is the nodes itself, which is the nodes component. All right. So in these two components, app is the smart one and node itself is the dumb one. Now in order to talk to these, or talk among these components, and Doon, thank you so much for the follow, welcome. So what we have here is app and nodes. So in order to communicate between these components, what we want to do is let's suppose we have a parent, which is app. I'm gonna go and change this right away. I'm gonna increase the font size, call this app, and this is the max size that it gets. Weird. All right. And then we have, let's say, another component, which is, or nah, not this one, but let's say we get this one, node, paste it here, and this is the node component. Now in terms of hierarchy, in terms of the HTML or layout hierarchy, what we have here is app and node. Let me close this, skip completely please. So what we have here is the app and node. This app itself is a parent, so this app is the parent component, and this node itself in this case is the child component. Now when we talk about parent and child components, they have to communicate with each other. How do you think this, in this application, this node component gets the value or gets this text? The way we have this configured is that this node component or node functional component receives a prop. All right. So the way we receive a prop is essentially the parent component, the app component, passing the node prop into its child, and we do it right here in the app TSX. If I scroll down here, you see that when we use this node component, we pass a node prop using this variable node item. So this is the prop, or this is, so to say, an attribute. So you can either call it attribute or prop. In React terms, we call this prop. So the parent component passes a value to the child component as a prop, and this is how they exchange information. So the parent has to provide a value to the child, and this is by a prop. So if we can just try to increase the size, can we not? Yeah, there we go. This is the maximum it can do. And when we have to identify what is the difference between props and components, I can explain in a bit. So the props are values. For instance, we have this book, right? This notebook. This notebook itself is a component, but its attributes like this, what is the color of this book? It's orange, right? What is the color of this pen that is with the book? That is black. So the component is its physical existence, and the color is its attribute or prop. Now this book could be green, could be yellow, could be black, whatever. This book still would be a book, but the color then changes. So the color is the prop which changes something within it. Similarly, the note itself is a component, and the prop is the text for the note that we see right here. So every note has its own text. Now coming back to the component communication, we have this parent passing the value note to its child. So if we talk about the props that we are using right now is, or are, we are using notes. All right. I'm gonna kind of shrink it down so it's not so huge. And these are the props that we pass for the information. I'm gonna remove the string from here so we know that this is a notes variable. Now the thing is that one thing is passing props, which means passing information that the child components use for displaying data, all right, or doing some logic there. But when we have to put some logic into this note of, let's say, what happens when we update the note. In that particular case, if the note component has the logic of updating it, then it doesn't become a dumb component, then it becomes a smart component. And we don't want this to be a smart component. We want to keep it dumb to be able to easily use that, right? So when this note is updated, instead of putting all the code of updating the note itself inside this one, we are going to move the updating code into app, which is the smart component. All right. So what I'm talking about here is that instead of going here and then doing something like, hey, now I have updated the note, go to change this particular note which we just got and then update here. That doesn't work. So instead of having the code here, we need to inform the parent that, hey, the text of this particular node has now changed. Is that clear? We don't have the code for updating the nodes list inside this one. We have to keep that code into app. And this exact concept is everywhere in Angular, Vue, whatever. We keep the presentational components simple. That is, they show information. Whenever they change something, they identify or they inform their parent. That is how it works. They don't change the state or the variables unnecessarily. They inform their parent and the parent is supposed to change that information. So are we clear? Yes or no? Before I jump into the code. And when I jump into the code, it will make more sense. Yes, yes, yes. Awesome. All right. So now what I was talking about is in order to inform the parent, this node has to know what to inform and how to inform. So let's suppose, consider it like this. I'm app component and you are nodes, right? What I want is I say, hey, this is a poem, or let's say this is a phone that you have to take, and then you just listen to that phone or you keep this phone, and whenever someone calls you, let me know. All right, let's consider this analogy. I'm app component, you're nodes component. I'm telling you to inform me whenever someone calls you. So you would ask, all right, where do I call you? Do you have a phone number? Do you have a Skype or what? Then I'm going to give you my phone number and say, hey, call this number whenever you see or whenever you get a call. Update me on this particular number. Similarly, we need this app to inform or to provide this node something that it can call. And in order to do so, we need to provide another prop here that we will call on node update. So this time, this new prop that we are providing, this prop is not a property or not a variable. This nodes list was a variable, it was an array. This onNodeUpdate, which is a prop, is a function. It's going to be a function. So this app component will pass a function as a prop to node and will say that, hey, whenever the node changes, you call this particular function with the updated value, and then I'll know what to do with it. So the node's responsibility is just to update the parent, and then it's the parent's responsibility to do whatever they want to do. All right, does that make sense? Are we clear? And in the meantime, what we will do is that we're going to go and then we are going to implement what I just said. All right, so I'm seeing 17 people who are watching, and I would highly appreciate if you can respond to the chat so I know that we are engaged. Don't be silent viewers. I prefer people who talk, who engage, because that's what we are doing here. I know all of this stuff. This is for you. So, all right, awesome. So as I said, we need to pass this particular prop into the nodes. So as we did for the nodes itself, we need to first allow this particular prop to be accepted from the node. So we know that, hey, this node is going to receive a node. This node component will receive a node prop, and this will also receive another prop, which is going to be a function. All right. Sorry. So this is going to be a function. A function. So we are defining here that this node component is going to receive two things. One is one is this node, and the second one is this onNodeUpdate, and this is a function that we are going to receive. So when we get this function received, instead of calling this node text update, or actually calling this node update, but then from node update here, when we get this text content out, we need to pass this into this new function that we have, which is onNodeUpdate, right? Somehow. So this is what we need to do. Now the thing is that this component, or sorry, actually this function, this should not be outside of it. This should be inside here. That was my bad that I put it outside. This should be inside here. And from here, we need to call this onNodeUpdated. Now, as you know, this prop, which is the node text or node data, the inode type, this is received here. Similarly, we are going to put a comma here and use onNodeUpdate. So you can see that this node component essentially receives two props. One is the node and the other one is onNodeUpdate. Now that we have this function, we need to call this with the event.currentTarget.textContent, which is the new text for this particular code. Now, now what we need to do is that instead of just using this variable, we need to actually pass the entire node itself, which means this node. All right. So let's first do this, and then we'll talk about the other possibility as well. Let's just make it work, then we'll improve it. So first of all, what we have right here is that we allowed this node component to receive another prop, and we are talking about this particular property that this app will pass to node. So here, if I go back, we allowed this inode component or the node component to accept this prop. This will be of a type function. We defined the type here. Then we actually use the variable here, and then we say, hey, on node update, we're gonna get this one. And once we have this function in it, then we wait. What do we wait for? We wait for this node to be updated. As soon as this node is updated, we call this particular function, which is passed from the parent, and then we allow this value and pass it. I'm gonna debug it and show it to you, and then it will make more sense. Right now, if I go and try it out with my, if I go to my app, you will see that we have an error. And the reason for that error is that this node component is supposed to have two things passed from the parent. One thing is the node, and the second thing is this onNodeUpdate function. But in the app TSX, we are only passing this node property and not any function. So we need to pass another function here. So we'll call this onNodeUpdate, which is the prop. So we are now passing another prop similar to node here, similar to the syntax here, but here instead of a variable, we are going to pass a function. So here, let's create another function. And here we'll call update node item. We are going to create this function. We are assuming right now that this node, that we are receiving this text content, which is of type string. So we are going to say text string. So we are going to receive this, and then we are going to just log this console.log value updated in the app component. And then we are going to log the text as well. And then we need to pass this function here. Now that we have all this covered here, I'm going to debug it one by one so you can see what's happening. So I'm going to go here, refresh. Everything looks good. We don't have any errors now. If I go to sources, bring this down, and I go here, and then I'll go to app.tsx and come here as well. Now, if I refresh, go here, change this to, let's say, CWA learners. And then if I click outside, you see that we come here. Why? Because we called the on blur here. So from on blur, we came here. We console logged the node changed, which should be able to see here. So you can see that we have this node change. Now we are getting the text content, which is CWA learner. So you can see it here as well. And then we are using the on node update function to pass this value as a string. Now you can see if I hover over it, you can see that this is a function, right? And you can also see down below what the function has. So you can see the console log value updated in app component console log text blah blah blah. And you can also see that this on node update is being passed from the app.tsx. This is something new that Chrome browser introduced recently, but we can see what this node update is. Right now I'm in the node.tsx file, but this tells me that this function is passed from the app component as a prop. If I go over it by doing this, which is step into, then you see that we got this CWA learners, which is the latest code or node. Then if I step into it, you will see that it bring me to the app.tsx now, because this is the function that was passed as a prop here, right? And now we are here with the new text. So from the node component, the value is passed to the parent. So here, if I go back to here, from the node component, we call this particular function, which was passed on node update. So here we are using the same concept, which is on node update. All right, so where were we? Yeah, changing something, going outside, and then seeing all the values right there. So we can see the new values here. All right, now tell me one of those two things that you want to do right now. Do you know how to use local storage to save the data? Because one thing that we can learn, if not many people know it, then I would like to teach that is using local storage to store data. So I'm gonna print a line here. So now type yes if you know how to use local storage, and no if you don't. So I see one yes, I see two yeses. I've used session but not local storage. Okay, makes sense. Yes, but can tell for others I have used local storage. All right, so I think just for the sake of using a technique, we can do it really quickly. So we're going to do two things right now. One, we have to save things into the local storage. Second, if we have things in the local storage, then we use it. Otherwise, we use the dummy data. So right now what happens is that as soon as I change something, go here, it changes here, but when I refresh, I get the old data, right? So we are going to do two things. One, we are going to try to save the nodes list to the storage. Second thing, we're going to load the things from storage, but later on. So first of all, let's talk about saving the things to the local storage. So what you want to do is
when we have the update node item, we actually have to update the list as well, even before everything else. We need to update the list with the latest data, right? And the reason that we want to do this is to automatically save to local storage later on. But first, in order to update a node in the list, essentially let me tell you what happens here. So here we got the new text, but we also are going to console log new list value, and then here we're gonna do console.log nodes list. All right, let's save this. So in this particular case, what happens is that, let's say pick the first one. So we say CWA, and then click outside. And now we have this new list value. If I open this, you see the first element with the index 0 is still as in switch. It is not changed to CWA. So what we want to do here is that update this particular link. Now the issue with this is that I cannot do it right away, because all we get right now is a text. We don't even get the note. So what we want to do is that instead of getting this text here, we want to get the entire note. How do we do that? We change the name of this one, or call it updated notes. All right, or call it we can call it updated note. Now the problem is that this is not going to be of type string. This is going to be of type inode. Okay, everyone with me so far? We have changed what we want to receive, and then we also have changed the type of it. So I'm going to be receiving something called updated note, or a note, and then the type of this would be inode, and then I'm going to be console logging it, right? Now the thing is that here we have provided this value, but if I go to nodes.txt, we are still sending this text content and not the entire note. So we need to change that as well to make sure that whatever received on the other side is a note instead of being a text. So what we can do here is that we can take this text content, which is the new text content, into a variable. So we call const new text value equals this. Is that right? Yes, it is, because it's the new text value. Now instead of sending this text here, we need to send the entire node object with the new text value. A good way of doing this would be to use something like this. We create a new object, all right, then we use the text property, and then we get a new text value here. But in the note itself, you know that it's not just text, but it's link as well. So what we can do here is that we can do a ... note itself. What we are doing here is that we are saying, hey, create a new object, or actually let's try to create it in a better way. So we could say const updated node object, and here we do something like this. So what we are doing here is that we are creating a new object using the old note, the old object. So this means take all the properties of the previous node, or whatever we have right now, and then only update the text property with this new text value. So we are using all the other properties right here. Otherwise we would have to do something like this. We could say link, then we would have to say node.link, and then text, new text value. So instead of doing all this, we can just say, hey, just keep everything in the previous value or previous state of the node as it is, but just change the text value. So this is a shortcut, and this is called the spread operator. So I'm not going to go too much into this, but what you need to understand is that we are creating a new object. We are using the old object, spreading it out to use all of its previous properties like link, and we are going to add more to these as well. But we are updating the value of text. So this comes first, and then this overrides the previous value. So this node object also has the text property, but this text property is going to override it. And now we are going to pass this on node updated right here. All right, does that make sense? So instead of just passing the text, which is this one, we are creating a new object, which is the updated node object, and then we are passing it here. Yasir Khan says note will take infinite values, I think is a spread on rest operator. When we say infinite values, that means all of its properties. So Node has a bunch of properties, which is, let's say, text and link. There could be multiple other properties as well. So whatever properties we have in the node, because we have just changed the text, right? In here, when I go here and change something and I come out, it's only the text that we are changing. The rest of the things are exactly the same. That's what we are trying to convey in the code as well, that hey, we are creating a new, or so to say, updated object in which all the properties of the nodes that were previously there, we're getting them as it is, no change, but on top of it, we are just updating the text property. And that's what we are doing here. Now we are sending this to the node updated, which should come here as the updated node, and then here we should be able to see them. One little thing that we can do to improve the type, check the type safety or kind of more readability of the code is that this function is very vague, which means this is a function. It could accept anything. To make it a bit better, what we can do here is that we could say this is a function which will accept a node property which will be of type inode, and then this does not return anything. Now this particular thing is much better than what we wrote before, all right? And this also can be of type inode. What does it say? All right, so this is an interesting thing that I'm doing right here. So first of all, what I did was that I said this onNode update, that method that we are using here, it is going to receive a node property here, which we are passing here. Now the problem is that this variable that we are using, there is no type defined here. So we are defining a type here, which is inode, just like everything else that we do. So then it gives us an error that this text property that we are providing, this new text value, it could be a string or it could be null. Why? Because we are getting it from text content, and this text content can be null or can be a string value. So a good way to do this would be to use an OR operator with a string. By that we mean that, hey, take the previous node, spread its value, and for the text property, we either use this new text value, which is the string value, and if it's not, the value does not exist, or if it's null, then we use the OR operator or use this string. So what happens is that if this value is null, then this text property will receive this value. So it's either of those. We either get the value from the text content, or we supply an empty string, and that's why we are using this particular syntax. All right, so I want you to not think too much about it, but it's just a fallback. So if this value does not exist, then we take this value, the empty string. Now that we have used this, we're gonna go into the code, and then in the sources, I'm gonna put breakpoints so we can see what's happening in the notes.tsx as well as in the app.tsx. So I'm gonna refresh this, go here, maybe change the first one, click here. Now you will see that it comes here, and then we get the current target.text content, which is this ASDSDS. Then it moves forward. Now we have the value in this variable. Now we are creating a new object from the note object. The previous note object has the text as an switch. It does not have the text that we have written or updated right now. So you can see that the previous note already has the old value of the text and the link. So we are using the spread operator on this. And now beneath we are using the new text value. If this value was empty, then we would use this one. Or if this value was null, then we would have used this one, this string value. If I move forward, you will see that now the updated node object has the new text because we have updated it from here. And now we also have the other properties, which is link. Now that we have this, we pass this into the node update method. So it goes back to the parent, the app.tsx here. And now if I go forward, you can see the updated node has the new values. And this is what we wanted, right? So now that we have this, we can log this out and we are happy with this. Cool. If you have any questions, just type in the chat that you have them so we can have a look at them later as well. Or you can use the CWA channels work group as well, where we have the Discord. All right. Cool. Now that we have that, let's talk about how to save them into local storage. One of the things that we need to do as a practice is that now that we have this updated node here, we need to be able to save it or update this nodes list, because right now if you see, if I go here, come out, you see that the new list value still has the old text, which is the essence switch. All right, you see that it has the old value still, and we don't want this. We need the new value, which is ASDS DS blah blah blah. So in order to do that, what we will do is that here, when we get the updated node, we need to update this entire list to find that node and then replace it. Okay, so in order to find and replace it, we need an identifier. We need to know which of these nodes change. If I use the text as the identifier, you can see other elements also has essence switch. Which one is it? How do we know which element was used? One of the things can be, we can use its index, but index is not really reliable, so to say. Instead of index, we need something stronger, and for that usual case we use something called ID. So we need to have an ID for each particular element. How do we get an ID? We first need to update our interface, so we can say each node which is of the type inode should have an ID, and by that we are going to introduce an underscore ID here. That's going to be a string. All right, as soon as we do this, the dummy nodes is going to have a problem. Why? Because all of the dummy nodes that we have do not have an ID, and that's a problem. So using an ID is always better than using an index, but if you don't have any ID per se, then you can use index. Right now we are programming, so we can add IDs easily. Now I'm going to add IDs to this just like this. So I'm going to add, let's say, ID. I mean, I could program this as well, but yeah, I'm not gonna put too much time here. So I'm gonna add the IDs here, and then we are gonna give this ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And you see it doesn't complain anymore. So now if I refresh, click, go outside, see the new value, you can see that we have the ID here, and we also have the ID of the item that we changed. For instance, if I click here, go outside, you can see that we have the ID 1, which is of the first element, which is essence switch. So now you can see we have an identifier we can compare with, right? So one of the things that we can do to compare with is, or to update, is we normally use a map function to update the value. So what we are going to do here in this update node item, which is in the app tsx, is as soon as we get the updated node, the new node, we go here down below, and then we essentially create a new value. Let's call it const updated list. What we do here is that we loop over the nodes list using the map function. Okay, so we use the map function. The map function accepts a function that is used for iteration, and each iteration can get a particular node item, right? So if I just map over this and show you what happens is that if I console.log the node item, then you will see that we would have this value here, and let's console log updated list here as well. So if I save this, go back, clear, refresh, click essence switch, change into something, and if I click outside, you will see that we get this same log about 10 times from line number 31, which is this one. So what happens is that whenever we click outside, we come here for each item 10 times. So it comes here, blah blah blah, goes forward, blah blah, then it comes inside this list or this map function, and then it runs this particular function or this particular code for each of the elements. Splice and the current change with the updated nodes, we could do that, but then splice usually is used with index. Then we would have to use index. I don't want to use index. I want to use the ID instead. Yeah, again, as I said, I don't want to use index here. So if I go inside, this is the first item with ID 1 essence switch. We go forward, another item, ID 2, forward id 3, forward id 4, and this is gonna run for every little item, and then we are going to have all the IDs like 1 2 3. If I hit play, then you will see all the way to 10. So it runs for every item. Now what we want to do is we want to check if our items matches. If it matches, then we want to return the matched item. All right, so what we want to do here is that instead of console logging it, we check if this node item that we get in each iteration, if this node item's ID, and this is not giving us any IntelliSense because we are not using the type here, so we can use inode. So we do a dot and then it says ID equals, and then we say updated node item, updated node, which is this one that the node component passed to me, and then compare it with ID. So if we get a match, then we return this updated node. Otherwise, we return the regular node itself. And let me show you what that does. And then we are logging it. So now if I refresh, clear, click here, change it, go inside, you will see that first of all, actually I should be putting breakpoint here, clear this, click here, change this, click here, oops. And now we have the breakpoint here. Now if I go inside, you will see that as soon as it comes inside, we have the node item. In the loop, we have the first item that we are comparing with. So the node item variable has 1 essence to it, which is the old value, and then this ID. Then we are checking if the node item.id, which is 1, is equal to the updated item, which has now the new content, the DAS, DS, blah, blah, blah. It has the same ID. The ID is 1 here. Now that we have compared this, this will go inside and this will return the updated node instead. For the rest of the items, since it will not go inside, as you can see for the next item, which has ID 2, if you go forward, you will see that it will not go inside because the IDs don't match. And for all the items, it will just keep on going and returning these items. Once we are done with all of this, if I move forward, you will see that when we are updating the list, now the updated list has the changed value for the text. Why? Because when we compared the value and returned this element, this updated list now has the updated items. So the way the map function works is that whatever you return from this function will be used to create this new array. The map function creates a new array. So what happens is that this essentially takes the old array, this loops over it. For each item, it returns the original item. So the new array will always have all the old items except for the matching item. For the matching item, we are replacing it with the updated nodes, and that's what we are doing here. So that's why you see the updated node right here, which is DADS, blah, 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 whatever that is. All right. So I hope that this makes sense to you and this is clear that we are updating the new list. Now the thing is, updating this list does not matter, or this variable has no value, has no monetary value, because the state variable that we have for nodes is the nodes list variable. This updated variable is just within this function. As soon as this function is closed, this variable has no value at all. So to keep this value, or actually to update the real list, we need to set this list to this nodes list value, and we do that by using the set node list method. So what happens is that here, if I go afterwards, I'm gonna use the set nodes list method, and in the function I'm going to provide this updated list, and that's it. So this value will make sure that we have the nodes list updated, and then we also re-render the elements again with the new list. So just before this one, I'm gonna add re-rendering and then save this. I'm going to remove the logs from here. So what will happen is that it will come into update node item, it will show these two logs, but afterwards, as soon as we do this, this will re-render the whole component and we should be able to see these two logs. So let's try this out. I'm gonna refresh. you can see only there are 1 and 2 re-renderings. The first one is the initial one, and the second one is when we use the dummy nodes. All right. Now, if I go here and come back, you can see that it comes here in the updated list. We already have these 2 logs, value updated in the app component. I'm going to clear this. And now once it's update the list, we have the new value. And then if I, sorry, I didn't change any value. So let's actually change this, do this. And now if I come back, you will see that the updated list has this new value. And now if I play, you will see that we get a re-rendering message and then this one. All right, I'm going to do this once again. Go here, do this, come out, clear this value, come to this here. Now there's no re-rendering so far, but if I hit play, you will see that there is another re-rendering with the new items. And that means we are actually updating the state. So the state means the component's variable's value. So the component's variable value always is defined with the use state. So here we are updating the node list. Now what happens whenever we update this node list? This whole component is re-rendered. Then it goes here and then re-renders all the nodes as well. All right. So I hope this makes sense. Now that we have updated the actual list, so what we did here was we created a temporary variable, which is this updated list. We can call it temporary variable. And then for this one, we can say updating the state of nodes list. All right. So we are doing 2 things here. I just went and updated a node. All right. You updated a node. Then we came here, we updated or we created a temporary variable to create a new list of nodes, including the updated node. And then we updated the state. So this is the main thing that we needed to do. This is just sort of steps to do that particular thing. Now that we have this done, and I'm hoping that everyone is clear so far, the next thing that we need to do is whenever we have this nodes list updated, we need to save this to the local storage. Who can tell me how we do that? How do we update or how do we save to local storage upon getting the changes in the nodes list? How do we do that? Item, if I click and not change the text and render also perform, Dauchad, you're right. I have that in mind. We are going to do something about that as well. Not right now, but we will. Local storage.get item, local storage.set item. All right. Abu Bakr, you are absolutely right. But that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, I know we have to save things to local storage, but how do I automatically save them to local storage whenever we update the nodes list? So I'm asking about that particular part. For saving, we will use local storage, but how to automate this? How to make sure that whenever the nodes list updates, we save that into local storage? Use effect, exactly. We are gonna use effect, and use effect essentially, yes, we are gonna use local storage, but essentially the question that I was asking was, how do we automate this? How do we monitor this nodes list? And whenever nodes list changes, we save them to local storage. The way we do that is by using the use effect. So as I already told you in the beginning, use effect has two different usages. One usage is that if we want to do anything when the component starts, then we use effect without any dependency, with empty array of dependency. But if we want to do something when a state variable changes, then we also use effect with the state variable as a dependency. So if we want to automatically do something based on the changes to this nodes list, we will use a use effect. So we'll do this use effect, and then we'll create a function inside the use effect. And for the dependencies, we are going to use the nodes list property. Because what we want to do is that whenever the node list updates, we want to save this value to local storage. So here I'm just going to console log to just show you that this particular variable or this particular logic will be called whenever we have a change. So we can say local storage. Now that we have written this one, if I go clear, refresh, remove the breakpoint here, and then click here, change something, and click here, you can see that we get this saved to local storage. Why do we get this? Because the nodes list have changed from this particular line that we wrote earlier. So I'm going to refresh again, show you that saving to local storage. Now this one is being triggered because of this one. And we can actually check that, but I'm not going to go into that. But essentially, it runs in the beginning. It runs when we update the dummy nodes. So now we have the dummy nodes. We have ASM switch here. We click here. We go change something here. And then we come here. Now you can see we have the new value. We are using the sets nodes list. As soon as we save this, this use effect is triggered with the new value. So now you can see that we have the new value and we are using this console log, and that's it. All right. So here, instead of this console log, we're going to go and save to local storage. So we are going to write the code for it. We are going to say local storage dot save item or set item. And then we are going to give this a keyword or a string. I'm going to use my nodes as the keyword. And then in the next parameter, we need to provide the entire nodes list. One important thing to understand is that whatever we save in the local storage has to be a string. All right. This particular list is not a string. It's an array of nodes list. All right. I can actually change this to inode actually. I don't know why didn't I do it before. But yeah, this is an array of nodes list or inode. Now in order to convert this whole array into a nodes string, we need to create a variable. We can say nodes list string, and then we are going to take this nodes list, but we are going to stringify it. So we are going to say JSON dot stringify, and here we are going to provide this nodes list, and then we are going to take this variable and use it as a second parameter. So what's happening here is that we are taking a variable, or we are taking the entire array, we are saving them into the local storage under the key my nodes. Now that we have this in place, I'm going to go here and show you how this works. So you're going to go to your inspector. You're going to go to this tab that is called application. And then here, I'm going to clear all this. And then I'm going to put the breakpoint here. In the storage, we don't have anything so far because I just cleared it from here. But if I refresh, you will see that we come to this use effect. Then we take the nodes list, we stringify it, which is just like this. Then we get this string. You can see that this whole thing is just a string. So now that we have this string, we then use the set item method with this key and then the node list string, which is the string. So once we save this, you will see that in application, we have the key here. So you need to click to application, then local storage, and then localhost 3000 because we are running an application into localhost 3000. And then you see local storage here. And you see here that we have this whole array as a string. And you can also see the values here as well. All right. So this is how we store this in the local storage. Now, if I go here and I change anything, and if I play, you will see that it comes here. Then it will come again in the use effect because the node list now changed with this new value. Then it will go ahead, stringify the node list, get the new nodes list string with the new text as you can see, and save them in the application or local storage. If I go to application, my nodes, you see the first item that we see here has the new text. Yay! So we have a way for updating the nodes and saving them right into the nodes array. Does that make sense, everyone? Cool. So we are saving them in the local storage. Now, the next thing is how do we retrieve them from the storage? Because even now that I have saved this, and if I refresh, I will still get old values. you can see that it says SN switch. If I change, click outside, save, you can see still says SN switch. So the way that we want to do this is where it says getting the nodes and using the dummy nodes, which is on the application start or on the app component render, we want to say that check if there is anything in the local storage. If we already have something in the local storage, then use that. If there's nothing in the local storage, then use the dummy nodes. Okay, so in that case, what we want to do here is that in this use effect, which runs when the app component renders or starts, check if there is something in the local storage. The way we check is that we say cons, let's call it list from storage, and then we are going to use the same thing here, but instead of set item, we are going to use get item. And then there is no second parameter since we are only getting. So we get the item. This will either be null or the string value. So we are going to check if we have list from storage, then we use set nodes list, and then we are going to take out that nodes list. So this is a string, so we can call it list from storage string actually. And then if we have the list from storage string, then we need to create another variable, list from storage array. Here we are going to do a json.parse this value. So we are using two different things here in this file. One is when saving to the local storage, we use a json.stringify, which converts an array into a string. Here we are using json.parse. This is the opposite of stringify. This takes a string and then converts it back into an object or array, whatever it was. So we are trying to convert it back, and then we get the array. And once we get the array, we just use that to save it into the nodes list. If that's not the case, then we use an else, and then we use dummy nodes. Is that clear to everyone? Are we good? So we are saying, hey, check the local storage first. Once you have checked it, then either use the local storage array or use the dummy array. So now what we are going to do is, I'm gonna remove the breakpoints from here. I'm going to refresh. This is the app component render first time, the use effect with no dependencies at all, so it runs only once. I'm gonna answer your question, Abu Bakr, in a while. But yeah, ping me again. So what we are doing here is that I'm putting a breakpoint here. I'm going to play this one, put a breakpoint here again. I'm going to go and click application, clear out my local storage so I can check the dummy nodes condition as well. So I've cleared out my local storage. I'm going to refresh now. So when I refresh, it comes to this point. It tries to go to local storage and tries to get my nodes. As I said, it is going to be null the first time that you run the application because there's nothing in the local storage, right? So now that we have this established, this will not go into this particular chunk because it will go inside the else and will use the dummy nodes. So it will go here and then use the dummy nodes. So here it's going to use those. Then now if I go to application, you see that now we have the dummy nodes in place because they have been saved already. If I refresh again, you will see that now it comes here, it checks my nodes, comes down, sees the string that is right now saved in the storage, then it converts it using the JSON. It comes inside, of course, this if, then it converts it using json.parse. If I go over this, you see now this is an array. Previously it was a string and now it's an array, and each array is here. Now it uses that array to set the nodes list, and boom, we are going forward. Now if I just change something here, something else, what's gonna happen? As soon as I blur, this will save this into the storage. The next time I refresh the application, it will get it from the storage, which means that my nodes are now not going to be lost, and we are not going to be using the dummy nodes anymore. So if I click outside, this is now saved to the storage. So if I go to application, check here, you can see something else written here. And now if I refresh, you can see that it comes here, checks from local storage, gets the string, converts it, the array has something else. And now if I play, you see my note there. So that means if I remove the breakpoint and try to play this with like a regular user, I'm gonna go here, type something, click outside, click here, groceries, whatever, I've done it. And if I refresh, my notes are still there. So right now I can use this application very easily. I mean, this is right now the state of the application is something that I can actually use every day. I would come here, I would just change my notes, whatever, and then everything would be still in the storage. So how cool is that? This is amazing, right? And the way when we will push this into, let's say, backend and database, it's going to be even more amazing because we are going to be able to extend it. But let's suppose if we did not have any sort of backend, this application still works. Why? Because everything is being stored in the local storage. And this is amazing for a user who just wants to use this without any login or sign up. This is what you could do. You could use the local storage for saving that information, right? So right now we're pretty good on what we are doing. I'm just going to do one more slight modification so we don't have to save everything without any changes, just like Daud said, I think. So if I click out, this is saving this to local storage again, which is unnecessary because I have not changed anything. So we are gonna do or fix it from the place where the change takes place initially. So whenever I change something, we get on blur, and then we get this function called. I would not do it something in app.tsx, but I would want to do it in the node.tsx from where it starts, the process where it starts. So it starts here, then it calls this function, then it goes to app.tsx in this function, then it sets the nodes list, then it triggers the use effect, which is this one, and then it saves to the local storage. So I'm going to go here and change this here. So what we want to do is to go into the node.tsx. Here, I'm going to check if the new value that we have got is different from the old value. So the new text value can be seen here, right? So I'm going to check if the new text value is equal to the node, which is this variable passed from the parent. If it's same, then there's no change. So I can simply do a return from here, which means that this whole code will not be executed at all. So if I save this, go back, put a breakpoint here, clear the console, click here, come outside, you see that we came here. This will get the new value, which is something else. Then the new text value is being compared with the node.text, which is exactly something else. So if it's exactly the same, we go here and return, which means that we are not going to go into the next set of values. And that's cool, right? And you see there's no log, no local storage saving and whatnot. Okay, so I'm going to clear this. I'm going to clear this as well. Show you once again, click, nothing happens, click, nothing happens. If I change a single word, click outside, this works, right? So we have optimized on when we want to save things. So if there's no change, we don't need to actually trigger all of these signs here. And the correct way of stopping this from even escalating the things is right here when we call the onBlur function. This is the exact moment where you would want to stop it, so it doesn't call this function and that calls that function, that calls use effect, whatever. So this is the correct way of doing things. All right. So now that we have done this, we have saved this in the state. We have got things running. We have got things into the local storage. From the front end perspective, from where we are right now, this is a good point to stop the front end and then talk about just knowing what we would do with the backend and MongoDB and whatnot. So let me know one thing, since I can see that we are past the two hours limit. Let me know if this is a good point to stop and you would like to continue maybe in the next section for MongoDB.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the stream. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Hope you're doing good. Awesome. So today we are going to do some interesting things, which will be deploying the our React application to production, or so to say, to a place where you could see it working, or you could share it with your friends and whatnot. The idea is to share it so more people can view it, or you get more traction to from others, so to say. So if you share on your LinkedIn, people would see, hey, this is a guy and he's working on these cool things. So yeah, we're going to just deploy our application to we could talk about multiple resources, to be honest. I mean, we could talk about deploying to Firebase, we could talk about deploying to GitHub pages, but this particular stream is for not for only our MERN stack project, but in general. So whenever you build a front-end project, you can easily deploy it using these techniques that I'm going to teach you today. Muhammad Usama, walaikum salam wa rahmatullah. I would highly suggest that if you have your friends who can get benefit from this stream, you can tell them, because this particular stream is not just related to our projects. It's related to deploying the front-end applications in general. So I'm just going to share this right away, and then GitHub pages. Anyone of you know already how to deploy to GitHub pages, or what GitHub pages are? Are you already aware of that, or is that going to be something new for you? What do you think? All right, let's do this. So enough chit chat. We're going to be talking about how to deploy this now on you've worked with Firebase, Heroku, Netlify, but never with GitHub pages. All right, never deployed anything there. That's fine. There's no problem with that. Cool. Awesome. So it seems like our latest follower is Hasham Wakani. Welcome. It's really cool how it highlights the letest follower. That's super cool. All right, so there's a bunch of things that I can share with you. For instance, let's say, for instance, if we wanted to go to GitHub, there, and then let's see if we have bookmarks. Cool. So what we can do is there's a bunch of things that we can do. Just heard about it, not used to it. All right, that's fine. So GitHub pages is an absolute easy way to deploy your front-end applications without any problems, or with the ease of mind. So if I go, sorry about so many tabs, but I'm gonna try to look at the stream as well. So with GitHub pages, what's possible is that you can quickly, like in a snap, deploy your application. We can also automate it, but I'm not going to go into too many details of automation, but I'm going to show you a really quick and easy way to do these things, right? So bear with me while I do this. What we are going to do is we're going to be deploying our Nodes front-end application on GitHub pages. Now we could do it on Firebase, we could do it on Netlify. There's a bunch of ways to do these things, but the easiest is GitHub pages. And you might ask, why is that? And the reason is our code usually is on GitHub, so it makes more sense to just deploy it right away from GitHub to GitHub pages. Now it requires some settings, and I can show you some examples that I already have for this one. But yeah, let's go forward. Muhammad Hasib, walaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Hope you're doing good. So for instance, I can showcase some of my repositories which actually use GitHub pages. For instance, if I go here, this is a library that I created I think 2 or 3 years ago, which is the NGX device detector, and this is right now deployed on GitHub pages. So this is an example of it being deployed. So this particular library has two different things. It has its document page, but it also has this demo page as well. So I mean, this is one of the examples. Then we have the Angular year calendar. I also developed this one, so this is also deployed on GitHub pages. it goes with the documentation as well, but then also its demo. So this is the demo of this library that I created. I can also show one more example, but maybe the one that is not a library. Let's see, maybe this one, ngx readtime. This is also a library that I worked on. This is released, but I didn't promote it too much. Oh, this one also has a demo. So this is a demo of this application. So as you can see, we have multiple projects which use the GitHub pages and are deployed right on GitHub. And how do we know that they are deployed on GitHub? Let's see if this one is. I don't think this one is deployed. No, this one is not deployed. Let's talk about this one. This is a test application on Ionic that I was working with. So this is deployed on GitHub pages. How do you know it's GitHub pages? You can see the URL. So the URL that we have for GitHub pages is usually something like the username, then .github, then .io. So my username there is asanias. That's why this is asanias.github.io. Similarly, for the ngx read time, if you look at the demo, it is also asanias.github.io. The difference usually in the URLs usually is it is the username.github.io, and then it is what you call ngx read time demo. So if I write it down for you, kind of increase this, so it's something like username .github.io, and then I bring it down a bit, and then it's slash, and then it's project name. So that is the whole URL that you get in the end. So it has to be a unique project name, of course, and GitHub makes sure that the project is unique, but essentially this is what happens. So the URLs that you see, for instance, the ngx device detector, here the username is this one, not this one, but if we go to the deployment and demo, no demo here. So this is the demo URL. So if I go and do this, you should be able to see that it is https then coderlabs.github.io, because I built it when I was in Coder Labs, so that's why it's under Coder Labs repository. But then we have the project name, and then it could have multiple URLs there as well. Similarly here, for this demo, this I built with IOMX. So this has iomex.github.io, and then there is this URL. All right. So I hope you understand now how the URL looks. So the project that you are going to be deploying is going to be something like your username .github.io and slash then the project name itself. Now, how does this work? Behind the scenes, GitHub Pages works in a way that you create another branch, and the branch name is, so you could say a new branch, and the branch name is GH Pages, right? So this is what usually happens. By default, the branch that we have on GitHub is either the master branch or it's the main branch, right? For many projects, you will see that the branch by default is master, but for many projects, you will see that it's the main branch. We are talking about creating a new branch, which means that it's going to be a whole new set of things, of code, and then we have to put our deployment into this branch. So this branch is for deployment. All right. What is the difference between deployment and the actual code that we have? The deployment is actually the build of the project, which is deployed. The code that we have right now in our repository is the source code. For instance, if we talk about our project, which is the Nodes front-end project, here we have the source, public, VS Code, package.json, README. This is not something that the end user will use. The end user will use the final application bundle, which should contain the HTML file, the CSS file, and all of that minified. So we have to make sure that we are using or minifying our code before we deploy it. So the end result, which is the build or deployment, that has to be pushed in GH Pages. And I can show you an example. For example, if I talk about this Ionic test app that I was working with, this is how the Ionic app looks like. If you're interested, let me know in the chat. I can also teach you Ionic. I know about Ionic for the past 5 to 6 years as well. But essentially, Ionic looks something like this when you're using an iPhone. And yeah, this is a mobile application using web technologies like HTML, JavaScript, CSS, and Angular. But this can also work with React as well. But yeah, this is a mobile application. Now this mobile application is not running on my mobile. It's running on web. It's running on GitHub pages as a web application. So you can also use the same application on web addresses as well as on mobile. So this deployment, if I look at the code for this, you can see all these files here, right? tsconfig.json, source folder, e2e folder. This is all the code that is required for development, not for production, because here in this production, I'm not using any ts.json. I'm not using the source folder, but what I'm using is a set of different files. If I show you what set of different files I'm using, I would just go here, select all in the network, refresh, and this is the set of files that the production build has, which means the end user who is going to use your application is going to load all these files in the that you see in the network tab. Now this file contains a lot of things. It contains the index.html, which is this tab one. So this is the HTML that we have. Then we have the, sorry, it doesn't have the HTML because it generates it using the JavaScript itself. So we have the main.js file, then we have highlighter.js, some style.css, common.js, blah blah blah, and then some images as well. Now we don't have this right away in the source folder if I have a look here, but what it gets for the deployment is the gh pages branch, which you can see right here. So this repository has two branches, the main and the gh pages, and if I go to gh pages, then you can see all these files in the same manner. You can see that we have slide1.png, slide2png, slide3png, and if I scroll down here, or if I try to find slide here, this should be under here. So you can see slide1png, slide2png, slide3png, 4png. Similarly, if I have a look at the script, which is the main script, so you can see that this is main dot blah 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 something, but in the end it's 33d.js. If I go to my code in the gh pages, if I search main, you can see the same file here, main dot blah 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 33d.js. So the point to understand here is that usually when you work with GitHub branches, all the branches usually look the same with minor modification. In terms of GH pages, which is GitHub pages, this branch only contains the deployment folder and nothing else. So our deployment folder code is copied into this branch. Now we could do two things. We could either do all this manually, or we could sort of automate it so it is directly deployed on GitHub pages, right? So there are two approaches to do this. If we wanted to manually do it, it's a long procedure. You would create a branch, then you would copy your code from one branch to another, you would remove it, and this is not really something that can be automated, or sorry, that is pleasant to work with. But in order to automate it, we will just write one script that will deploy it directly to GitHub. So before actually writing the code, I was trying to give you a context on how all this works. Mohammad Hasib asks, bro, will we create the CI pipeline for deployment? Not today, maybe sometime later in the next sessions, but not today. Today we are just going to write a small script and perform a small operation through which we will deploy our front-end projects to GitHub pages. So I'm going to close all these things because we don't need all of this. What we are interested more in is the Nodes front-end application that we all love and have been working with in this MERN stack session. So the way to do it is, we have several ways to do this. There are there is a page on Create React tab as well that shows us how to deploy this. For example, if I open this link here, this is the Create React tab documentation, and the project that we have created has been created using the Create React app. So in order to deploy a Create React app to multiple places, they have already created this really nice document which is about deployment. Now for deployment, there are a bunch of things that we could do. We could just serve it locally. We could try to use Node.js for serving these files, which we are going to do later on in the MERN stack project, but not at the moment. We could also do some things like deploy to AWS Amplify, we could deploy to Azure, we could deploy to Firebase. We might be doing Firebase in our MERN stack project, but I'm not guaranteeing that yet. We can also deploy to GH pages or GitHub pages, and this is what we are going to do today. So I hope this makes sense for you. Now, there are some steps here already that we can follow to do that. So what you would want to do is, first of all, we need to go and do some changes to our package.json. So I'm going to open my code, and you are going to do it exactly the same, but with your username and whatnot. So don't copy paste exactly what I say, but change your username in the places. So first of all, if I go and check the code, which is this one. So this is the nodes project that we have. And I'm going to make sure that I have the latest code here. I can see a new follower. Thank you. Welcome, whoever joined. I think Pi47. Thank you for joining. All right. So I'm going to close all these. And then what we need to do is we need to go to the package.json here. And here we need to add a new property. So you can see we have dependencies, scripts, ESLint config, browser list, blah, blah, blah. Just before the scripts, we will create a new property, something like this, and called homepage. And here we have to provide the entire URL of our deployment. Now that entire URL should essentially be this: username.github.io.project name. So for me, what this becomes is, this becomes code with sn.github.io, and then we have the project name as nodes frontend. So I'm gonna call this nodes-frontend. All right. Now, why am I using code with sn? Because right now this is deployed. If I go to here, you can see that this is deployed under the code with sn organization. This is not deployed, or this code doesn't exist in my account. It exists in the community account that I've created on GitHub. So it's important to see what's here. For example, for this project, you can see my name here, snias / whatever, but this one has code -with -sn. So we are going to have to use this code -with -sn. So if I go back, this is actually code -with -sn, and here we have this. Now this is the entire URL that we need to copy, as shown here in this example. All right. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go back to my code here, and then for the home page, I'm going to copy paste this. Make sure that you add https:// here. All right. Now that we have done this, this is the first step to do. The second step, if we have a look at deployment, is that we need to install the GH pages package and then add deploy to scripts. So this is the command to use, at npm install or yarn add. If I have a look at our project, you can see that we don't have a package log.json, but we use yarn instead. So we are going to use the yarn command. So it's yarn add GH pages. Once you run this command, you can see, can I share the link for deployment? Yeah, for sure. I'm sharing that in the chat. So once we run this command, you can see that it adds, or it installs a couple of packages. And when we are done with that, we should be able to see this dependency added into our dependency as well. So there should be this GH pages package installed. You can see it says U seconds ago. That means we have installed it right now. Now, if we have further look into what we have to do here, there are two scripts that we need to add into our project, which is the pre-deploy and deploy. All right. So if I go here and go to my scripts, here you can see we have start, build, test, eject. These four properties here. So we are going to add two more, which is the pre-deploy and deploy. I'm going to remove this plus from here and this comma from here. So this is the deploy command. What this does is that it runs the GH pages package that we have just installed in our project, and it then uses the build folder. So this is the folder that is going to be created. For example, there are two processes or two steps to deploy, and let me write that down for you. So the first process is create the build, React app build, and then second process is deploy to GitHub. All right. When we create this, when we run this step, the result is in the build folder. All right, this is important to understand. So when we run this, we generate a build folder which contains the build for the application itself. So if I go back here and then let's say if I run yarn build, which is this command, this runs React scripts build, and as a result this creates a build in the build folder. You can see I don't have any build folder right now, but it is just created just now. So we got this build folder and now there are files being created right away. So it has only a few files for now, but this created, you can see that now we have more files. So this is the folder where our production build is created. Now the second step for this is to deploy to GitHub. For this we have to provide the build folder to GHPages package or script, so to say. So when we run this command GHPages, this -d means destination or directory. You can call it directory. So this says, hey, use the GHPages to deploy my application, and the directory where my build exists is the build folder. So it's going to go here and just take all these files and then create a branch which is GHPages, and then we'll deploy it directly to GHPages. And this is how it works behind the scenes as well. So now if I go back to the deployment document, you see that we have to add these scripts. Then if we want to deploy to master, then we have to do this. So I don't want to do this. This doesn't make sense. Now the final thing is deploy the site by running npm run deploy, and this is what we need to do. All right. So one of the things that we want to make sure is that the GHPages branch that we create is finally being used. So I'm going to do that. But the second step is just still here, and that's it. Now the next step that we want to do is run the deploy command. So here what I'm going to do is going to go back to my package, and now here I'm going to run yarn deploy. Now what this does is that it runs first the pre-deploy, because the pre-deploy means whenever someone runs the deploy command, run this pre-deploy before it. So as we have the common sense that if we are to deploy something, we first have to create the build. So when we run this deploy command, it automatically runs the npm run build before that, and then this command runs this before that. So it automatically generates the build folder for us. And once it does that, then it runs the GHPages dbuild, which is it is running right now. And you can see it says published, done in blah 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 seconds. Now if I go to my repository again, which is the nodes front end, and if I click here, you can see that we don't have the GHPages branch right now or before, but if I refresh and check now, you can see that now we have the GHPages branch here because we just deployed it, right? So if I click GHPages, you can see that it has only the files which are in the build folder, which is asset, favicon, index.html, blah blah blah. So if I open this, you can see static, favicon, index.html, so all these folders. All right. Do you find this cool? Do you find this interesting? Yes or no? What do you think about this? Now that we have GHPages here, we can go to our settings and finally do the last step, which is enabling the GHPages for our project. By default, they are not enabled. Why they are not enabled? Because GitHub doesn't want this feature to be automatically enabled unless you want to use it. So if you want to use it, you want to be specific or explicit about this, and you want to go down here and then find the GitHub pages, which is here. So you can see that it says pages settings now has its own dedicated tab. Check out here, you click that. And then here you need to make sure that you have this GHPages selected and this root selected as well. Why? Because if we have a look at our project, the root means that if you go to GHPages, where will the index.html file be? Since the index.html file is right at the root of this project, which means it's not under any other folder. So if it's not in any other folder, that means it's at the top, and the top is called root. So you need to make sure it's GHPages, it's root, and that's it. If it's not set, you go there and you set it. Once you are done with that, you can check your deployment on the URL that I showed you about. So the URL that we talked about was codewithasn.github.io nodes frontend. So if I go duplicate this and try this link out, you see that we have the nodes application deployed. Yay! There we go. So our application now is deployed, and what's funny is, and not funny, but we did a lot of effort or work in that. So I can actually use this node application right now. I could say get groceries. So I could say get groceries, save this node, refresh, and you can see the node is still there. Why is it there? Because we save all of our nodes in the local storage, because we did that part in the last session, remember? So I can actually use this application as of now, as of today, and I can keep my nodes here. So this is super cool. You can also do the same, modify your code, deploy it, and this is not just for nodes front-end application that we are building with the MERN stack. This is for every application, every front-end application that you can think of, and it is not even limited to the React applications. It is not limited to create React app. This exact scenario can be used for any project that you want to work with. The only thing that you need to remember is the deploy and pre-deploy commands, and you need to know where your build is created. For us, we know that our build project is created in the build folder. All right. For Angular projects, that's a bit different. For other projects, that's a bit different. But as long as you know where your final production HTML file will be, in which folder, you can tweak your package.json accordingly. You can tweak your package.json, and then you can make sure that you have these two commands right there. And then you need to make sure that this particular folder is pointing to the right place. Now, one last thing that I would like to share is what is the point of sharing this home page, right? This is really important as well. This is important because when you create your build and then you go and check your build here in the index.html, let's see if we can find this space. When we create this and deploy this to GH pages, I'm gonna quickly have a look and see what do we get here. So if we have space, interesting. Let me see. So if I go here and check the base href, it is set automatically. That means I was thinking of something else, but it seems like they are catering it in a different way. All right, so I think that's pretty much it. Do you know now how you can deploy your application to GitHub pages? Are you happy? Are you satisfied with what you learned today? And that is pretty much it, what I wanted to show. So make sure that you deploy your applications today. Watch this video again, go through the tutorial, and then share it on either on your LinkedIn or your social network, but also share it on the Discord that we have, just to share the link so we can see what you have there. And again, as I said, try to make this your own. Try to change the colors, try to change the transitions, try to change the sizes, the rotations and whatnot. Make it your own, and then try to share it as well. All right, so that is pretty much it for what I wanted to show you. And what we can do is we can wrap this up, this short stream that I planned of doing. Hamza Mohammad Khan, I'm good. How are you? Let's actually see some of the work that is in the small wins. All right, let's see. I think the first thing that was shared was by Talha Khan, and it's this one. I really like this one. So we are going to be learning about MongoDB, and we are going to see how we can work with that, set that up, and try to connect with our machine. But primarily, we are going to learn how to actually get started with that. So there were certain instructions that I shared in the work group as well for getting started with MongoDB. So I shared where you have to download it, the community edition, and also downloading the shell as well. So I'm assuming that you have now installed the MongoDB itself. If not, then you need to do it. So ideally, when you go to the MongoDB site, you could see the start free node, not the start free section, because it takes you to the cloud. There should be customers, dogs, software, developer tool, community server, enterprise server. I think this is the one. Yeah. So when you download the community one, you can download it and it says Windows MSI. You need to download it via here. Is it same for the Ubuntu? If you go here, then you should be able to select Ubuntu here. So you can see the Ubuntu is here. So you need to select your operating system from this link. So essentially go just to the link. I'm sharing that in the chat as well. So you just go there and then select your operating system, then download it and then run it and then install it, and you should be able to do that. Once you have done that, you should be able to also see some tools that we want to install. For instance, there is this MongoDB shell, there is MongoDB Compass. There are a bunch of other things, but we are not going to be looking into a lot of these things here, but we are going to just see how we can actually get started. So essentially it's the same. So for the MongoDB shell, this is something that is new to me. I didn't work with MongoDB shell for a long time because I stopped working with Mongo directly quite a long ago. In my time, it was just MongoD that we used to work with, but now apparently we have something called the MongoDB shell. So for MongoDB shell, you would want to just select your operating system from here, whether it's Ubuntu, or some other operating system, whatever. You can just download this and then install it. Once you have done that, you should be able to run your command that that is called mongosh, and that should essentially start the server for you. So what you would want to do is you do command prompt, and once you have opened it, you should be able to type mongosh, and this should essentially start a server. So let me know in the chat if you have already done this part, because you just need to go to your command prompt after you have installed everything. So after you have installed everything, you would go to your command prompt and you would type mongosh, which essentially runs the Mongo shell. And this Mongo shell then can be used to interact with the database itself. Right now you're downloading. I already shared this information in our Discord group. But even if you are downloading, you can just do that while I teach you the other things as well. So in the meantime, watch and ask questions if you want to, and you can always go back to the video, at least for now, and see how that works. So by default, the MongoDB, it runs in this particular port, which is 27017. And when we connect from our backend to this database, we are also going to be looking into exactly this port that we are working with. Now remember that the front end that we were working with was running at localhost 3000. The backend that we were running on was at localhost 5000, and this is essentially localhost 27017, which is the MongoDB port. So it's still on localhost. This address means we are still talking about localhost here, right? We are also talking about here which version of MongoDB we are using. We are using 5.0.2. The Mongo shell version that we are using is 1.0.5. So this can change over time. When you are installing, you might see different information here based on if you're watching today with me or if you're watching in the future. It depends on that. Now that we have started this, actually, we need to run some commands to see what we can do with MongoDB and how the database works. So I'm going to try to make this as clear as possible, and I'm going to be reflecting on you to know if you're understanding what I'm saying. So first of all, what we need to understand is MongoDB is a document database. And if I open my notepad, I can talk about what a document essentially is and how it essentially works as well. So when we talk about document database, the easiest way to explain is that everything inside the database itself. So first of all, we have a database, right? Then we have, if I talk about, let's say, RDBMS, which are the usual databases that we have, or SQL databases, so to say. So in SQL, we have something called tables, and inside each table we have a row, and then we have value for each column. So we have tables, then we have columns, and then we have a row. So if we talk about a table, a database could look something like this. we could have a user table. Inside that we could have some columns. So let's say we have a column called name, then we have a column called age, then we have a column called designation, right? So in this particular scenario, we could have a row which is, let's say this is the first row, and each row is a single record. So in the database we have, let's say the name could be SN, and then we have this column age, let's say we type 30 here, then we have designation, let's say we call software architect. All right, so when you look at SQL table, this is what you would potentially see. The table name, then there would be some columns, and in each column we have some information. So let's say there could be another row, and let's say we have, let's say sod here, then we have, let's say 27, and then we could say software engineer. Now we have two different rows, which mean two different records. This is what you would usually see in an SQL database. When it comes to document database, it's a bit different. So when we talk about a document database, it is basically key value pairs. So essentially, if I compare with this tables and columns and row, I'm gonna try to make it bold, which I cannot for some reason. So if we talk about this one, then these things kind of reflect two different things. So first of all, the tables, essentially, if we talk about this, then instead of tables, we essentially have different collections. And then for each column and property value, we essentially have a property and value, a key value pair. So essentially what you would have is, let's say we have a database, and we could call it a user collection. Just similar to a user table, we have a user collection, and inside that we have then different records or documents, because we are talking about a document database. So as a document database, it would look something like this: name, SN, and similarly we would have age, let's call it 30, and then we have, let's say, designation, and then we could call software architect. And then we might have similarly another record here which could be similar. So we could have sod, not sada, then 27, and then let's say software engineer. Now if you look at that, it's essentially similar to a JavaScript object. I mean, this exactly looks like a JavaScript object. Why? Because I could go just on my browser, I could go to inspector, go to console, and if I try to create an array, I could say cons users equals an empty array, and if I paste the same code here, that gives me an error. Why does it give me an error? Because I don't have a quotation mark here, and I don't have a quotation mark here, and we have an expected number. Because why do I have an expected number? Give me a quick second. Comma, age, designations of an architect, blah blah blah, sod 27, designations of an engineer. Interesting. JSON validator online, JSON length, paste this, validate JSON. So it says age probably is not given here. Oh, okay. So it seems like there is a character here that it doesn't like. Let me go here. It's essentially just linting it out. So I'm gonna go back here, gonna go back here, gonna paste this here. Unexpected number. Why does it say unexpected number? Ah, okay, I have an error right here. I see it. There we go. So this essentially is two documents, and if I check users now, you see we have two objects inside an array, right? Yeah, age syntax is raw. Thank you. I wasn't seeing the chat. Now I see it. So we have SN and this, and now this is essentially a document. So I could replace this, and now what we have is exactly what we are talking about. So this is how a document database works. The question is, why would someone use a document database and not per se the SQL database? So when it comes to performance, there's a lot of time that the document databases are are better, and I'm not gonna go into benchmarks and stuff, but sometimes you would just want a key value pair to query and get things in a faster manner, right? So there it makes more sense to use a document database. Also, since the document database is actually a JSON object or looks similar to a JavaScript object notation, it is really easy to just send this whole data back as a JSON object, because we are just retrieving from the database, fetching it, sending back to the front end, and the front end uses it automatically as it is in the same notation, because I can use the same JavaScript object without any pre-processing. So this is how you would want to use or work with a document database. Notepad coding is hard. It is. Imagine the time when we were used to code on Notepad++. Imagine that particular time. So this is hardcore programming. Not everyone can do this. This is the next level stuff. I'm also gonna open Notion because I had some notes there. And as it opens, I'm gonna also close this one. And now we are gonna talk about some of the things regarding this database stuff that we talked about. So just give me 1 second. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about was essentially the database names, right? So if we go to the MongoDB documentation, I think there could be MongoSH commands list. So if you try to search MongoSH usage, you should be able to see a lot of information, a lot of commands right here. For instance, switch databases, insert data into collection, then blah blah whatnot. We are going to look at a couple of these commands right now, and we'll start with talking about the database, or checking whenever you open Mongo shell, what is the current database that you are using. So if I type DB and enter, you see the name of the DB here. Now you can also see the name here as well, but this is just for the ease of access. Now another thing that we would want to check is if we have any collections within this database. So we could check db.get collection, and as you're typing, if you hit the tab key, this will auto complete it for you. So we got collection and then names and then this parenthesis, and this will tell you if you have any collections that you would want to use, right? So right now you can see there are no collections within our database, and as we discussed, a collection is something like this one, like user collection. So when you are designing your databases, you have to think, what are the objects in my application? Now your application could have different users, so you would have a user collection. Your application could have nodes, so you would have a nodes collection. So essentially you have to make sure that you kind of realize first what are the objects in my application, and later on we will be deciding, hey, what is the relation between this user and nodes? Can one user have multiple nodes? Can one node have multiple users that are assigned to it, or what? So there are different scenarios to that, but I'm not going to go into deep into at least for this MERN stack session. But as we'll go forward in the next sort of training campaigns or boot camps, we'll look into it more. But for now, you have to understand that whenever we have an application, we have to first decide what are my application's objects. Do I have events as objects? Do I have organizations like Facebook has? Do I have photos? So each photo can be an object. Do I have friends? So there are a lot of things that we can work with this, but for our applications, we know that we have to work with one collection that we are absolutely sure about, and that collection is nodes collection. Now the DB that we are currently using is test DB. We don't actually want this to be called test DB because it doesn't sound good. Because let's say if my brother uses my computer and comes in here and overwrites the test database, then what? Because this command has no security, right? Or if I start working on another application, if I use starting test and drop the database, what would happen in that case? So essentially you would want to name it something different. And if we don't have any particular database that we want to use, or to create a new database, essentially what you would do is that you would call use, and this is to create a new database. The great thing about MongoDB is that if you don't have a database and you use the command use this particular database, if it doesn't exist, it creates it for you. Similarly, if you don't have a collection and you try to create it, then it creates it for you. If you don't have further things, that for instance a relation, it also tries to create it for you, but we are going to limit it to the database for now. So if we talk about use, then we are going to call it NodeDB. If I hit enter, you can see this message that says switch to DB, NodeDB, and now you can also see this NodeDB here, right? So this is how you would create a database. So the first command that we got to know today is how to create a database in MongoDB. Now I'm going to type CLS to clear things out, just to clear things out. And now we are going to talk about creating a collection. The thing that we talked about is we need to be able to have a nodes collection, right? And the nodes collection is going to be something similar to what we discussed before. So I'm going to try to open the nodes front-end application, and we are going to have a look at how our nodes object look like. So if I go to the source folder, and inside we have these dummy nodes, and instead of looking at this object, I want to look at to the interface, because that's a better approach. So I want to look at this inode variable, which is inside the interface, node interface. So this one has basically two different things, text and link. It also has an ID. This ID is auto-generated by MongoDB, so I don't have to worry about that. But these are the things that I have to worry about, which is the properties of this object that's going to be there. So a nodes collection would have objects which would look something like this. So each object would have a text and would have a string. So I can put a comma here, again coding in Notepad without syntax highlights, but this is what we have. So each object could look something like this. Now that we have this, we need to create this nodes collection. So we are going to say db dot create collection, and here we need to provide the name of the collection itself. So by default we can call it nodes, all right, and that's pretty much it. So when we do this, it says okay 1, which means a thumbs up. We have created this particular collection that you were wanting, and then we have this one. Now it doesn't have anything inside it, so the first thing that we need to do is let's just create a dummy node inside this. So for that I'm gonna go here and maybe just pick the first dummy node, which is this one, which has the text essence switch and link this. So I'm gonna copy this just for the sake of showing you what I have to put there is this empty object and then this whole thing. So if I kind of drill this down for you, this is text essence switch and then link this, and I'm going to copy this object right here. Now what I can do is that I can say db dot nodes dot, and then I can use the insert command or something like that. And then let's try to get this. So first of all, if we check something like how many elements do we have already in this nodes collection, we would do something like db dot nodes dot count documents. Maybe is this new? Yeah, it's new. If I do just count, what does it say? It also says 0. So we have now two ways to do this, count and count documents. I think count might be deprecated, not sure, but this says 0, which means it doesn't have any particular count of the element. Where to check the db is saved, VS Code or other ID? Do you mean where on the disk is it saved? When you are installing your MongoDB, it will ask you for a place where you save your database, and that's something like program files MongoDB/data or something, and that's where the data usually resides in. So you can then find it on your disk. The way to insert would be you would say db.nodes.insert, and you can then provide one single object. Now I think it also has insert one command, so I'm just typing a capital O and I press tab, so it auto completes it for me, and then I can provide an object here. All right, so I'm gonna go here, right click, edit, paste. So you can see that now we have this whole good thing paste here. And if I press enter, and if everything is okay, this should be able to tell us acknowledged true, which means that it's a thumbs up. And the second thing is that we got an object ID. All right, so you see that we have an object inserted, or a document inserted in the nodes collection inside the nodes DB. This is important to understand. The database is nodes DB, the collection is nodes, and this is the document that we have just inserted. Now if I run the same command, which is the document .nodes.count, we should be able to see that now we get 1, which means there is one element or one document in this particular collection. So now we have one element, right? Similarly, if we wanted to just check what do we have in the collection, we could do db.nodes.find, and when we do find, it will essentially give us back the same data which we have already inserted. As you can see, we essentially get the entire array of it, which means that if there would be 10 elements or 10 nodes in the database, then we would get 10 different elements here, or 10 objects, or 10 documents, whatever you would want to call it. And as I said before, the MongoDB automatically creates a unique ID whenever we insert something into the database. That is a default feature coming out of the box from MongoDB. And this exact object ID is provided to us in the _ID property. And that is why when I was creating this interface, I already introduced this _ID property, because I knew we are going to use it later with the MongoDB. So essentially, when we send back our front-end code back to this from the database to the server and then back to the front end, we would already have this ID property within each particular node, and then we can use it. So I hope this makes sense. Now, in order to find different elements, it's really easy. We could provide certain criteria like, hey, find only elements which have this particular link, or find element with this particular ID, or remove elements with this particular ID, and whatnot. So I could remove this the entire document. For instance, I could create another object similar to what we have here. So if I had to insert one and press enter, if it says acknowledge, yes it does, then I'm gonna do a CLS, because I don't know what went wrong there. So we got this here. And now if I do a db.find, you see that we have two objects. Now, if I wanted to remove every element from this nodes, I could simply do db.nodes.remove. I think it's remove or delete. I think it's delete. Do we have delete one? Yes, we have delete one. I don't think we have delete all, but we have delete one. So in here, we can provide the ID of the element. So we can provide the ID here, and then we can provide this particular ID, which is the 094. And if I'm correct, then this should essentially cause us to delete this. So let's try doing this. I don't know why this doesn't work on my Control C and Control V for some reason. But yeah, let's see. So we are gonna copy this again, and I was trying to make it work in Bash, but I wasn't able to. So I'm gonna look into more later on how we can fix this. Now see, there's no paste option for some reason, so it doesn't copy for me. If I click enter, and then if I go here and hit paste, now I see it. All right, so now we have it. And if I now press enter, you can see that we have acknowledged true, deleted count is 0. Now this one should be 1. Why? Because we didn't provide the correct property. We said this is the ID. So instead of ID, we should be providing the _ID, and that doesn't work because we have some object ID issues. Let's see if we can provide the object ID, because I remember there used to be some issues with object ID versus providing normal ID. Press enter, go here, This should be control B. Interesting. Let's try this once again. Click, enter, right click, paste, and now we are providing the object ID, and now you can see that we have delete one. So I remember then when we are using the shell, there is a catch, and this is something that you might just bash your head on the wall and not learn if you don't have experience. So when we provide the ID, at least from the Mongo shell, when we provide the ID as a string, it doesn't work. But when we provide the ID with the object ID parameter, then it works. So you can see that when I was providing the string with the same underscore ID operator, it works. Sorry, it doesn't work. It gives us the deleted count 0. But when I provide the object ID completely, instead of a string, the complete object ID, then it gave us the count 1. So this is a catch that you might have to deal with. When we will work on the back end with some sort of middleware of connecting with the database, you will not have to handle all of this. So this is something that if you're doing some hardcore programming in the Mongo shell, and then you're doing some crazy stuff here on the console, then you need to know all of this. But usually when we are developing web applications today, we don't get to interact with Mongo sh a lot, to be honest. So now that we have deleted this object that has the 094 ID, if I go now and do a db.nodes.find, you will find that we get only one element and it doesn't have the 094 ID. Cool? Everyone with me so far? So we just deleted an object. Everyone clear on what we are doing here? Awesome. So I see yes. That means everyone is understanding what we're talking about here. So similarly here, as we have added some things, we can remove everything or all the things from the database. So it's delete many, delete one. So if we do a delete many, yeah, I remember delete was being deprecated. So if we do delete many, then we have to provide an empty object, and then it deletes everything. So this is the same for find as well. So if we provide an empty object inside find, that means that we are providing no options at all. We are saying, hey, find every element, because we have provided an empty object, which means there are no property to match or combine. Similarly, if we provide a delete many and we provide nothing at all, that also means that we don't have to compare anything, which means that delete everything. So that's how this database thing works. Now that we know how to create, add, and so creating a collection, then adding a node, then deleting a node. Now we are talking about, or now we are going to talk about integrating this with our system or our code, and then how to make it work. All right. So now what we are going to do is, once you have installed this MongoDB, installed Mongo sh, all you need to do is just open your command prompt and then run the Mongo sh command. This is what is essential. So you need to be able to just say Mongo sh, and then you need to see this message. Once you have seen this message, this whole scenario, it just goes down. I mean, you just need to minimize your command window, and then we need to just only run the backend to communicate with the front end. So let me know in the chat if you all are right now having MongoDB installed and running using the Mongo sh command, yes or no. Or if you plan to watch the video later and then follow it later, you can also type later maybe. I see only 2 yeses. The others, I'm assuming you don't have it installed. So the first thing that we need to understand is that we need to be able to connect our backend with the MongoDB instance that we are running, and the database is MongoDB, which is currently running at localhost 27017. And what we want to do is to connect our database, our backend application, with this database. So in order to do so, what we need to do is first obviously open the backend project. So you're going to be opening the basic API project, which is the backend project. Make sure that you have this yellow header so you know that it's the backend project that we are talking about. I'm going to be kind of zooming in a bit just a little bit and not too much. And now where we have this whole scenario of app, which is the index.js. Now we are going to do some different situations when it comes to structure. So I'm going to be teaching you basic structure, not too much things, but maybe just a bit here and there. So first of all, you need to understand that when we talk about different APIs, we also need to talk about some routing as well. For instance, this nodes route is right here, but a better approach of doing this is to use something called Express router. And I'm gonna quickly go through the documentation and have it implemented right away. So we're gonna go to Express router example. Route parameters using middleware, basic routing, and we have delete user, blah blah blah. We don't need that. And then let me quickly try to find something here. User ID, blah 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 blah. Exactly, there we have. And then we have Express router, and then finally I think we say app.use/router. Exactly. So these are the things that you learned with experience. So I'm gonna try to teach you how this works. First of all, understand this, that if we have multiple things, for instance, if we have multiple situations here, like we have this slash, then we have this nodes, and then we have other things. For instance, let's say if I can show you it here, let's say if we had users, and then we have nodes, and then let's say we have books, for instance, then having all the code for nodes like get, post, delete, blah blah blah, everything in this one file, it doesn't make sense, because it makes all the things less testable, less readable, and less maintainable. So it's a really good idea to separate out these things in their own files. For instance, for users, I should be able to say something like app.get and then something like users. And then for this, I could say, hey, use the user folder. And then, or let's say user routes file. Something like this. And this is not the final syntax. I'm just trying to explain what I'm talking about. So I could say, hey, for users, just use the user routes files. Similarly, for nodes, use another file, which is the nodes route file. Similarly, for books, I'm going to say, for this case, use the books file. Something like this. And then for each particular case, we would have a different file in which we would have this code, app.get, app.post, whatever, right? So this is what I'm talking about. So we can do this by using something called the Express router, which comes out of the box with Express. So in order to implement that, we are going to follow this guide. I'm going to share this link in the chat as well, so you can look at the video later and try to do it yourself. But essentially, we need to create a router, which is this Express router. And then we need to use it something like this. So essentially, we would first go here and let's create a folder. I'm trying to make it simple, but also in a way that you can see this in the industry, how it works. So in different companies, if you're starting an Express application from scratch, this is how you would create. So you would have something like called, let's say, API, and then let's say we have a folder called v1, and then inside v1 we would have a folder called index.js, and then apart from this, we would have in the v1 folder, we would have, let's say, nodes, right? So what we have here is that we have a folder called API, then v1, inside that we have the index.js. This should be a file and not a folder. So let me create the file here in v1, index.js, and then we have the nodes folder. Inside the nodes folder, we would have, we call it controller sometimes, we call it route sometimes. So it's a different name for different situations. So let's say we call it nodes.controller.js, and similarly we could have another file that called nodes.service.js. And then here we could talk about different nodes. So I've just created these files, but I'm going to explain to you later what we mean one by one. So first of all, understand that we have two different files. One is the index, which is inside this v1 folder. So if I open this into, let's say, File Explorer, this is what you would see. So we have things like, so we have the basic API. Inside this, we have V1. Inside the V1, we have nodes and index. So this is the index file that we are talking about. So this index.js is supposed to create some routes. So what we can do here is that first, to keep these things simple, we want to create the routes right here. So I'm gonna go to the documentation again and see what happens in the beginning. First of all, we need to create a router. So I'm gonna go here and then first create this router here from Express, and this is the outermost index.js. All right. Now that we have this created router, we need to use this app.get and we need to replace this app by router. So what we are saying here is that this particular nodes router is essentially using this router instead of entire app. So we are creating a nested router in itself. Now that we have this route set, what we need to do is that we need to essentially say finally app.use, and then we need to say router. Now before we do that, if we go to the documentation here, you will see that it finally says app.use/router. Now consider this situation. This particular route is at the root. So I'm gonna call this root. This particular route is nodes, or we could call it /nodes, or we could call this / something like this. So this nodes is already covered in this router. So we are going to remove this from here and call this /. There's a difference between this / and this /. Why? Because this / is the router / and this / is the app /, which is at the very top. Now this nodes, we want to mention it right here in the app.use dialog, which is here. So we are telling that, hey, for all the things that are going to be prepended with nodes is going to go inside this router. So what this makes is that it makes /nodes and then combines this with /, which finally results in something like /nodes. And if we type /, that actually makes /nodes. So ultimately this is going to result in the same thing. There will be no difference at all. So let's say if I don't use this, comment this and run my server. So I'm going to run a yarn start here, which will essentially run this on localhost 5000. If I open this localhost 5000 into one of my links here, you can see that we have the hello world here. But if I try to go and say nodes here, you will see we don't have anything. It says cannot get nodes. But if I go back and tell my application that for every route that is prefixed with nodes, use this particular router, then I'm asking it to use /nodes and /this, which means that it's going to result in /nodes ultimately. So if I now refresh this, let's see if we are using it correctly. Router.get, blah, blah, blah. And now you can see that we have the routes working. So it's the same thing. Is everyone clear on this so far? What we did, we created a nested route, and then we told our application to use this particular router for all the things related to /nodes. Are we clear on this one? And I can show one more example of what could happen in this particular case. So now if I go back to my page, you can see that /nodes returns this particular data. I just created a new route, which is /node/dummy. And if I type this, you can see we get this text dummy. So what happened here is that you can see that I just said /, which means that nodes./ which means just the nodes. Similarly, we have another one, which is /dummy, which means /nodes/dummy. So here you can see that the /node/dummy combined returns this text dummy, which I have just written here. So this is how you will segregate the routes. So first of all, this app is essentially to the root. This nodes is a nested route, and everything nested on nodes is using this router here. All right. So I hope this makes sense. Now, in order to clean this up, first of all, I'm gonna bring this down, remove this, and now just to clean these things up, what I want to do is I want to basically go here in this index.js and then create this router here instead of in the outermost index. So in this one, which is the v1 index.js, I'm going to first create the router similar to what we have here. So I need to import both of these things. The first thing that we need to do is import Express, and the second thing is to create this router. We only need these two things. We don't need cars, app, blah blah blah. That all is happening here. What we need here is this is the main thing that we need. And now what we have is we essentially need to create a router here. So what would happen here is that we will go here and then we will create routes here. So I'm gonna cut the things from here, the slash and the dummy, and remove this from here as well. And then I'm gonna go here and then paste here. So now you can see that we have this router.get, router.get. And then finally from here, we need to export this value. So we can say module.exports equals, we are going to essentially call a function from here. So we can say function, and then we need to essentially return this value. So we are going to essentially return this router from here. And that's pretty much it. So now you can see that we created a router, then we exported a function which returns this particular router, and that's pretty much it. All right. Now, if I go, I mean, there are multiple ways to do this now that I'm thinking about it. But essentially, I think we can talk about this one as the first one. There's no problem with that. So now we have the module.export set here. We are returning the router here. What we can do is we can go back to our main index.js, and here where we are using the app.nodes, since this is not going to work, since we don't have this router here, now we have moved it to the index.js. We need to import this index file, and then we need to essentially call this here. So what we need to do is we need to do const, and then we can call it API. Since we have the index.js here, let me see, yeah, and then we have nodes here. Let's actually do something different. Let's call this nodes router, and then I'm going to rename this as well. And then instead of this function, I'm going to return an object, call this nodes router, and call this nodes. Actually, just keep it like this. So what we have changed here is that we call this node router. Instead of the function, we are using an object. So here we are using module.exports and nodes router, and that's pretty much it. We are going to save this. We're going to go to index.js, and here we are going to do something like this: const nodes router equals, and then require, and then do this. So we are gonna import API, and then v1, and then index. All right. So now that we have done this, we have the nodes router here, and we can use them here. And if we save this, make sure that we have no errors right now. So if I save again, you see that we have no errors. And if I go back to my code, refresh, you can see everything is working. So there's no issue in the code whatsoever. So if I repeat this one, I'm going to delete this node folder here just to keep things simple. So what we have here is one index.js outside, and then we have API v1 index.js inside. And this index.js has a router for nodes. This nodes has one get method which essentially returns a dummy array, and then it also has this dummy route which returns this dummy JSON. So if I save this, go back, go to the nodes route, you see that we have this here. And then if I go to dummy, then you also see that we get the dummy one. So our route is working perfectly fine. Now that we have the route in place, we need to talk about how we can implement the Mongoose stuff here. So for that one, we need to create a file called db.js. So at the root of this project, we are going to create a file. We're going to call it db.js. All right. And then we are going to just import this file later on, but for now, let's see what the code goes inside this particular file. So for this one, we are going to use the MongoDB installation, which is here. So first of all, if you look at the instructions here, it says npm install mongoose save. I believe we are using npm here, which is the package log.json. So we are going to install this project from here. So you need to run this command npm install mongoose -- save. Once you run this command into your console, you can create a new instance here and then just install it. So I'm going to install it just like this. Once this is installed, we need to connect this with a database. And the way we do it is by using this particular code. We do a const mongoose, require mongoose, and then we do it like this. And then we put some code and conditions as well. So you can see that here we have this code. So I'm going to copy this one. I'm going to go back to my code. My mongoose package has now been installed. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to rerun the server just because we have installed a new package. And in the db.js, we are going to copy this code. And now if I save, you can see that we have this mongoose here. We have this URL that is called MongoDB / localhost 27017. As we discussed, this is the port that our code or our MongoDB is running on. So it's 27017. And then this is the name of the database itself. Right now it says tests, but we need to change it to NodeDB. So you need to save this, and then we need to essentially import this file into index. The way it works is that every file is linked with each other. When we run our server, it opens index.js. All the code inside index.js is executed. Similarly, whatever we import is also executed. Since we are importing the API index file, it also executes and works with us. But we have not imported the db.js. That's why there is no database connection at all at the moment. So we need to import the db.js and then this code will run for us. So what we can do is that we can say const and then we can say or we could just say, for instance, not any const but require db something like this, db, and that's it. Once we save this, we should be able to see the connection, but since we don't have any code for checking the connection, we don't see it. So we're going to go back to our instructions, and here you can see that we can get the database from Mongoose connection, and then this is the code that we can put to just check if we have a successful connection with the database. So I'm going to copy this, go back here, and now here you can see that we have a db variable which is retrieved from mongoose.connection. We have an error bound with this connection, and once we have opened it, which means we are connected, then we are going to console log something here. So we are going to say db is now connected. All right, so let's save this. So if I run this correctly, it shows me the db is now connected. If there would be any other case, maybe the database is not existing, maybe it would show error somewhat then, or maybe just get stuck. It seems like it just gets stuck in case of not being able to connect. So this database does not exist. That's why it's not being able to connect with the database. If I change this to NodeDB, it will connect automatically and show us the DB is now connected. And that is all that we needed to know from this one, right? Now that we are connected, we need to be able to create some models and essentially use those models, right? So in order to create some models, what we need to do is we can create some models right in here, or we could also do it. Let's do this actually. Let's go and create a folder called db. Inside that we'll have this db.js, or we could call it simply index.js. Then we have some models here, so we are going to create some models. But this index.js, now that we have moved it, we need to be able to connect with it. So essentially, you can see that here, if I go to the code, we have the /db here. So by default, if we use the /db, it automatically tries to find three things. Either there is a db.js,
or there's a DB folder and inside it has index.js, or we have a DB folder and inside we have a db.js. So these are the three possibilities, and that's why it's not giving us any error, because it's exactly similar to index. So it's the same thing. So if I type index, it's the same. If I remove index, it automatically kind of gets the index.js. So this is the beauty of working with Node.js for now. Now for the models, we need to create the model file. So here we are going to call it, let's say, so in the documentation, if we go here, we can say kitty. So one of the things that I remember from Mongo is that when we name models, we name them in the singular form. So if we are working with nodes, we are going to call it node model. So we are going to call it node.model.js. All right. So now we have this model. To create a model, first we need to create a schema. And to create a schema, this is how you create a schema. You need to make sure that you're using the new Mongoose schema, and here you can provide different values. So first of all, there are two steps to creating a model. So for creating a model, first we need to create the schema. Second, we need to create the model using the schema. And the schema essentially tells what is the object type. Just like we have interfaces in TypeScript, similarly we have schemas in database to tell what kind of object or what kind of document do we have, what kind of properties in the document do we have. So this is an example that I'm copying from here. So I'm gonna create this schema here, but in order to use that, we need to import Mongoose first. So we are going to go and use const mongoose equals requires mongoose, which is here. And now we need to be able to create this mongoose.schema. Once we create this schema, we should be able to work with our models. So here we need to call it node schema. And then we have two things here. One was the text and the second was the link. And both of them are string form. All right. Now that we have this schema created, we need to create a model using this schema. And the way to do this is something like this: const kitten mongoose model blah 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 and schema. And now if we go down here, we can call it node, and then we can call it mongoose. Here we can call it node, and then we can call it node schema. And that's pretty much it. Once we do this, this essentially creates for us this nodes collection, and here we can then use it going forward. So we have kitten here, and then we call it nodes here. All right. So if I go to my v1.js here, where we have this whole information where we are using different scenarios, let's see if I can import the mongoose here. So here we should be able to call require mongoose, and as far as I remember, if I go to the API v1.js, we should be able to say mongoose require mongoose, and here we could say node model, and then we should be able to receive this. Yes. And then once we have this, then we can do things like querying the database itself. So right now what we would want is, instead of sending this dummy data, we need to be able to send back the actual data. And this is how you would do it. So instead of this JSON, I'm going to close this one for now. So instead of this dummy text, what we want to do here is that paste this code. So here we want to do a node model, or we could call it node, let's say. And what we need to do instead is, where we have the node.module, we need to export this. Once we save this, and this is the only place in the routes where we are kind of importing, so we need to do a require here, and then we do models, no, where db models, and then we have the node model. Let's save this. The db is now connected, we don't have any errors. Let's connect this one again, and now we don't have any errors. So now that we have this set, I'm going to explain again what we did. You can see now we get an error, which is a good thing. So instead of here, I'm going to just say just empty string, refresh.
And now on the console, you can see we have an empty array. All right, so let me try to explain what is happening so far. The first thing is that we have an index.js at the source, and the purpose of this whole index.js is first to create the application, second to register these routes using the nodes router. All right. The third thing that we are doing is requiring the database. So we establish the database connection in the beginning. The db.js or the index.js only connects with the database. Poof. End of story. Now we are talking about our routes, and the route that we are interested in is called this slash route, which is essentially, if we had a comment, is slash nodes route, which is this route. All right. So this is the route that we are talking about. I'm going to remove this dummy route. We don't need this. So this route means we are going to hit a get URL on this URL, which is essentially localhost 5000/nodes, and that's it. On this particular route, we need to get data from the database and send it back. That's what we want to do. So in order to do so, we require the model itself. When we require this file is executed. When this file is executed, we get Mongoose, we create a node schema, we create a node model, and then we return this model back to this route file. Here in this node variable, we get the variable or the model through which we will do get, post, insert, delete, find, remove, whatnot. So by executing this command, we do two things. One, we essentially create this schema. Second, we get the model back from schema in this variable. And now whenever someone hits this URL, this whole code is executed in which we can use this variable to find and get data. And this is what we are doing right here. So instead of this response JSON, I'm going to remove it. I'm going to make it ES6 compatible. So let me write it from scratch so you know what we are doing here. So here, whenever someone lands on the slash URL, we're going to say, hey, go to the database and find nodes. So we are going to say node.find here, and then we could provide an empty object here. Then we are going to provide a function, essentially an arrow function. And this function contains two things. One, if there is any error, and second, the list of nodes. So this is going to be called nodes. Now, if there is an error, we are going to essentially just return an error. So we are going to say error, and then we are going to say return console.error, this particular error, which essentially is short form for something like this. So if there's an error, we take that error and then we return a console.log. If there's not an error, then it's not going to go inside this block, and then it will go forward in the function. And here we are going to say response.json, and this is the response that we are talking about. So this is the response, and in the JSON we are going to return a list of nodes. So we can say list of nodes, and here we are going to say an empty array. So instead of the empty array, we need to send back this nodes list that we get from the database. So this second nodes parameter is the nodes from the database itself. So now I have saved this. I'm gonna go back to my code, or actually my URL, and if I refresh, you see that in the list of nodes property, I get an empty array, which is from the database itself. How do we know? If I go to my DB and if I do use nodes DB, I'm now into the nodes DB. If I check db.nodes.count, you see we have 0 elements. Now I could add an item to this here manually, and for that I could do db.nodes. And here we could say insert 1, and here we could say, let's say we had a link www.google.com, and then we have a text, we call it black. We entered this. Now you can see that we have one item in the database. If I do a count, you can see that we have one here, and this is just temporary. You're not going to do the same thing. I'm just doing this for explanation. And now if I refresh, boom, we have our first item coming from the database into our API. So here what we are doing is that we are calling a get call from the front end. This front end call goes to our backend. Our backend calls the database. The database sends back the server, the data to the backend, and then we get it back to our front end. So that's how this whole magic is happening. Would you like to actually see this in action while we debug this, so we can exactly see step by step how we do this? Would you be interested in using debugging into backend? And I'm gonna see the people who have joined us recently. Alex Zam has followed. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Code with Essen. We have Tex R0. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for the follow. All right, now that we are interested in debugging, this is a new tip for you that you might not know. So when I'm finished, you can also clip this as well. So I'm gonna stop this right here, and then if you go to this run and debug on your left, you click here, then you click run and debug, then you click Node.js, and then it will create an extension for you, and you can see this already started a process for us, and you can see that we have the debug console here. One identification of this debug session running is this particular element. You can see that we have pause, reload, and square, whatnot. So now that you see this one, this is actually running into the debug mode. However, this is not running via NodeMon. This is running with a simple Node.js. So if you change something in the code, you need to restart this. You need to re-debug. Okay. Now that it is running right here, and you should be able to do it exactly the same. I can repeat this. Go click here, run and debug. There should be a button that says run and debug. Click that and you should be able to see it running. Now that we have this running, I can actually click here to put a breakpoint, and then this will land here and actually give us the breakpoint, and kind of we can see how it goes from point to point. All right, so now that we have this, I've put breakpoints here. So all I need to do is go to my front end, refresh this, and you can see that it is stopped. It is not going forward. But if I go to my VS Code, you should be able to see that we have it is running here. Let me see. You should be able to see that in a few moments it comes to here, and now this is at this point. All right, so now we are debugging our backend code similar to how we debug our front-end code in the Chrome browser. Right now we are debugging our Node.js code in the VS Code itself. You can see that now the icons have changed here. We have the play or continue, we have step over, step into, step out, blah blah blah. But now we are at this line of code, which means that this route was triggered, and this route is the nodes route, which is this route. All right, if we want to have a look at what is inside here, you could just mouse over on the request, and you can see the actual request that came in. You can see the base URL is /nodes. All right, you can also see the method of this request was get. You can also see other things here as well, but I'm not going to go into there as well. What we are interested in is, if we go forward from here, will we get the nodes back from the database or not? At this particular moment of time, we are calling the backend, but we are calling the database query, but it has not been executed yet because we are still at this line. Now this is an asynchronous process, so we don't want to hit this button. What this does is that it goes to the next step in JavaScript, but if it's an async process, this will not work. So you need to put a breakpoint inside here, which I already have, and then you need to put a breakpoint here. Now if I play this, this will jump from this breakpoint to the next breakpoint. So if I click here, you see that it quickly jumped to the next one. In this particular area or code block, we have two parameters. One is the error and the second is the nodes. So if I hover over error, you see it's null. When a database query returns null, that means there was no issue with the query at all. The query was successful. If it's not successful, then we get an error and then we have a problem. But for now, it's okay. Now, if I mouse over on nodes, you can see that we got an array. The array length is 1. If I open the 0 element, this is the first row of the element itself. If I open this underscore doc, you can see the document that we retrieved from the database itself. So this is the database nodes that we are getting right now from the database. Is that okay? We have the ID as well, we have the link as well, we have the text as well. And similarly, if I go to here, you will see that we have the same thing. If I do db.nodes.find, it's the same thing here in the database. Link google.com, text blah, and this is the same thing here. Are you with me? Are we cool? Do you understand what we are talking about here? All right, cool. So now that we have this error working fine, we don't have any error. So since we don't have any error, this block will not go inside. And now I can run the step over because all of this code is synchronous, which means it will run one by one. So if I move a step over, you see it does not go inside. It goes to the next line, which is response.json. And here we are sending a JavaScript object back, which has a property list of nodes. And in this list of nodes, the value is the nodes object, which is this nodes object. So this nodes object is an array. So what we get back in the application is essentially this list of nodes with that object. Easy peasy, simple as that. We could also add more objects here, like something like success, true, fail, whatever. If I do this now, I have to restart because I've made a change and I'm debugging, therefore I have to restart. So I'm gonna click restart and then it's restarted now. And if I go and press refresh here, I can go back here. This will take a few moments to land on the breakpoint. So I'm gonna give this some time. Now it's at the breakpoint. If I hit play, we go to this line. We already got the nodes from the database. We go forward. Now we are returning two properties. And if I play, you can see the success true here as well, right? So now we are sending the database things from one place to another. Now I could go and I could create another item similar to the one that we created, but I could say blay x2. Now we have two elements. So if I now refresh my page, check here, I will let this come to the breakpoint. Let's see when that comes. It seems like my VS Code is hanging maybe for some reason, but anyways. So now it came here. Now if I go here, now you would see that the length of the elements is 2 because now we have 2 elements in the database. So we go forward, it comes here. If I hit play, go back, you can see now we have 2 elements. So now we already have a database that we can use for saving and retrieving the elements. Does that make sense for everyone? Everyone with me so far? So now that we have this, I'm going to change this to just be nodes. And instead of writing the long form, which is nodes, we can use the short form, which essentially means the same. Cool. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to go out of the debug session. I'm just going to run my normal command. So I'm going to go to terminal and then I'm going to run the yarn start with the nodemon. Now that we have this, I can try refreshing. I still get the nodes. I'm going to go and here I can see, let's say in the database here, I could say nodes, db.nodes.delete many, and then I'm going to provide an empty object, delete it too. And now if I refresh, since there are no nodes in the database, I don't get anything. So that's fine. So now that we have our database here, we need to talk about how to add things to database and remove from database. Remember we talked about using Postman for this one. So we can use Postman for doing these calls. And I think we are going to keep it at that we're not going to go more in depth into the database itself, but we are going to keep that at that particular moment. We are going to be using Insomnia for making our calls, and Insomnia essentially is a REST API client. I deleted my... All right, so Insomnia essentially is a REST API client that we can use for hitting different URLs. So what I would do is that I would create a request collection. I will call it nodes app. All right, and stop me if you think I'm going too fast, but I'm going to try to make it worthwhile the time that we have left for today. So I just created a collection. So you do it by clicking create and then request collection. Then you go to your collection and then you create a new request. This request, you can name it. So I could call it get nodes list. This is going to be of type get, and then you are going to create it. And then you need to put the URL here. So it's going to be http localhost 5000/nodes. All right. Can I try to zoom this a bit? No. Minimize, toggle full screen, blah blah blah. No, I don't know why. Anyways, so it's gonna be nodes. Then you click send, and then you can see the same data here. Toggle DevTools. There should be something for the font editor here. Yeah, there we have it. Interface font. Let's use Pita code. There we go, and then increase the font size. Text editor font size 15. Increase it. Intent style, blah 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 blah. Alright, yeah, I think we're good. Oh no, this should have been increased. Do we have a save button here? No. Maximum redirects. Speed of code. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have a look at it later. I don't know. It's better than before, I can see. So now that we have, why not Postman? For some reason I saw that Postman started charging, so it wasn't free after a while, and then also I saw that it had some issues because of security. So our organization decided to switch to Insomnia, and that is what we have been using so far. All right, so now you can see that we have this query that sends nodes, and you can see gets nodes, and you can see we don't have anything right there. The REST API approach for creating, deleting, adding the items is that you have a single route, and then what you do is that to get elements, you do a get on this exact route. Then I can actually small this one, and then to add elements, you create a post request to the same route. Then delete element is, we could call it add element, get elements. This could be. Then for deleting an element, we have a delete call, or the method type is delete. All right. If we have to get element by ID, then what we do is we do a get, but then we do a /ID, something like this. And I'm going to tell you how we do that. Similarly, for deletion, we also do this. So today what we are going to do quickly is do the CRUD operation, which means adding nodes, deleting nodes, getting a particular node, and then getting nodes. So we do get all the nodes here. Now we're going to create new requests for all of the cases. So let's say we could call it add node. Here we are going to make this a post call. We're going to create it. Similarly, we are going to create a new request. We are going to call it get node by ID. This is going to be a get call. And then finally, we are going to do delete node by ID. I'm going to keep this one capital, similar to others. and then make it a delete call. Okay, so now that we have these four calls here, I need to copy the same URL for all of these. All right, for adding the node, it's going to be the same. For getting the node by ID, we need to provide slash some ID, and this is going to be the ID of the exact element. So for that, I'm not going to do this at the moment because I'm going to focus on add node. So this is going to be the same thing. Now for this one, we need to be able to send some data from here, which is the node details. So we need to send the text and the link property from here, so our backend can return this back. So first of all, what we need to do is we need to make this body JSON. So you need to do this. All right. Then we can add a sample data here. So we could say text, and then here we can say my text, and similarly we can say link, and then we could say here, let's say https twitch.tv/code with SN. All right, so we have this data that we want to send to the backend. Now the thing is that this request, if I send this, it will say 404 not found, which means that this route has not been implemented. Why? Because if I go back to my code, you will see that the only route that we have created is the nodes router.get. We don't have a post route as of now. All right, so we need to implement this. So for this one, what we need to do is, I'm going to remove this one because we know it's nodes router. So we need to create a new route here, which is going to be of post. It is going to be on slash, but then instead of this nodes.find, we are going to do something else. For now, I'm just going to return a dummy response. For instance, I could say reply node created, and this is just a dummy response. All right. So now that we have this, our server restarted. If I now open Postman and send this, you can see the reply here. All right. So we getting this. We now have a post request as well. Similarly, we are going to create further elements for get node by ID and delete node by ID. So we are going to go here and create two more routes, one for delete and one for get by ID. For the route of get node by ID, this needs to be of type get. So we are going to make this type get, but instead of slash, this is going to be slash colon ID. This means that we are going to receive an ID parameter here, and then we are going to get it back. So here we can reply with something like node by ID success. Similarly, here we need to say delete, and here we also need an ID, and then I'm going to talk about that later. But now here we could say node deleted. Now I save this, go back to Insomnia. Here, if I hit this nodes, this will send me back nodes because we have this same to get node list. It's exactly the same. We need to provide an ID here. So we can say ASD here. And now if I hit this, you can see it says node by ID success. Because as soon as we add something slash to it, it now considers this route as this one. Because we have slash nodes already prefixed with this route. And now we're talking about slash ID, which means slash ASD, something like that. And then we need to get that ASD somehow around here, but I'm not gonna go at the moment in that. Similarly, for the delete one, if I open Insomnia, you can see that we have the delete, but we don't have the ID parameter here. If I hit send, you will see a 404 not found, which means it has not been implemented. But if I do a slash ASD and hit send, now you can see node deleted. All right, everyone with me so far? Now we have created 4 routes in our code that are responding to four different type of requests: get all, get by ID, delete by ID, and then add a particular element. All right, everyone with me so far? Yes. Cool. So now that we have this done, I'm going to close this because now we are using the Insomnia thing. And now we are going to add this node into the database, because right now if I get all the nodes, we don't see anything because whenever we add a node, it just sends a dummy response. It's not exactly sending, it's not exactly adding to the database. So for that, we need to code something with this node model inside here before replying. So for the post one, or here we can say a comment that says get all nodes. And for this one, we could call it add a new node. Similarly, here we could say get a node by ID. And finally, for this one, we could say delete a node by ID. So just these comments make it much easier to navigate. So we know what's happening right there. Now that we have this add a new node here, we need to know how we can add this particular information into the nodes itself. The first thing that we need to get is or make sure that we have is this data that we are providing, because we are going to use this data to save a new item into the database. And the way we would do that is that we are going to try to console.log response.body here. So I'm going to console.log response.body, and then I'm going to try to hit this endpoint, hit send. And now here, if I see, you can see that we get undefined, which means that, sorry, it should be request.body, not response.body. It's undefined accurately. Now if I hit send, you can see that we still got undefined. All right. If I do request.query, let's see. Then we get an empty object, but we don't get the object that we are sending from here. And for that, we need to use a package, a parser. So we have express body parser that we need to use with ExpressJS in order to get the value from the post request. In order to do so, we need to install this package. We call it body parser. So if we are going to run this command, we are going to call it npm install body parser. Once we do this, and once we run this command, this package is going to be installed. So I let it install. Then we need to see how to import this. So you can see the API says body parser, blah, 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 body parser. Then we go here, and then at the top of this index.js, which is the outermost index.js here, we need to import this before the database. All right. And we can make this const because we are not going to change it. And now that we have installed this, we need to use body parser.json. So the way to use this is, if it's presented here, you can see that it says app.use body parser.json. All right. So we are going to use this app.use body parser.json just before this route. So just before this node router, we need to use body parser.json. Why does it says body parser? Interesting. And this is the latest. Yeah, this is the latest one. For some reason it says deprecated, but it's actually not. The declaration was marked as deprecated here. Why? Interesting. Let's see. Body parser. Does it say include? Can we do express.json here? Let me see. Oh, it seems like we don't even need to install the body parser then in that case. So let's remove this. Let's use this and see if we get the results right. Sorry, it should be yarn start. So it seems like that was an older way of doing this, but I think we can just use express.json and see the same results. So if I go back to Insomnia here, send this, there is the reply, and if I go here, you can see that now we have this empty object because we are sending. If I go to API v1, where was this console.query, we need to do console.body or request.body. And now that we have changed this post to have request.body console, if I do a send, you should be able to see this text here. Yay! Now we have what we wanted, which means that we have console.log request.body containing this whole object. And now we can use this object to create something in the database. So I think what we can do is that we can say const new node equals new, and then we can say node, and inside we can pass request dot body, and this should essentially create a new instance of node itself. Once we have created the new node, then we just need to run new node dot, and then we should be able to have a save method. Exactly. So now we have save method, and here then what we need to do is to pass this a function or something, or we could also say dot then, and then we can return whatever result we get from here. So let's do this for now, and then we can see if we have. So in this, then I'm just trying to see what this returns on fulfilled value t blah blah blah. All right, so here we should have something called saved node, and then we can return the save node here in the form of called node, and then success, let's say true. So what I've done so far is that we have used, or we have created a new node using the request.body, and then we are saving this, and then the saved node is being sent back via the response. So now if I go here and hit this, you will see that we get back the node which has just been added to the database. Sorry. So in the Insomnia, you can see that as soon as we hit the send, we get back the saved node in the database, and then we also get its ID. Now if I go and hit the get nodes list again, previously we had 0 nodes, but if I hit send again, you can see that now we have the node exactly as we wanted. All right, so now we get one node. I could add another node now, and I could say my text new 2, and if I hit send, you can see that we get back the result from this one. And then I see again, if I do a get nodes list, if I hit send, you can now see we get 2 nodes here. So now we are adding the nodes, and we are also getting all the nodes. And I think I'm going to stop right here and keep it as it is. In the next section, or in the next class, we will go through how to get a node by a particular ID. And I'm also gonna look into how to delete a node by ID. And once we will have those things configured, our backend code plus our database code will be completed. All right. And then what we are gonna do from there is that since we would have the backend code and the database side done, then we will start integrating that with the front end itself. All right, let's go. So screen and cam, that is. Awesome. All right, so this is the application that we had so far. If we talk about the GitHub stuff, that's code with SN. So you go and type code -with -SN, and then you should be able to find this repository. So we have the Nodes front end and the basic API, 2 repositories. One is for the front end. The Nodes front end is for the front end. The basic API is something that we are using for the backend. Now, so far we have deployed this one, and this is actually deployed at a URL that I can quickly write here. So it should be here in the website. So essentially this is what it is. It is displaying in the placeholder, but I can't copy that. So it's https code with sn.github.io/ and then it's nodes front end. So this is the URL that we have, suggested React. Thank you so much. And once we save this and open this, we should be able to see this application working. So this is right now deployed to GitHub. Now this application right now only works with local storage. It's not connected to any backend or database whatsoever, but everything that we have right now is stored in the local storage itself. So if I open the local storage, you should be able to see this my nodes key with all the nodes that we have here. So if I change this one to, let's say And this is also a UI thing that we have to improve. If I'm typing on something and if I hover or something else, this one goes back. So this potentially should be still active for that matter. But yeah, we'll probably improve it later on. So let's say I would say my task for the weekend, and as soon as I go out, you can see my first task is updated as my task for the weekend. So everything that we have here is being stored locally and is being retrieved as well from the local storage. If I refresh, the tasks still are there. Now the thing is that we don't want to work with local storage for all our lives. We want to work with backend as well, because we are talking about MERN stack here. So since the front end part is covered, we did work on some of the backend work. I'm gonna quickly explain what we did so far when it comes to backend, and I kept it really simple just to align with your skill set. And if I do change this one, do a yarn start on the nodes backend API, you will see that we have this message that says localhost 5000 and the DB is now connected, which means our database is connected with our backend. What we did, if I sort of summarize from the last time, is that we first created a file called index.js in a folder called DB. This file contains the connection to our database. Our database essentially runs at localhost 27017. What we did was we installed the MongoDB in our system. We also installed Mongo shell, and once you install that via the installer, what you see is that it starts a service if you have selected the option, and by default it's selected. So it starts a Windows service in which your local database is already running. So all we have to do is just start our backend and then write this code, which essentially connects with the DB. Now, one important thing to understand here is that we are using something called Mongoose, and Mongoose is sort of an ORM which kind of connects with the MongoDB itself, and also provides us some methods that we can use to define the schema of our database. For instance, right now our database has something called a nodes collection, and each node item has a schema, so we can call it node schema. And here we have defined that, hey, each node document will be of an object which would have a string, or which would have a property called text, and another property that is link, which is a string. So I believe there are other alternatives to Mongoose as well. I think there is a MongoDB client which can be used as well. I'm pretty sure it doesn't provide schema, or at least it didn't used to provide schema like 2 years ago. But apart from that, I think Mongoose is right now the most popular connector to connect with. But I'm not sure about other alternatives. But I believe this is highly used in the software industry. But if you know about alternates, let me know as well. So going back to the model itself, what we have here essentially is Mongoose, which is used to connect. Once we have this connection established, we essentially try to retrieve that connection into this variable that we call DB, and then we kind of bind two listeners to the database. So we are assuming that this would have been connected, but then we check the connection and we identify, hey, whenever there's an error on the database, or if the database is not connected with the backend, we throw an error. If we have the database connected, then this open event is triggered, and then we essentially get into this block which writes on the console DB is now connected, and that is what you see here as well, which means right now our database is connecting fine with the backend. One of the other things that we also know is if we provide something that is not accurate, whether it's let's say some sort of wrong port or something, then you will not see that message. I didn't see why it doesn't show this error, but it keeps waiting, and I didn't spend too much time on seeing why it does that. But essentially, if you don't see this message, for starters, that means that your database is not connecting. It should essentially show an error. Maybe there's a particular reason why it doesn't do that, and I'm going to see and then probably share that video. And here we get the error now. So it seems like if you wait for quite a while, then you can see the error which says Mongoose server selection error, connect blah blah blah, this failed. So that means that it couldn't connect with this particular API or with this particular port. So now that we have this one, so as I was mentioning, if we use a correct port, then in that case we should be able to see the DB is now connected message. What happens after this one is that we have defined an API, and I put it in the API/v1 folder, but we could just have used the v1 folder. So if I see the index JS here, this is essentially kind of distributing the routing that we have. So first of all, if we look at the outermost index.js, you see that there's a route here which says app.get, and this app is essentially the instance of this Express application. So this Express application with the app.get means that this route is defined at the top, which is at the root. Similarly, we have this app.use/nodes, which means that every URL or every API hit on /nodes will be handled by this nodes router. So we are creating a new router, and we are saying if there is any URL that hits nodes, for instance, for example, we could have something like HTTP, and then we would have something like localhost 5000/nodes. So if this URL is hit, the nodes router is responsible of identifying what to do with this one. Similarly, if there is an API that says nodes/create, then that would also be handled by nodes router. And if there is, let's say, some ID involved in this one, then that is also going to be handled by the nodes router. So we are passing the responsibility of this route to be handled by a router that we call nodes router. And this router is defined right now in this API/v1/index.js. So if I go here, you will see that what we export from this particular module is nodes router, and this nodes router essentially is an express router. So an express router is sort of a feature from Express that allows you to create a router which can be a nested router. So right now this router means that you can encapsulate all the logic of the nodes route, which is /nodes, within this file. So it makes the code really easy. Imagine that you would have another object in your application like user, or it could be like photos or something else. So every file ideally could have their own router file, which means that they would have a file which defines all of the routes in its own file. So that keeps the code really clean, and you can also test it easily afterwards. So now that we know about this nodes router, here are the routes that we have defined so far. So I'm kind of quickly repeating what we did last time. So we created 4 routes, which is get, post, get, and delete. Now this get is different than this one, and there are 4 routes. One is for getting all the nodes. Second one is for adding a new node, which is using the post. The third one is getting a particular node by its ID, and the fourth one is deleting a node by its ID. So these are simple 4 routes that we have created. Now this slash actually is combined with the nodes route here. So essentially the final route for this one sort of becomes something like this: HTTP localhost 5000/ and then it becomes nodes, and that's it. So this slash exactly means this particular route. Similarly, this one, which is post, this slash also means the exact same route, but on the same route we are now handling a post request rather than a get request. In the case of post request, we create a node. Similarly, for this particular route, this becomes nodes/id, which means that this ID is dynamic. We are going to pass the ID of the node that we want to delete, and then it will automatically hit this particular route. Similarly, for deletion, the route exactly becomes the same, but here the method that we are using is delete instead of get. So that's how you would differentiate between different routes and what they do. And I'm going to quickly explain how we did it for the insomnia and how we kind of triggered all these. So I'm going to remove these silly things that I just added, and then I'm going to quickly show 2 implementations that we have already done. The first one is get. For this get one, if I go to insomnia, which is a tool that we installed last time in the last session, And what we do with Insomnia is that we create a bunch of requests here within a collection. So I've created a collection that is called Notes app. So from the dashboard, you can click create and then create a request collection. And then you can just open that collection and create requests from here, from new request. Once you have created those requests, you can define what method they would use. For instance, this one uses the get method, and then you also define the URL, and that's it. So you can see it's hitting the get request at localhost 5000, and if I hit send, you see that I get a bunch of nodes out of it, and these nodes are actually coming from my database, right? So how do we know that they are coming from the database? If I open the command prompt here, and if I do a mongosh, which is using the Mongo shell, I can actually test if my database has any values. So I can do use nodesdb. This is the name of the database that we are working with. And then if I do db.nodes.find, I can see all of these nodes. For instance, this says my text new 2, my text new 3, my text new 3. So these are 4 elements that we have. And if I look at here, you can see the exact same objects here. So these are actually coming from the database to the backend to Insomnia, which we can consider right now as the front end as well, because this is initiating the calls. So now that we know about this coming from the backend, let's have a look at this particular code which retrieves this value from the database and then sends it back. So if I go back to my basic API code, this is the handler that is called when I hit this route, which is the localhost 5000/nodes with the get method. So here the get method is triggered here. Then what we do here is that we essentially get or require this node model. This node model is the exact file which I shared here, which is defining the schema of the nodes. So for MongoDB with Mongoose, we first create a schema and then we create a model. This is the model that we are talking about. And whenever we have to query the database, we query via the model. So we say model, which is node. So we say node.find, blah, 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 node.delete by ID, node.find1, node.delete1, and whatnot. So it's similar to doing what we do here in the Mongo shell, where we do db.nodes.find. So this exactly is same in the Mongoose world as something like node model.find. All right. So if I go back to my code here, you can see that this Mongoose model is being created and then it is also being exported from here, which means that here I can actually require it. And when I require it, this essentially becomes the node model. Now you could rename it to node or node model. I would just go ahead and say node model, all right, just for the sake of simplicity. So this node model is being used here whenever we get this request, and then we say, hey, node model.find with an empty object, which means that it's going to go and find all the nodes and then return them into this second parameter, or return into this function's parameter nodes. So when this query is executed, this essentially provides us these two values. There could be an error because of some reason and the query failed, or if there is no error, then that means that we have retrieved the nodes themselves. Now, last time what we did was we also debugged this application, and we did it by just going to run and debug from left, and then we hit run and debug, and then it starts this index.js with the debug mode. You should be able to see this debug console here, and you can see that even in the debug mode, we are connected with our database, right? For this, you would have to stop your NodeMon server. So stop your NodeMon server, go to run and debug, and hit run and debug, and you should be able to see this debug console. And as I shared in the last information, you will see that this, or in the last session, I also shared that this particular toolbar that you see above the top, that is the indication that we are running a debug session. Once you start a debug session, then you can click on this side of the code to put breakpoints, which means that whenever we hit a call, we would be stopped here because of the breakpoint. And you can see we have already some breakpoints here. Now that we have the debug session running, I can just go to Insomnia, click send, and then you will see that it is taking some time because it's right now stuck in the code here at the breakpoint. And now we are debugging this code. Sebel is asking where will the error go? This error won't go anywhere, it will just be shown on the console here if there is any error. So right now our breakpoint is here, and this code is asynchronous, which means that I cannot use step over in this case, because when we use step over, we go to different JavaScript lines one by one. But for asynchronous code, which we don't know when it will be completed because we are querying database, and then it will come back from the database in 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, who knows. So therefore we can put a breakpoint on the next line, which is inside this function, and then we can just put a breakpoint there and hit play. Once we do that, you see that it came here, which means it's right now in this function block, starting from this curly brace to this curly brace. And this means that if we are here, then we do have the values for the error and the nodes. So the query either executed perfectly and there was no error, which means we should have got nodes, or there might have been some error. So right now here, if I hover over the error, you can see that we have null as the error, which means that there was no error at all. And that means we should have got some nodes back. So if I hover over the nodes, you can see that we have essentially an array of length 4. And here we have all the documents that we wanted from the database. So each element or each node in our MongoDB database is a document. And I can expand this _doc and see the exact value of the document. So this is the first record or first document, which says link blah blah blah, text blah blah blah. And now if we check this code, you will see that if there's an error, we essentially do a console log and we just return from here, so this code is not executed. But if there's no error, then it will quickly go to the next line, and then it will send back the whole answer or the response as an object which has a nodes property, and the value of this nodes property is exactly what we retrieve here. So which means it is supposed to send back the array itself. So if I hit play, I can go to Insomnia and see the result. And this is how the get is working. Everyone with me so far? I'm going a bit fast on this one, but you can watch the video later as well and kind of listen through what I said. I'm just going fast because I don't want to spend too much time, because we did this in the last session. Awesome. Cool. Awesome. Now, if we talk about the next thing, which is adding a node, I'm going to quickly go to my code and show you this particular code, which is for adding a new node. Now let's first see the code, and then we will try to hit this this URL to create a new node. So for instance, for creating a new node, we see another request, which is not this get node list, but a post. This is of the type post, but the URL, if you notice, is exactly the same. This URL and this URL, this is exactly the same, just the method is different. And if we see the handlers here, they are exactly the same as well. We have // but then we have the get and then the post. Now, awesome rhymes with SN. Thank you. All right. So when we have this URL here for the post, the way to send data to the backend from the front end is that we send a JSON object. So we send a JSON from here, which is of type object. And then you can see that this object has text and link. Now I could say, let's say CWA node. And then this node essentially is going to be, this node is essentially going to be created. Now, if I hit send, what would happen is that it will go to the backend and will be at this particular point where we hit this this breakpoint. You can see that we got to line number 23 and we have the request. Now we are sending this data from Insomnia, which means that we are sending a request to backend, and the backend is supposed to see that request and try to find this object from the request, because this data is being passed along with the request. So from the front end, we send the data to the backend via this endpoint. Now this endpoint is being triggered and we are having this request object here. Now we can try to find the body and see what is provided by the front end or what is passed as the data from the front end to the backend. So if you see the body, you can see that we pass CWA node and this, which is exactly what we pass from Insomnia. So from the front end, we are passing the data to the backend. From the backend, we are checking what was passed from the front end, and then we take this body, request.body, and then we use this data to create a new instance of the node document. So via node model, we can create a new document, and we do it by using new node model, which means that we are using the node model to create a new document. And this document is node itself. So when we create this and assign this to the new node variable, what we get is an instance of the node model itself. So if you see the proto here, you can see it's of type model, which means that this is the node document. Now that we have this document here, all we need to do is call the save method on this node. So we are calling new node.save method here, and then we are using the then chainable method because this is a promise. So what we do here is that we use then, and I'm not going to go into promises right now, specifically since you are beginners, but I'll probably explain it in a later video or in a later session. But just try to understand is that we are saying, hey, try to save the node into the database, and when that's done, then we will call this function or the JavaScript or the compiler or whatever you want to call it. When the database is saved or when the document is saved in the database, this particular function is called with the saved node. So we get back the, please promise to talk about promises. Yes, I do promise. So when we basically have the document saved, this function is called, and then we get the variable in this saved node. And when we get this, then we are supposed to send this back to the front end. So the whole process looks like the front end sends the request to the backend with the data. The backend creates a new node, then it tries to save it to the database, and once it's saved to the database, then we get the updated value or the new node, and then we try to send it back to the front end. So that's the whole process, because the front end has to know that the document has been created, and it would be great if we can send the created document back to the front end so it can show that on the UI right away. Let's say if I had 5 nodes and I'm creating the 6th node, I would create that 6th node, send it to the backend will create it, save it to the database, and then whatever is saved to the database, it will send back to the front end, and the front end can quickly add that to the UI because it's a new node. And that's how we would do with the nodes application as well. So now we are at this line, which means we have not saved the database or the document in the database right now. But if I hit play, this will jump to the next line, which is this one. So if I hit play, you can see it quickly came here. And now if I look at the saved node variable, this contains the new document. If I open the doc, you can see that it's called CWA node. We do have its ID and whatnot, and we are sending the saved node back as the node property. So we are creating a new object with the node property with the value of the new node, and then we are sending another property called success true, and then we are sending it via response.json method. So far, if I look at Insomnia, you will see that we don't have anything. This is the old data, but it's still waiting for this request to complete. So if I hit play, you can see that we got this data, which is the CWA node, blah 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 link. It has its own ID and success true as well. Whatever we send from the backend is right now in the front end. So you can see the data is exactly the same. So this is what we did so far. The next thing that we want to talk about is getting node by ID and deleting node by ID. So far we have created these two nodes, and what I do here is that if I hit send, this response is being sent back, which is node by ID success. And then if I click on delete node by ID and send it, it says node deleted. Both of these things are essentially part of the code. So if I go here and show you the code, here is where we have written this. So whenever this URL is hit, we just send a dummy response back for both of these situations with a different message. That's what's happening so far. So first of all, what we are going to do is we'll try to get a particular node by ID if we wanted to do so. So for that, we need to provide the ID here in this parameter. Why? Because in the backend, this is of the form of a dynamic ID property, which we are doing it something like this, which is the colon ID. So if I go back to the code, here you can see that we have get slash and then colon ID. So we need to provide this ID right here. Now, in order to do so, the first step would be to pass an ID of a particular node which actually exists. So let's say if we go to node, hit send, I'm gonna run this in the normal mode now. if it allows me. It seems like it's not really happy. All right, I'm gonna go to terminal, start this in the sort of watch mode with the node mon, and now we are going to write some code. So here, first of all, we need to be able to see that ID that we get from the front end. So in order to retrieve the ID, we need to first see what are the nodes that we have. So these are the nodes that we have so far. Let's say if we wanted to handle this CWA node, which has this ID, what we would do is that, and I can probably do this so you can also see this. So we have this ID that we are going to work with. This ID is something we can copy with the delete node by ID, or sorry, get node by ID. And here, instead of ASD, we are going to use this ID. All right. Now, if I send this, nothing changes. We get still the same. We still get the same data because we have not coded anything. But we are providing a very legit ID which exists in the database. So now that we have this ID, what we want to do as the first step is to be able to see this ID here in this particular code. So first of all, I'm going to probably say const node ID equals, and we can get the ID by using request.params.id. All right, you can see it auto completes us because you can see the ID parameter here. So if I do this and just return back the ID just for testing purposes, I could do something like this, ID node ID, which means that in the response, now I'm sending back another property called ID with the value of node ID. Now, if I go to Insomnia and send this back, you can see that we get this ID property and the same ID that we send here. So now we know how to get the ID in the backend from this URL parameter, right? And there could be a lot complex URL as well, but this is the simplest one that we can talk about. Now that we have got the ID of the node, what else is there to do? We obviously want the exact node by this ID from the database. So in order to do so, we'll just cut this code from here, and then we'll say, hey, from the node model, try find by ID, and you can see the find by ID method here. And here we need to provide this ID. So we can say node ID. All right. And then we say comma and then this next parameter. And then in this particular case, we should be able to see that here in this particular function, we potentially should have error and node itself. So either this query will pass or fail. In case we have an error, we'll just say return console.log error. But in case we don't have an error, then we'll send back this particular node with the property node itself. Now, instead of writing node : node, we can short this down to just say this, which means that the property name is node and the value is node itself. All right. So now that we have this one, we can just hit save, go to code, click, and you can see that we are getting the exact node by ID. So via just using the ID, we can get essentially our element. All right. Now let's try something with a weird ID, and let's say if I say DA here, and then if I hit send, you can see that we got null here, which means that we didn't get this particular element and we didn't get any error as well. So here, when we are trying to find by ID, we are not getting a particular node, but we are getting a null. So in this case, we can either throw an error or we can do something else as well. So for instance, here we can check if we don't have the node, then we do a return response dot, let's say status 404 JSON, and here we are going to send let's say a particular message here, and we can say message node not found. All right. So in this particular case, if we are now sending this request, you can see that we get this status 404, and we also get this message that says node not found. So this is actually what happens when we are using our regular web application. So the code should be similar to this one. And now if I correct my URL and send the query now, you can see that we get our node back. So it's all about how you code your things. So this is something that you would potentially see in most of the applications that you work with. All right. So now the code for this one is actually okay, because we can find by ID using a particular note ID, and the code for this one is exactly similar to what we would have for the delete ID. Now there could be multiple things as well. For instance, what happens if someone doesn't provide an ID at all? There is no ID present. In that particular case, you might want to show an error and say, hey, you have not provided the ID. Or you could implement some sort of validation here, and there are different packages to do that, but we are not going to go too deep into that. We are assuming the happy path here for now. Now let's talk about deleting the a particular node. So I'm going to copy paste the same code because it's going to be the same. So we get the node ID, but instead of find ID, we are going to do something else here. So I'm going to use node model dot find one and delete. All right. So find one and delete and find one and remove. I don't know what are the differences, but we could also use this find by ID and remove. So we do a find by ID and remove. We provide the node ID here. Similarly, we have the error, and then we have, let's say we call it res, and then we are going to log both just to see what do we get. So we are going to do console.log error and res as well, because this response should be something like acknowledged or okay or something like that. So I'm gonna quickly look into that as well. And then what we do is that we say if there's an error, we console log error. If there's no response for some reason, then we probably could say not found or something. And then, but in fact, let's remove this one for now. And then we could say delete node by ID success, and that's all. So for the delete one, what we are doing here is that we are saying, hey, node model dot find by ID and remove. We are providing the node ID to use here. And then for the error and res, you can see that we are just console logging it. And then finally, we are returning this response if there's no error. So for this one, let's try to use the same ID, but for delete. And for starters, I'm going to use a fake ID, not the exact ID, just to see what happens when we provide a false ID here. So if I hit send, you can see the delete node by ID success. But here on the console, you can see that we have null and null, which means that there was no error, but then there is no res as well, which means that it could not find a node to delete. So here we could check if there's no response, then we say return, and then we could say something like response dot status 404 dot json, and here we can provide message, and we can say node not found for deletion, and let's save this now. So if I now go here and send, you can see that it says message not found for deletion, which is fine. But if I provide the correct URL here, which is this one, and if I hit send, you can see that delete node by ID success. So we got the success here. And then here for this next object, which is the res, we actually get back the exact node which was deleted. So we can rename this to something like deleted node. And here we can see the replaced values as well. And then, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So everyone with me so far? Everyone clear what we just did? We use the find by ID and remove method by providing the ID. Once it's executed, we get this function which is called. We get either the error, which triggered for some reason, or we get the deleted nodes if everything is good. So once we have everything good, then we check if there was nothing that is deleted, then we send back a message that hey, this wasn't the case. Otherwise we send back the response, and that's pretty much it. All right, so now that we have this information completely implemented, what we want to do now is we have all our information implemented. And if I go to the nodes list now, previously you can see we had the CWA node here, and if I hit send again, you should be able to see that this is not the case anymore. So that particular element is now deleted. So we have implemented something that we called CRUD, create, read, update, and delete. Not update, I don't think we have implemented update, but we can also do that as well later on if we wanted to. Actually, I think we will do once we start implementing with the front end as well. But essentially now you can see that we have this nodes list, and now what we have here is, all right, apart from this one, if we just go and say node model dot find one and update, you can see the value here as well. Let's actually try to implement the last one, which is update as well, so we don't have to come back to it later. So I'm going to create another copy pasted code. I'm going to say update node by ID. In this particular case, we are going to use the put method. Okay, we could have also used the patch method, but I'm going to use put for now. And the URL is going to be same. So when we create a new URL, it's going to be the same. For this one, what we want to do is we want to say node model dot find one and update. All right, here we should be able to see what we pass. So the first thing is filter, which is finding one by ID. The second object that we pass is the updated value. So here we first need to get the params from ID. Then we also need to get the body as well. So I'm gonna explain to you when we are doing that. So we are going to say const updated body. We are going to call it request.body itself. And then when we do a find one and update, I'm gonna quickly remove all of this so we are clear on what we are trying to do. So the first thing is the ID of the node that we want to update. The second thing is the updated value of the node. For instance, if I go to my front-end application and then if I try changing, let's say this one, and if I do something like this, that means that the text of the node has changed. So when we change the text of the node, we need to send it to backend and update that in the database as well. So for that one, we are creating a new route, which is the put one. Now we need to know which node to update, which is using the node ID. And the second thing is what to update. So whatever we pass in the body, that will be used to update the particular node. So for this one, we can say we are going to pass the node ID. And the second thing is the update body itself. And then the third thing is the function that we want to provide. So here we are gonna say, similarly, if there's an error, we console log error, and we can say error, and then we can call it updated node. So if there is no updated node, then we could say, hey, node not found for updating, because we are using a find one and update. This should be updated body. So now it is working fine. And we could call this one updated node by ID success. And we can also send back the updated node itself. So we can say node and here updated node. Now I'm going to put a breakpoint here. And then also I'm going to stop my server, run and debug, so we can actually see this working in real time and see how this goes through when we call this URL. All right, so we are in the debug console. The DB is now connected. We have the breakpoint set as well. So I'm going to put breakpoint here and then here as well. And now I'm going to go back to my Insomnia and create another route, which is the put route. So we can call this update node by ID. All right, now this is of type put. So we are going to take the put type here, and then it says no body, but we are going to use JSON, and then we'll do a create. Now you can see that we have this one created. The URL is going to be exactly the same, but we are going to use a new node URL. So let's do a get nodes list. And it seems like we have the breakpoints implemented here. So I'm going to remove breakpoints from this one, also from the create one, hit play, go back to Insomnia. And now we have these nodes being retrieved. So let's change the value of this fourth one, which says my text new 3, because we have two my text new 3. So let's change this one to CWA learners per se. So what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to copy this ID. go to update node by ID, and here replace this ID with this one. And now we have to apply the object here. So from this one, I'm going to copy these two things, the link and the node itself. So here we have this. I'm going to remove this comma from here. I'm going to call this CWA learners. And here we can say, let's say github.com code with SN. Now we have an updated body here. Now if I hit send, this should stop at the breakpoint that we have in the backend. So if I hit send, you can see that it's still going on. If I go here and check, you can see that we landed on the breakpoint. Now in the request.params.id, you can see that we have the ID of the node that we provided. In the request.body, you can see the new text value that we have provided, which is text CWA learners and the GitHub link. Now if I move forward, this value will be assigned to the node ID variable, which is here. This value will be assigned to the updated body variable, which is now here. Alright, which is an object, by the way. And now we are calling the find one and update method with the node ID as the first parameter to tell Mongoose that, hey, this is the node ID that you need to find with. Then the updated body with the update code. And then this third parameter with the function, which is executed when we have the query completed. So now that we have this, I'm going to hit play so it jumps to the next breakpoint. And here now you can see that we have the error and updated node. So if I see here, it says null, which means there was no error. But if I see updated node as well, now you see we got a document. If I open the underscore document here, you can see we have my text and code with SN, which is right now here. All right. So the updated body was here as well. The node ID was here as well. If we go forward and we see updated node, we do have the updated node here. Let's see if we go forward and send back updated node. Did it actually update? So we sent CWA learners, and then we also sent this one, but it didn't update. Interesting. When we check this function, let me have a quick look at this one, which is update query. We have filter. It means that I'm doing something wrong. Let's see. So we're gonna go to the MongoDB documentation itself, or Mongoose, find one and update example. All right. So this says that when we do a find one and update, then for the update we get an object which is find. Okay. You should set the new operator. All right. So it seems like when we send back, all right, I know what's happening. And I now remember that this was the case when I was working with MongoDB before as well. Alright, so what's happening is that when this function is executed, what it sends back from here is the old node for some reason, and we can actually fix that. But what we got from here is still the old node. Why do I know that? Because if I go to the nodes list, and I'm assuming if I try sending now, interesting. Then what's wrong? Find one and update, blah blah blah. Oh, it's find one and update, and then we are using find one and update. That's fine. Okay, now I get it. So if we see node ID here, we're using find one and update, but we talked about find by ID and update. So we are providing the node ID here, so we should be using find by ID and update. Let's restart this, and now let's try this out. So I'm gonna go here, hit this. We're gonna go to the breakpoint, gonna go forward, and there, if I hit updated node, now I see my text new 3, which is the old node. If I hit play, that goes back, and if I go back to the nodes list, now you see the updated node here. So the theory that I was telling you, now it got updated, right? But still, when we sent this query, it returned back the old value. Now if I do it CWA learners 2, it will send me back CWA learners. All right. let me show you what's happening. So if I hit play and go back to Insomnia, you can see now CWA learners, whereas I sent CWA learners too. But if I do the get node list call, this will see CWA learners too. So what's happening here is that in the update node call, the data sent back from the server is the old node and not the new node. So let's say if I wanted to do this CWA learners new, that means that when I send this query, it will still send me back the old one, which is CWA learners new. And the reason for that is, as we see in the documentation, in order to get back the new element, you should set the new option to true to return the document after update was applied. So we need to apply this new option here. And you can see that this is passed as the third argument for this find one and update function. All right. So I think it's the same for the find by ID and update. So we need to pass the third option just like this, which is essentially an object that says new true. So the first parameter is note ID, the second parameter is update body, the third parameter is new true, and the fourth parameter is the function itself. Now I'm going to restart it, and then we are going to try this out to see if that fixes the issue. So now if I hit send with this new, I'm going to send it. I'm going to come here, go forward, and then if I go inside here now, we should have this new capital within the updated node. So if I hover on updated node, you can see the new here. So the problem, as I mentioned, was not passing this new. So when we are updating, if we want to get back the updated node, then we want to pass this new true, and then we should be able to see that as well. So now if I hit this, you can see the new and the new being consistent there, right? So this is a $1 million tip that you can get from a Mongo engineer today. So now that we have this one, I'm gonna stop this, run this in the same manner as watch, and now I'm seeing a message. The update is the first one in the array. I don't know what you mean, but I think you all got the point. So if I do a new 2 or any 2, you can see the any 2 coming back. Similarly, whatever I do here, that will be reflected in the database now. So everyone with me so far, do you now know how to update a particular node in the database or a particular document in the database? We can do a find by ID and update by passing the ID from the request, the update body, a new true, and then the function itself. All right, now that we have this, I also talked about kind of moving this to deployment. So what we are going to do here is that we are going to be deploying this code, or instead of using the local MongoDB, we're going to use a cloud hosted MongoDB. So we don't have to rely on our own system, but we can rather see it on cloud. So I mentioned on the Discord that we want to have a look at the MongoDB cloud. So I shared the URL as well. I hope that you saw that. And if not, then what you need to do is you need to essentially go to MongoDB, or try to search mlab for instance, but you will essentially go here at mongodb.com. Once you go here, you should be able to see this link. I'm going to share that in the chat as well. So what we're trying to do here is that we are talking about deploying or using a cloud MongoDB instead of using a MongoDB ourselves. The idea for you to install it before was that you get to know how MongoDB works in general before just trying out any random thing, right? So what you need to do is that you need to just sign up here. You don't need to mention your company. Just say I'm building a new app, enter your email, first name, last name, blah blah blah, password, and then just do a get started with 512 MB free, which is this green button that you see. So once you do that, you should be able to see some steps, and I can show you as I took out some screenshots as well. So essentially what you would do once you have signed up is that it will first ask you for your organization name and project. So you need to put your organization name, whatever that may be. The project name, I've put notes application.
then the preferred language that you would do is going to be JavaScript. Again, the link is in the description, so you can just go there and sign up. Once you sign up, you will receive an email for verification. Check your email, then click verify. Once you do that, you will potentially land on a page that says something like this. So essentially you would potentially see this one. Once you select JavaScript, then you should be able to select your deploy cloud database as well. Here obviously you would go for the free version, which is shared. So you will just click create, and then you will potentially see this menu on your left or left bottom that says create your first database user, or build your first cluster and whatnot. So we're gonna do that right now. So essentially what we have here is a really free, if I go here, you can see that it says build your first cluster. So we need to click here at shared. So you will click shared, and then you can select AWS here. Then you need to select your region. Doesn't matter what you select. You can select Mumbai since it's closer to you. Then you need to see the cluster name as well. By default we'll keep it cluster 0, it doesn't really matter. Then you just click create cluster. Once you do that, your cluster is created, right? And it says your cluster is being created, will take 1 to 3 minutes. That's fine. In the meantime, in order to connect to a database, we need to have a user that we can use. So we need to have a database user, and that is usually the case for all the databases, apart from the test database that we were using in just locally, right? But when we talk about security and connecting to a database, we always have to have a database user via which we connect. So we're gonna go here in the database access, and here you need to create a particular user. So what you would do is that you would do a create database user. So you'll add a new database user, you will use password here, then you'll go here and create a password. I would suggest using an auto-generated secured password here, and then name this user CWA learner. All right. Now this password that you would create, you need to just copy it and maintain it somewhere so you don't forget about it. So you will just copy the password, and then you need to make sure that if you want to check any of these, you could do. I would just make this a temporary user for 6 hours. So I'm gonna just click here for 6 hours and add user. But you might not want to do that, so you can not check it, so the database user is there forever. Now that you have that, actually let me do that as well. So there was data lakes, temporary, do not modify, let's say make permanent. So I'm gonna make this permanent user, not to expire it. Now that we have this, understand this process that in order to connect to a database, we need a username and a password. The second thing is that no one apart from you should be able to access the database as well. So in order to understand how that works is that you will say that only your computer should be able to access the database, or the app running on your computer should be able to access the database. So right now our server, which is the basic API, this particular code is not right now running on my machine, which means that this database can only be connected or accessed via my machine, my PC. So in order to tell that, we need to provide this whole system, the MongoDB cloud, our IP, which is public IP. So we need to go to network access, and here you need to do this. You need to click add IP address, and here you need to click add current IP address, this one. Once you do that, it will automatically fetch your IP. One other way of sort of finding the IP is you type what's my IP on Google, and it will tell you the exact same thing. What is your public IP, right? So you can easily try to find out what your IP is. Hope that makes sense. Apart from that, you also need to make sure that this is not expiring, for instance. And then what you need to do is confirm. Once you confirm this, you will see the pending state here, and this is currently being enlisted, which means it will take a few moments before it can actually be used. Which IP that we should not reveal?
your IP, which is public, is automatically public. I mean, every site that you go to, every website that you use, they know your IP. So there's nothing to be kind of not exposing. But when we will talk about actually backend, which is going to be your production environment, that is the API that you might not want to share with others, of course. So you should keep it to yourself. So right now it's my public IP. It doesn't matter if I share it for now. So this is the IP that we have, and this is the database access that we have right now. And if I go to databases, you can see that we have this cluster 0, which is working right now. All right. So you can see that we have almost everything set up for our database, the access, the user, and now we need to connect with our database instead of the local database that we are connected to. Right now, if I go to my code and if I go to the db/index.js, you can see that the URL that we right now use here is localhost 27017, which is actually the local URL that we have here. So instead of this local URL, we need to connect to the cloud URL. So in order to connect with the cloud URL, we need to click this connect. So first you will go to your databases, then for the cluster 0, you will click connect. Here, then you will click connect your application, and here then you will click or just click here to copy this whole scenario. All right, so you copy this, then you go to your code, and then instead of this URL, we use the entire URL here. You need to replace this my first database in the URL with NodeDB, similar to what we had here. Okay, then you also need to write your password here. So the username is already copied, which is CWA learner, but the password is something that you generated and you probably copied it yourself. So I copied it, so I can just paste it here. And now that I have pasted this, if I restart the server, you should be able to see the message that says DB connected. So you can see DB now is connected, which means that this is now connecting to our cloud database instead of the local database, right? If I miss anything here, you will not see this message. For instance, if this was password, and if I just do this, you will not see the DB is connected message anymore. You will see some error in a few minutes or something, right? So you can see the error is here. So there is Atlas error, bad authentication failed. You can see the message right here, which means we are not providing the password that we are supposed to provide, right? So I'm gonna just do just copy the password again, use this, and then if we try now, you can see the DB is now connected. So we are good at that part. So now that we have connected to our database, we can see what happens if I hit insomnia and get the nodes list. Previously, we were able to list all of these nodes, but now there's nothing that we provide, right? It's an empty array. क्या हमें URL को env फाइल में हाइड करना चाहिए? आप कर सकते हो. It's up to you. I cannot do it right now because I'm teaching you. But ideally, when you are going to deploy it, these should be environment variables. This should not be in your code. Right now, I've put my my whole code into, or my password into here, but essentially this should not be the case. So if you want, we could also go into details on how we want to do that. But essentially, this code should not be sent to, let's say, your server. So let's actually try that in order to not be worried about that. So what we are going to do is that we are going to go and we're going to use something called the .env npm package, which is this one. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna try to, let's say, do this yarn at .env. I think we're using yarn for the backend, right? Or npm. We're using npm because of package log JSON. So let's do npm install .env. So I'm gonna stop my backend. I'm going to install this .env with the save flag. And then what I'm going to do here, as per readme, is that we have to create an env file in the root directory of the project, and then we can just create these variables, right? So here I'm gonna go ahead and create env
.example file, which can be committed to the repository, but we would also have something called a .env file, if I'm not wrong. So we need to create, where's the file name, the .env file, and we can also call this .env.example, and for this one we can call this one .env. Oops. And for the git ignore, we can add the .env here, so this is not committed to git. So you can see that this is now grayed out, which means this is not going to be committed to GitHub. The Jetty, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Alright, so we have the env example here and the env as well. Here we are gonna say, let's say database URL, and then we can say database user, database password. Alright, so now that we have these set here, we can quickly copy this one, go to our env, and this is the file that we are going to be using, right? So instead of going it here, which is the username, so we can assign this here, CWA learner. Similarly, we have the password here, so we can say password here, and then we have this URL, which is essentially this URL, which is this one. And we can also introduce one more thing, which is database name. So let's do this, add a database name here, NodeJS, and now that we have this, we can use this in the code as well. क्या हमें env के लिए package install करना लाजमी है? Not necessarily. You can, but then when you start your server, you would have to do something like database user equals blah blah blah, and then node index.js, because then you would have to export these environment variables, right? So .env package essentially uses this env file. Otherwise you would potentially do something like this: export a variable and then you into the node environment, and then you would have to run the node index.js or whatnot. So .env just makes it easier for us to use this whole in sort of a way that is planned. For instance, if you have different deployments, production, staging, QA, you can just create different env files, and then you can just define what file to use. Alright, now that we have all this here, we just need to import or require this configuration. So I'm going to save this as well. Then here in the database information, I'm going to require this information, and we can say const config equals blah 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 dot config. Actually, this is not going to be here, but as it says in the documentation, this should be as early as possible in the application, and as early as possible is this index.js. So we're going to be requiring express and then doing this .config, and then when we have this, we can use process.env blah blah blah. So in the index.db, so what we did just now is that we required the .env config, which means it will fetch all the information from the env file, and then in here we are going to use db.env.dbhost blah 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 whatnot. So here inside of this CWA learner, we are going to use first the backticks, then we're going to use const, and then we are going to extract that from process.env, and then we need to kind of extract all these values, database URL. So we're gonna extract database URL, database user, then we have database password, and then we have database name. So extracting all of these things out, then we are going to be using the database user here. All right, then we're going to be using the database URL here, which is essentially this one. Then we have the database password, which is essentially this one, and then we have the database name, which is essentially this one.
Now that we have done this one, let's try running it and see if everything works for us. So if I enter, you can see that it says DB is now connected, which means everything that we have wrote here, that works fine. We get the values from env file and we are good. And when we push this code to the repository, our values or our information will not be pushed. So good point there. And now we have implemented this. All right, now that we have this information here, we checked that there were no nodes. If I go to my Mongo lab right now here and try to see my code or my database itself or the cluster itself, I can click the cluster from this databases. So from databases, click cluster, and here we can actually see if there are any sort of nodes or not. So I'm gonna click my databases here, and then you can also see browse collections. So here if I click collections, you can see that we don't have any collections right now, even if we requested the get call here. So the get call does nothing, but if I create a node, then we are talking about automatically creating that collection and then saving that. So if I just hit this send, this has now created this particular node with the ID DAF at the end into this particular cloud. So if I refresh now, you should be able to see this node created. So here you can see that we have got the nodes DB and we have got the nodes collection created, and in this collection we have this single document which has the DAF ID. So now our backend is connected with this cloud database, and you can see it working out of the box. Now if I wanted to do a get call, you will see that we will get this exact element out of the box. Similarly, I can now add nodes to it, get node by ID, and do whatnot. So I can copy this ID, I can try to get this one, but it will say not found because this is an old ID. If I use the new ID, hit, you can see that we got the node by ID and this is a node. All right. So our database, our backend right now does not have to rely on a particular Mongo instance within our machine. Do you find that cool? I find it pretty hot actually. Awesome. Sounds great, man. Kappa. All right. So now we got the nodes as well. This path is not old. This path is connecting to our backend. Our backend still exists in our machine. Only our database right now is in the cloud. All right. So this URL, this URL, this URL, every URL, or at least the base URL for our backend exactly is the same. This is our API endpoint. So here you can see that we have the get node list. It is fetching the data from the database in the cloud. If we add another node, which is, let's say, new, this is now being created in the cloud. So if I go here, I should be able to see 2 documents with the CWA nodes 2 as well. All right, so now you can see 2 different nodes here. So this is working perfectly fine now. Now we're going to talk about actually deploying our backend, because we have the database in the cloud, but would it be amazing if we can deploy our backend as well? Because if we do so, then we only have to work with our local. Once we have deployed our backend and we don't need to change anything into the backend, then we just need to work with the front end, right? So why do we have to spin up our local backend time and again? And obviously, when this application will be deployed to somewhere, so that everyone can use this has to be deployed somewhere. So for that, we are going to use Heroku. And this is the first time that I'm going to be using that in my machine. So bear with me. I'm going to be doing it along with you. So there could be some hiccups, but yeah, just bear with me. So far what we have here is, if I look at my code, you can see that we have the env here. We do have the env example here. And yeah, the rest of the things look good. So I think what we need to do is, first we'll go to heroku.com, and you can see the URL right here. I'm pasting that in the chat as well. When you go there, you need to essentially sign up, and once you have signed up there, you need to create a new app. So you would do a new, create new app, and then you will give it a name, whatever the name you want to give it. All right, you can choose a region and then create the application.
I personally already have created this application that is called the CWA Nodes backend, which I just created today. So once you have created this application, you can click on it, and then we are going to discuss about deployment. So here you will go and click deploy, and here we have different options. One, we can connect it with GitHub. The second is we can use the container registry, which means we are going to be using something called Docker. And the third one is using Heroku Git. So today I'm going to be teaching you how to use the Heroku Git via Heroku CLI and kind of just push our code and to run this. So there could be some settings that we'd have to see, since it's quite some time that I've used this one. But essentially what we want to do first, if you're using a Windows PC or whatever you're using, you first need to install the Heroku CLI. So you're going to click here, and then you're going to see the information of download based on your own system. If you're using Mac OS, this is what you would do. If you're using Linux, this is what you need to do. Since I'm using Windows, I'm gonna just use the 64-bit installer. So I'm gonna install it, set this, and once this is done, then I'm gonna be using this Heroku CLI to set up our project and kind of log in and then just push our code for deployment. While this is happening, we can also see other instructions, which is once we have the Heroku CLI installed, we need to first log in into Heroku. So what happens is that you log in into your command prompt via, I've already shared the link above. So we have the Heroku login. Once you have logged in, then you need to do this, and I'm going to show you how that's done as well. Whoa, this is taking much more time than I anticipated. Looks like it installs a lot of things. Yeah, the Heroku link is already in the chat. So once we are done with that, we should be able to push this code. The only thing that I need to understand is how would we push the env file there. We could also, we don't need to probably share the env file. We could just use the process env as well. So in the settings, we should be able to have config variables, and then yeah, we should be able to add those here as well. I'm going to quickly have a look at .env with Heroku. Do we have to do anything special with this one? I don't think so. Heroku config set conversation username Alex, blah blah blah. Yeah, I think when we define it when we define it in Heroku, it automatically fetches it, so we don't have to worry about that at all. We just need to wait for this one to be completed. So you can also start the download yourself in your machine while this is happening, and then we'll deploy this. So in the end, we would only have to work with the front-end application and not the back-end or the database until we need to do so. What else was there? Yeah, one more thing is that you probably would need to choose a name that is aligned or that is unique. So maybe just use your GitHub username, and then just use Nodes backend or something at the end in the name. For instance, my application is called Nodes backend, but then we have the CWA here. So you can just use your GitHub username if you want to make it easier for you. Alright, this is almost done. Alright, yeah, we don't need all of that information. So it has installed everything, and now it's adding to path, which means that we should be able to use the Heroku command within the CLI itself. So let's see when this happens, and then I'm gonna also kind of exit the DB here, And we might also have to just create another terminal because the old one would not have this path value kind of exported. So let's see, if we go to here and then if we kind of create a new tab here, and if we try Heroku, which it is still adding to the path, it's completed. Cool. Let's close this one, create another one. Heroku, command not found, which means that we need to export it somehow. Export. All right. Heroku path Windows bash. Let's see. Let's see if we can find this. Nah. The thing is, if I open a command prompt, then it would work. I don't really like command prompt. So if I go here, say command prompt, it is here. If I do Heroku, that's interesting. Is there a different Heroku? No. Should have added to the path, but it doesn't. Seems like if I do a command prompt, if I do Heroku, now here it does. Does it? Interesting. All right. Let's see if we can do this. So let's do copy path, cd this. So here in this particular path where we have the basic API project, if I do a Heroku login, it would kind of connect with the browser. So you can see it automatically opens the browser. I can click login, and here, since I'm already logged in into Heroku, here this says you are logged in, you can close this, return to your CLI. So if I go back to my command prompt, you can see that logged in as whatever my email is, and now we can proceed with the steps. And you can probably do the same, just open a command prompt afterwards in your own system, and then you can continue from there. Now that we have this information here, we need to be able to go forward into the process. So here you can see we have this Heroku login, and then what we need to do is we need to do git remote blah 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 nodes backend. So I'm gonna run this command here, and you can see that we have added this, see git remote added, and then we just need to do this, which is git push Heroku master, because our code already is pushed. So if I do git status, oh, we don't have the code pushed. So let's add all of the things. So we add everything here, then we do git status. So we have added everything here. Now we do a git commit m, and then we can simply say Heroku, or no, exactly we could say Jor DB connect with Mongo Cloud, and now we can say git push Heroku master. What? Git remote. So we have git remote here. Oh, we don't have master. We probably would have to do something like this, because right now Heroku has this branch name which is master, but our branch name right now is it's not master, it's called main. So if I go to basic API, you can see the branch that we have is called main. So we need to run this command instead, git push Heroku main master, which means we are pushing to Heroku, which is our branch of main, but Heroku's branch master. So if we do this essentially should be able to do it. So you can see it is pushing the code now. Now it has started building the Heroku application. So now it is installing NodeJS into the Heroku deployment, then it's installing the node modules, and then it will go forward and run the main file which is defined here in the package.json.
So here you can see that we have the main file as index.js, so it is probably going to start that right away. So let's see. Once this is done, I think we might be able to have, or we might have to create a proc file, I think, but we'll see if this deployment is successful or not. So now that we have this deployment running, we can also see the logs just to see if the deployment is finalized or it's successful or not. So you need to click here on more and then click view logs, and you will be able to see the same logs here. Right now here you can see that we have this error. So it tries to run the start command, which is nodemon index.js localhost blah blah blah. So since we are, it says problem blah blah blah. So I believe what it's doing here is that since we are using the nodemon for the dev environment only, which is package.json dependencies, dev dependencies nodemon, that's why it's not usable in production. So what we can do here is that we can rename this command to watch, and then instead of this one we can just say start, and we are changing this to node, and then we are saying index.js, and that's fine. So we have changed the command to start, or the code of the start command, and we have changed this to watch. So whenever we are going to run this in development, we are going to run watch, but when we are going to start it, we are just going to run node index.js, and that's fine. So I'm going to just do git status here, do a git add, git commit m, and then I'm going to do fix. Let's say we are going to say production, and then we are going to say rename or refactor start command. So I'm just committing the code here, and then I'm going to say git push Heroku main master. So this is going to again push our main branch to Heroku, which means it will trigger another deployment. So if I go back to my code, I'm gonna stop this one. So if I go back to my code here and see the logs, you can see another log here that says build started by using blah blah blah, and here we should be able to see the logs if this deployment is successful or not. So what we are trying to say here is that when we deploy a Node.js application to production, what we see here is that it starts the start command automatically. So whatever we put in the start command is going to run. Now you can see here that we started with the node index.js, all right, but we got an error after listening code. So we got a Mongo error, which means that we got an error connecting to the database. Why do we have an error for the database? Because we don't have the variables provided. So we don't have the host name and the domain and whatnot. We don't have that configured for the production. For development, we do have that within the env file, which are these values, but for production we don't have them because this file is not committed to Heroku, and we need to create these variables into the Heroku deployment itself. So we are going to go into settings, and then here we are going to go into config variables, and here we are going to start creating those variables. So database URL, then we are going to copy this one, paste this one, add, then we are going to say database user, use the value CWA learner, then we have another key called database password, copy this one, and then finally we have database name, which is NodesDB. So since we have done all of this inside the CWA Nodes backend itself, we don't need to commit any code. We just need to restart our server. So I believe here we should have something called restart all dynos, which means that it will now restart the server itself. So I'm going to click restart all dynos, go to logs, and see the logs now. So we are running the command now, example app listening at localhost 5000, and now we are going to see if this connects to the database or not. Could not connect to any servers in MongoDB Atlas. One comment is you're trying to access database from an API that is not whitelisted. Exactly. So it seems like this particular IP is not whitelisted in our database, since we only whitelisted our API and not this backend. So that's why it's not able to connect with the database. All right. So we need to whitelist this particular IP as well. For now, let's say if we wanted to just go for the sake of experimenting, we can allow the access from anywhere. So for now, we are kind of using or allowing access from any IP. Do not do that in production. This is not going to work. I'm gonna have a look and share that on Discord once I have the information. But for now, let's say we are allowing the access from everywhere, but it still needs the username and the password and cannot connect without it. So for now, let's say we have the access for this database, but again, do not use that in production for one of your applications. A big disclaimer right there. You can see the DB is now connected since we allowed it to be accessed from everywhere. So what you can do again is the same thing. If you don't want to restrict it to your IP, you can use this URL and you can use a way of allowing the access from the network access and just say from anywhere, just for the sake of testing. Again, do not use this in production. So everyone with me so far, we are now connected with the database with our deployment on Heroku. So we just deployed on Heroku, and we also have the database connected, which means that I can actually use this API now with my front-end application. So you can see that this is the URL that we have, CWA nodes backend Heroku app.com, and essentially we should be able to see this working with some URL. So we have it running at localhost 5000, looks like. Why did it crash? So we need to be able to say if Heroku already has a port that we can provide, then we use that, otherwise we use the 5000. So we are going to change this particular code to this, which means that if there is a process.env.port which Heroku provides us, then we are going to use that, otherwise we are going to use 5000. Okay, so here we are going to make some changes, and then we are going to add that git add dot cls, then we are going to commit it. We are going to say pix Heroku use Heroku port. So we are using the Heroku port by default, otherwise we are going to use 5000. Let's do this. Push Heroku main master. So we're going to do this. It's going to start a new deploy on here. You can see the build started, and once the build is completed, then we should be able to see this working, or our application hopefully not crashing. So let's see. It says build succeeded, DB is now connected, we got this one. If I now try to go and hit open app, you can see hello world, which means our backend is working. If I go ahead and select nodes, you can see the nodes JSON. So our backend now is deployed and is working, and we did all of this for free, no costs at all. So you can see these are coming exactly from the MongoDB itself. So we have databases, we have collections, and here we have two nodes, CWA node new and CWA node, and this is what we have here. All right, everyone with me so far? So now that we have this implemented, we can actually use this backend into our code or in our front-end code and actually use that. And even for this whole query, we can actually use that. For instance, this one, I can duplicate this nodes app and duplicate this, and I could call it production. And then for the production, I can rename all these base endpoints with this, right? CWA nodes backend, Heroku app.com, and that's it for each of these nodes, since we are talking about production here. Get, delete, and then this. Let's see if I did make a mistake. It should be nodes, and this one should be nodes as well. There we go. So now if I do a get nodes, you can see that this is working, and now this is working via the production server. So I can actually, you can see that we don't have any backend running here, or maybe we have. Now I have closed this. So we have our command prompt running only. I can remove this. So we don't have to worry about our backend anymore. I'm just gonna do a push to the GitHub itself. So our code is deployed there as well. Or actually pushed there as well. Now I can actually close my project because we don't need it. And now we are working with the actual backend itself. We can try to remove this node new by just going here and then using this ID send, and you can see delete node by ID success, which means that if I now pull, I should only have one code. So now we are working with the deployed backend, and we can easily work with this for our front-end application. All we need to do is just go and try this out. So I'm gonna quickly try to show you that our backend is working and we can use it in our front-end code. And then you can also try to experiment with that and see how it works for you. So if I go here and let's say run yarn start, and then if I go to node.tsx, not exactly node.tsx, but we had the app.tsx where we had some code for this one, as you can see. So here we have the code for making an API call to the server and then getting the nodes as well. So I'm gonna kind of uncomment it for now, and then this get node is not being used anywhere, so I'm gonna use it in the use effect, which has no dependency, so it runs only once. So I'm gonna just run it here, and then I'm also going to uncomment Axios, or I could just import it. So now we are importing Axios from Axios, calling this URL, and instead of the localhost 5000, I can use this endpoint and use it. And now whatever we get here, we are going to use the set node list from there. So instead of this localhost, I'm gonna kind of comment it out for now, save this, and then we are going to try to see this one. And there we go, boom, we have the nodes which are actually coming from the server themselves. Now I could go here and then create another node. For instance, I could do add node, node new, and this is going to the production. The Vexo, welcome. Have you looked at Nest.js before? Yes, I have. I'm actually teaching some university students from Pakistan who are really beginners, and they have not looked into programming that much. So throwing Nest.js or Next.js on them is going to be really difficult. So I'm kind of teaching the basics right here, but we're going to be looking into Nest.js in the upcoming videos as well. But this is just the bare bones, the core that we are talking about right now. So now that I have created the CWA node new, if I go to get node list, I should be able to get those, as you can see. And if I refresh, boom, we have two nodes here. So now our nodes are actually coming from the server and the backend that has been deployed. We are not running any server locally. We are not running any database locally. All we get is from the cloud deployments as well. And since we have this information here, since we are using it from the server itself, you can also use the same URL to get the same results, because you are going to be using the same endpoint, the same URL and whatnot. So instead of using the local storage, we are now using this. And we do have the local storage happening here as well, where we are saving it to the database and whatnot, or saving it to the local storage. But this was just to show you that we can now start working with our end goal, which is to make this Nodes application work with a backend, which is built with Node.js Express, and the database which we are using with MongoDB. So now that we have done this, I'm gonna take a step back at stopping right here, since we did a lot of things together, and I would like you to just go through this whole concept that we discussed today and try it out on your own. So when we meet next time on Wednesday, we are going to start integrating our front-end code with our backend for adding the nodes, for removing a particular node, for updating a particular node, because we have the endpoints ready, we have the API ready, we have the database ready, we have everything that has to work there already working. All we need to do is now hook our backend with the front end. I'm not even gonna push this code for now, just to keep it in the same state as it was before. So I'm going to keep it as it is. I'm not going to change it for now. But what you can do is that since you have already watched this video and you would have access to it obviously afterwards as well, just go through this, try this out. If you want to make progress, if you want to start implementing, updating, removing and whatnot, you have Axios that you're going to start working with. But in the next session we're gonna be looking into exactly that, and most likely next session would be the last session for this MERN stack crash course, so to say, or just not the crash course even, but it's sort of a beginner's introduction to MERN. One thing that I would like to share here is that if you don't know about that yet, but you can support me on Patreon, and that would really help me create these videos, these quality streams going forward, and would also help me, for instance, get a coffee, go plan things out, plan the contents, and be more creative. So if you're willing to support me, just go to patreon.com/muhd_snias and you should be good to go. If you are watching this video on YouTube, of course, what you would want to do if you have not cloned the repository is that you would want to go to github.com/codewithSN, and then you need to go to the Nodes front-end application, and you need to make sure that you clone this repository by copying this code from here. Then you go to your blooper. Then you go to your terminal and then you type git clone and then you paste this code. Once you do that, this whole project should be in your machine, and once you have that, you can use something like VS Code to open this folder. So you would do open folder and then the folder itself, which is Nodes frontend select folder. And once you have opened that, then you need to open your terminal. You do that by going to terminal and then new terminal, and in that case you should be able to see something like this. Make sure that you are in the Nodes frontend folder, and then you run yarn. If you don't have yarn installed in your machine, but you have installed npm, so you can do npx yarn. That should actually install all the packages required for this project to be running into your machine or into this folder. Notice that we have the yarn.log file here. That's why we are using yarn and not npm in that particular case. Once you're done with that, all you need to do is run the yarn start command, and this should essentially start a new server for you for the React application that we are working with. So as you can see, it spins up this particular server for us, and this is the state of the application that we had before. So I'm going to remove this one. So this is the state of the app that we have. In the last video, what we did was we just used the local storage for saving all of our nodes. So as you can see, we have something here, but if I change this to, let's say, something, and if I refresh now, you should be able to see this something being sort of persisted here. But this is right now local storage, and what we wanted was to use actually the database and the backend API. So our backend right now is deployed on Heroku, and our database right now is in the MongoDB Atlas Cloud Store. So here is the database that we are talking about. So here is the database that we are talking about, and we created this database in the last video. But if I go to browse collections, I should be able to see my collection, which is the nodes DB here, and we have this nodes collection. Inside the nodes collection, as you can see, we have 4 nodes, one of which says CWA node Wednesday, then we have Seb will get well soon, then we have another one that says CWA learners Friday, and then CW learners Saturday. So there are 4 nodes that we can see right now. We also looked at the Insomnia calls previously. So we have this collection on Insomnia that we can use to kind of send calls to our backend, which is deployed right now on Heroku. So if I do this call, which is get node list, this will take some time since my backend is on sort of a free tier on Heroku, which kind of sleeps after a while if it's not running consistently. So you can see that if I send this call on my backend, which is cwa-nodesbackend.herokuapp.com/nodes, this is the API, and then I get this response, which contains an object inside which we have the nodes array, and inside each inside the array we have an item, which is the node item. So we have got 4 items, and these are the exact same items that we just saw on the database. So it's the exact same thing. Now I could just copy this and go to my browser, and if I paste this here, this would also show me the same result. Why? Because whenever we hit something or whenever we put an API call in the address bar, that is essentially the get call that we do from the browser itself. And that is the same thing that we're doing here. It's a get call with the exact URL. We also have the endpoints for add node, get node by ID, delete node by ID, and update node by ID. So these are the 4 endpoints that we are going to be building with. The thing to understand here is that we essentially need not to implement this get node by ID, but the rest of those, because we are going to be first fetching from this backend, then adding a new node, and then also removing a particular node. And then whenever we update something, we need to save that to the backend and essentially to the database whenever we change something in a particular node. So that's how it's going to be. The one thing that we are going to start from is the fact that whenever we start writing on some node, but if I move my mouse away from here, you will see that this goes down, this goes to the previous state. And the reason for that is that it's only having the styles applied on hover, which is on mouse over. So if I move away from this one, then it kind of goes away. And the reason for that, of course, is that we have no styles or no state that is telling our React application that we should be showing this in the hovered state until we focus out of this one. So we need to do something like that. So I have some nodes that I can. So in order to achieve this situation, we have to perform 3 steps. First, we need to create a variable for each particular node that tells us that this node is focused or not. So we need to make this variable true whenever we focus into the node, and whenever we blur out, it should become false. Secondly, we will use this focus variable and we will use that to apply a class, a CSS class, conditionally on the particular node. So imagine that if I have focused an element, this outer node element, which is this one, this will have an additional class, and that class will only be applied when we focus into the node. And the third thing that we need to do is when we have this focused and when we have applied this conditional class, then we also apply the CSS styles of the hover scenario same to the class that we are applying. So it's gonna kind of cover this scenario where we would have a new class, a CSS class applied to the element, and also the styles are being applied. So let's jump into it by first creating the state variable. So in order to do so, I'm going to have to go to my node.tsx class, and I'm going to just bring this down. We don't need it at the moment. And we'll start by creating a state variable. So we are going to do something like const, and then we can say something like is focused, and then we'll say set is focused. And then here we're going to do a use state, and we are going to initialize this with false. Now understand this concept that the name of the state variable is focused, the default value is false, and the function that we are going to use to update this variable every time is this function. So whenever I have to make this true, I will use set is focused and I'll pass true. Whenever I have to make false again, then I'll use set is focused, but I'll pass false in that case. So we know now that the is focused should be true whenever we focus into the element, and it should be false whenever we blur out of it. So first of all, I'm gonna just log this down so we can see the values changing. So I'm gonna say value of is focused is, and then here I'm going to just use this is focused variable. So by default it should be false for all of those. So here if I go to console, I'm gonna remove the breakpoint. So if I go to the console here, you should be able to see that on refreshing we see 10 times saying the value of is focused is false. So for every particular node, for all the 10 nodes, we have the value of is focused set to false. Now what I would do is that whenever we focus into this content editable where we actually have the node text, then I'm going to be setting this focused or is focused value to true. So I'm going to say on focus, and here I'm going to create a function here, and then what I have to do is do something like set is focused and then give true here. So whenever we focus, this will actually update this state variable to true, which will cause a re-render of this whole component, which means that all of this code is going to execute, which means we're going to see another console log because the execution of all the statements would be done. Similarly, when we are going on blur, then this should be false. But since we are already using a function here, we can just put the code inside this function. So on node text updated, we're going to be using the same set is focused, but we are going to use false. So it's really simple. When we focus, we set this is focused to true. When we blur out of it, we set it to false. Now let's try this out. So right now I'm here, and if I try to click here, you can see that it changed and it says now value of its focus is true. And this is just for this particular node. Now if I click outside, you can see that the value of its focus is false. And this is going to be the same for everyone. So I could also try to add just the text of the node here, and we could say something like node text is, and then we could say node.text. So we know which node we are actually talking about. So here, if I let's say focus on this one, you can see that value of its focus is true, node text is blah blah blah. If I focus out, you see the same text, but the value now here is false. Now if I go and let's say go to this one, which is something ASD blah blah blah. If I click here, you see that the value of its focus is true, node text is blah blah blah. And if I click outside, you can see now that it's false, and we see the same node. So it is for each single node that we are talking about. Now that we have the variable created, the next step is to apply the conditional CSS class. So let's do that. So I'm going to go here, and then where it says class, or so to say the class name, here I'm going to put a condition, and I'm going to say here if the is focused is true, then we are going to apply two classes. One is going to be the node, and then we'll have something called node dash dash focused. And similarly, if we don't have it as true but the is focus is false, then it's just going to be the simple node class that already was there. So let's actually see this in action. So I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to inspect this element. So this is the node class, as you can see here, and this is the third node actually. So the first one, second one, and third one. And now if I click inside, you see that we got this class node dash dash focused just on this particular node. If I click the second one, then this class would shift to the second one, and this one will become a normal one. So I'm going to click here, and now you see the second one is focused. This one is not focused anymore. And if I click outside, then there's no focus node. So we are applying the class really good in a really nice manner right here. Now the third step is to style this class. So we make sure that when we are focused, this node does not go down like this. So it should keep it highlighted. So in order to do so, we need to utilize this class, and then we need to style it. So I'm going to go to my node.css, and here we have a sort of CSS rule which says node hover. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say dot node and then dot node focused. Now this means that the same HTML element has both of these classes applied, and which is the case. So in case of focused, we apply both the class on the same div, and that is what it says here. Now if I go and if I refresh, you can see that if I open this one, and even if I move away, that one is highlighted, and that is exactly what we wanted. So if I kind of inspect this element right here, and if I hover over it, let's say I click the first one, and if I click this, you can see here we have the styles that are being applied, and these are being applied because of this node dash dash focus class that we are applying here. And now I can actually edit it, and I know which element I'm editing. So this is much better user experience than what we had before. All right, so I hope that this makes sense, and I hope everyone is with me so far. All right, so let's talk about actually getting these nodes from the backend and eventually from the database. So on the database right now we have these 4 nodes. Right now we are using local storage for saving and retrieving nodes, but let's change that. So first of all, understand this concept that the layer, which is the UI layer, which has the HTML, JavaScript, CSS, conceptually it should be separated from the layer which talks to the backend. Right now we have some code committed, blooper. Right now we have some code commented in the app.tsx, which has this logic of using Axios and getting the nodes from the backend, which is the local backend, the localhost 5000, whereas our cloud deployment is this one, CWA nodes backend.herokuapp.com. So whatever URL we are using, ideally this code for getting or for using this HTTP library or Axios library to get the data from the server should not be inside our components. For that, what we usually use as a practice is that we use something called a service. So what we are going to do here is that we are going to create a folder and then we'll call it services actually. And then here we are going to call this nodes service.ts. And inside here, we are going to implement the functions which will talk to the backend. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this actually, and then I'm going to paste this here. And then I can remove this entirely. And then here, instead of this this ES5 notation, I'm going to use the ES6 notation. So I can simply say const get nodes equals, and then I can remove all of this here, implement an arrow here, and now we got an arrow function. Now we are missing some things here, for instance Axios, so I'm going to import Axios from Axios. And the second thing is this nodes list. We actually don't want to call this nodes list because this doesn't exist here. What we want from this function, this async function, is to first call this HTTP call, and then whatever data we get back, we return what is expected from the component to be received. So the component is expecting that it will get a nodes list, which means it should receive an array of nodes. So that's what we want to provide from here. We don't want to send just the response object or the response.data object. We need to just send this nodes array. So we could either do something like, hey, const nodes array, which means this, and then we need to return nodes array. We could do something like this, or we could just return simply response.data.nodes, which is a bit cleaner in my opinion. So that means that we can use this getNodes method to call the backend, get the data, and return it back to the component. So we need to also export this getNodes method. Now imagine that we are running the local backend where this would work, but right now we are not running a local backend. We are talking about a cloud backend. And a good idea for configuring this whole scenario of the URLs, a good idea is to use constants. So I'm going to create a folder here. I'm going to call it constants, and inside that we can simply call something like API conf or API, just API.ts, let's say. So here I'm first going to have something called const nodes API, or let's call this API base URL, and this one would be something like HTTP localhost 5000, or it could be something like what we have the cloud deployment for, so something like this one. So I can copy this whole base URL, use it here. Now there can be only one of these, so I'm just going to comment this one for now. And the next thing that we need to do is to create a variable that is till here, till the nodes word. So this is going to be using the nodes API for all of these. For instance, this one uses /nodes, this one also uses /nodes, this one also uses /nodes, and then there's an ID afterwards. Similarly, this one also uses /nodes, and then the delete one also uses till here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a new variable here, and I can call this nodes API URL, and here I'm going to combine the API base URL and the word nodes. So I can simply say something like API base URL, and then here I can say slash, and then I can say nodes, and that kind of makes this nodes API URL. Now that we have this URL, we just need to go and replace this whole URL with the nodes API URL, and that's pretty much it. So I'm going to go here to import this, and then from, and then something like constants, or maybe it would be something like constants here API, and here we need to essentially import the nodes API URL. Have we exported this? No, we have not. So we need to export this as well, and this as well. Now that we have exported this one, we can use it here. This makes sense. Now all we have to do is to call this function from our app.tsx.
So right now what happens is that, remember that when we talked about the React application in the beginning, we talked about that any use effect which has no dependency is what runs when the component renders the first time and the first time only. And this is the point where we actually get the nodes. Right now, we either load the nodes from the local storage or we use the dummy nodes. So instead of those two things, what we actually need to do is to call or to get nodes from the backend. So what we are going to do is we are going to say, hey, we could say const nodes, or we could say something like nodes from backend, just for the sake of readability, so to say. And then we need to call this function that is the get nodes, which is in the service. Now the thing is that in order to use this, I would have to use a promise. So I can use the promise right here, or I would have to use async await. But the thing is that I cannot make this function async because it would start throwing errors for me, right? So what I need to do is I need to create a function that I can call, let's say, const get nodes from backend, or let's say just call it get nodes from server, let's say. And then this function is going to be an async function, and then it needs to call the get nodes method from the service, which is right here. So we need to call this method. So what we'll do here is that since this is an async, we are going to say const nodes equals, and then we are going to say await, and then here we are going to call the get nodes method, and then we'll do something with this node. So we are going to say console.log nodes, just for the sake of simplicity for now. Now this get nodes is supposed to be imported from the service. So I'm going to remove these dummy nodes, we don't need them anymore. And I'm going to say import from, and then we have services node service. And from here, we need to import the method that says get nodes. So we're going to import this, and you can see that we don't have any error now. Now in this first rendering use effect, we need to just call this method, which is get node server. And that's pretty much it. So we need to call this function, and then this function gets the nodes from the backend, and then we console log those nodes. But we are not going to render anything at the moment, right? So if I save this, go back to the app, and if I refresh, you can see that we are not rendering anything here because we are not setting the nodes at the moment. We are only logging them down, and you can see that we get the logs. So how does this work? Let me quickly show you. So if I go to sources, I'm going to remove all the breakpoints at the moment. And here I'm going to refresh. And now if I go here, I can just put some breakpoints here, put the breakpoint in the first use effect as well, and a breakpoint here as well. Now if I refresh, you will see that it first comes here when the nodes list are empty. Then with the first use effect, we get here, we go into this get nodes from server method, which essentially calls this get nodes function, which is in the service. So it now goes into the service. Give me 1 second. Now it goes into the service. Now this is the service file. We are using the nodes API URL here to do the network call. You can see that we don't have a network call yet, but if I play, you can see that we got a network call. This call was of type get. The call went to this particular URL, which is exactly the same as this get nodes list API, which is this one. And this essentially should return this data back to us, right? So if I go back here, and then if I go forward with the process, you will see that the response right now is this one. It has a data property, which inside has this nodes array. And this is the exact nodes array that we see here. So exactly this thing is being returned. Now what we need to do is to send back from this function the nodes array, the exact nodes array, and nothing else, because we don't need anything else in the component. We just care about the nodes themselves. Now when these nodes are returned from here, they go to this particular line, and then we should be able to log them. So if I play, you can see that we got the nodes and we can now log them. And these are the same nodes from the database: CWA node Wednesday, get well soon, Friday, and Saturday. All right. Now all we need to do is, instead of just logging these, we need to assign these nodes
to this nodes list array. Why? Because that is the nodes list array that we loop over and show the nodes on their side. So we need to assign these nodes to this nodes list, and we do that by using this set node list method. So I'm going to go back to my code, and here instead of console logging in, I'm going to just say set nodes list, and here I can provide nodes, and that's pretty much it. So I'm going to save this now. I'm going to go back here, play, and now boom, you should be able to see all the nodes. Easy peasy. So now you can see that we are getting the nodes directly from the server. So if I create another node, let's say from Insomnia, let's create a new node actually. So we can say, let's say something like John Wick. And then let's keep it this way. And then we send it. This means that this now has been created into the database. So right now we had 4, but if I refresh, we should be able to see 5 nodes with, so you can see we have 5 nodes now. And this is the John Wick node that we just created. So if I refresh now, you can see now we got this as well. So the getting data is working perfectly from our web application, and it's retrieving the data from the cloud backend, which retrieves the data from the database. So it's front end to server to backend, to database, then database back to backend, and backend to front end. So there's this 3-layer communication that's happening right now here. Now that we have this one here, we need to talk about other functions as well. And we are going to essentially start by talking about how to add nodes. But even before that, I'm going to clean up the code a bit. Excuse me. So I'm going to clean this one. Then we also have this use effect, which stores whenever we change something in a node. So it stores it into the nodes list. So we don't need that. So I'm going to remove this as well. Now it's much cleaner than before. Now let's talk about how do we actually add a new node into the nodes list. And for that, we need to implement another function for the add node one. So let's first have a look at the add node call. The add node call is this one. The URL is exactly the same as the other one, which is the get nodes list. So it's the exact same URL. The method here is different. Notice that this one is a get method, this one is a post method. And this get call doesn't require us to send anything, but this add node one, this requires us to send the text and the link. 2 things here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy this one, and then I'm going to call this one, let's say create new node, or just say create node. And since we need this information, which is the text of the new node and the link of the new node, we need to receive it from the app TSX from here. So we need to receive something sort of a node, but not exactly a node. So we could say node, or we could say new node. But here, if I use inode, that would mean that the object that is going to be passed from the app TSX should have every property, which means ID as well. And we know that this ID is generated from the backend. So when we are creating the nodes, we don't have the ID while we create the node, because we first have to create it, send it to the server, and then the server creates an entry in the database or creates a document in the database. Then it returns us back the actual object which contains the ID. So here we don't have the ID. So what we can do here is that we can use something called partial, which means that we are going to receive an object here which may not have all the properties, which means all these properties are now optional, which means that we can skip ID right there. So there's no problem with using that. Now the second thing, this method needs to be post, and we need to pass this new node right here as a second parameter, because the first parameter of post is the URL. The second one is the data that we want to pass in this call. Now when we send this data, what do we get back? We get back a response. Does that response contain this nodes property? We can check in Insomnia. So when we added the node just now, the data that we got back was this one. Now this doesn't have a nodes property with the S, but it has a node property, a singular node that we can use, and this has the ID, text, blah blah blah. So we can go here and we can say, hey, here what we will receive back will contain the node property, not the nodes property. So bear that in mind, okay? Now that we have this written here, we can start implementing the UI of the create node functionality. So in order to do so, what we will do is that we'll actually create it via React Bootstrap or React modal. So what we are going to do here is that we have this React Bootstrap library, and inside this we have this component, and the components have something called a modal. So we are going to be using that. So we have this modal here, and then we're going to be using the same model that we see here in this demo. So you can see that it comes up from the top. It has this heading, this body, and the footer as well, and we have some code here. So in order to start with this installing the React Bootstrap model, we need to copy these two packages. Since we are using yarn, we are going to be just copying this and not running npm install. So what you need to do is that you need to go to your code, you need to open a terminal, let the other one running, because this is running the React application, but create a new one. Make sure that you are in the Nodes frontend project, and here you need to run yarn add and then this React Bootstrap next React Bootstrap blah blah blah. Then we'll sort of wait for this to finish. So let's wait a while. And now that we have installed this one, we can talk about the implementation now. So let's talk about modals. So here in the modal, you see that we have some code here. It starts from modal dialog and goes all the way here. So what we are going to do here is that we are essentially going to copy this code. Actually, let me see a different one, which is this one, live demo modal. I'm going to use this one. So we have a couple of things here. One is the HTML. Second is this particular function or this particular state variable that manages if the modal is shown or not. Excuse me. So when we click this one, the modal is shown. When we cross this one, the modal is hidden. So the way React Bootstrap handles is that it kind of keeps the state here with this variable, which is show, and then it is a state variable. So you can see we are using the use state hook. Then in order to show or hide the modal, we use this function handle show and handle close. To show the modal, we use the set show method with true, which essentially makes this variable true. And this variable is being used with the modal. So you can see here that this show attribute is bind to this property. So whenever we have this set to true, this modal is shown. Whenever we have this set to false, this is hidden. So when we click this button that says launch demo modal, notice that we have the on click set to handle show method. So on clicking this button, this function is called, which sets the show property to true, and this modal is shown. Now, whenever we have to close this, we just need to make sure that we call handle close. So on the click of this close button, we call the handle close method. On click of this save changes, we also call the handle close method. And on the handle close method, we are kind of making this false, which means that this modal is hidden. So yeah, that's the theory that I wanted to give you, but let's just copy those and go to our code. I'm gonna bring this down again, and in sort of the app TSX, not in the node TSX, but in app TSX, we're going to create this variable. We couldn't rename this just for the sake of simplicity, so we could say show add node modal, because we could have multiple modals, right? And then yeah, let's keep it there. And then I'm gonna rename this to set show add node modal. I'm gonna rename these as well. And then I'm going to close add modal, and then this one as well. Now that we have this function here, we need to copy this whole code. So I'm going to be copying this. I'm going to go and paste it just above the nodes list, because we want to show this plus button above the nodes list for now. So I'm going to paste this, and I'm going to see a lot of errors. So first of all, let's try to fix those errors. First of all, wherever it says handle show, I'm going to go and use handle show add modal. So this one, and I think that's the only one. Then we have the show node modal, and here we use show. So I'm going to replace this by show node add modal.
Then we have this handle close, but we need to use the handle close add modal. So here we can choose this one. Now the only thing that is remaining is these modal and buttons, and this is giving an error because I need to import these elements from React Bootstrap. So I can click this bulb here. After selecting this button, I click the bulb and then I import it from React Bootstrap. Similarly, for the modal, I should be able to do the same, I believe. But let's see if that works out for me. So we have the button from React Bootstrap, but can I also use modal? Yes, I can. So I've got the modal from here, and then we have modal header, body, blah, 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 whatnot. So let's save this and try this out now. So I'm going to go to my app, see this button here. If I click now, you can see something happened, but this is broke. This is the modal that you see at the bottom, and it is ugly as hell. So if I hit close, it goes away. So functionality working perfectly fine, but it doesn't look like Bootstrap. And the reason for that is that we missed an important point from the getting started. And that is, after installing this whole package, we also need to apply CSS or install the CSS from Bootstrap. And we do that by importing or applying this import into the initial files of our React application. Now the initial files could be this index.tsx, or it could be the app.tsx. So I'm going to be placing this in the index.tsx, just like this. And if I save this now, first of all, we'll see that the button should look better in my opinion. So you see the button is blue now. This looks like a Bootstrap button. And if I click now, boom, we have the styles in place. So you can see the heading, you can see the body. If I hit close, it goes away. If I hit save changes, it goes away. If I hit close from here, it also goes away. So our modal is working perfectly fine now. The thing is that this modal is not what we are looking for. We are actually looking for some sort of inputs that we can use within our modal. So we should be able to say, hey, type the text of the node that we are talking about. Type the link of the node that we are talking about. And then from there, we're gonna be talking about more things, right? So I hope this makes sense. Now, what I want to do is actually to update this whole modal to reflect the information that we want. So first of all, we're going to go into, I'm going to close this index.tsx. I'm going to first change the heading. So it should say create or add new or add node, let's say. Let's call this. Now, if I change there, you can see that we have add node. The second thing is I need to sort of empty this whole body and call this inputs here. So I'm going to be placing inputs there. Now, in order to change this, I'm going to replace the save changes into something like create. And now you can see that we got inputs here and create and close. Now this is something that looks a bit better in my opinion. And now we are also going to look into some other things as well. Now that we have this one, we need to actually use the inputs correctly. And in order to use the inputs, you might want to go to this components page, React Bootstrap, GitHub IO, and then we have components / buttons. So we have buttons, we have other things as well, but I'm interested in forms because that's where we are going to be getting those inputs. So I'm going to search text area here. And you can see that we have an example here. So I'm going to essentially copy these two forms from here. And then I'm going to go, and this is a stacked label, as I can see. So I could use those. I could also use floating labels as well. Let's try floating labels actually, which is something like this and something like this. So maybe use something like this. So I'm going to copy this one from here. And then let's actually go to the code. Here we're gonna paste this. Now this is not looking good because we have to import the floating label and the form as well from React Bootstrap. So I'm going to double click here, and then use add floating label to existing import from React Bootstrap. Similarly for the form as well, it should actually be the same, but since IntelliSense is giving me a hard time, I'm gonna just paste it here. Now we got the form as well as the floating label. So I'm going to save this, go back to my app, see, and you can see that we got this note here. Now instead of comments, we should be able to say something like text here. All right. and we can put a placeholder that says enter your text or your node text. All right, now you can see that we've got this text here. This is a floating label, seems really cool. We also need an input. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this particular code, paste it below the floating label just like this, and then change sort of the type of this from text area to something that is, let's say, something like an email or the URL or something like that. So we do have a simple one, which is this one, which has the type email and then placeholder. Here we can say type, and then we can say URL, and then from this one we could say enter node URL, for instance. And the label here should be URL, or actually we use the word link. So let's save this, try this out. So I'm gonna go to my app, and now you can see that we got two different labels, the text and link. It's not really really visible, or so to say really beautiful, but we can actually style them. So let's actually give this a class, this particular label, which is of type link. So I'm gonna give this the class node dash link. Quickly save this, go to app CSS, and here we can say nodes list, and inside, if we have a node link element, then we're gonna give this a margin top of 10 pixels. Save this, try this out if this works or not. So let's open this one. No, this doesn't work. Let's quickly check why. So we got this node link here. Oh, I think because of the modal creates, all right, the modal is created somewhere else, so it's not inside nodes list. So let's save this, and now we see the difference. So it's not under the nodes list because the modal is created somewhere else in the DOM, so we don't need to worry about that. So now that we have the link and the text in place, what we need to do is we need to be able to save a new node, or kind of keep the state of whatever we type here into a variable. So the idea here is when the user is typing the information here, we store them into a variable, and as soon as the user clicks this, we get that variable and we console log it. After console logging it, we'll be sending that data to the backend, but the idea for now is first to take the state from this input and save it into a variable. So let's do that. So I'm going to go to my my app.tsx. Here in the modal where it says form control, I'm going to be essentially applying, let's say, an on change handler here. Okay, this on change handler will receive a function, or will be a function which essentially would receive an event. Similarly, there would be another case here for this particular form control, which is of the type URL, and this would also have the same thing, right? An empty function for now per se. Now whenever we change this form control, we need to save the value coming out of the change to a variable, and to create a variable to update the state, of course, is something that we use is the useState method. So here we are going to call something like new node, all right, and then we can say set new node, and then we have a use state, and then we are going to give this a type of inode, or actually a partial inode, because it will not contain the ID. And then here by default we are going to provide the default node, which would have a link of an empty string and the text of an empty string. So let me repeat for you what we just did here. We created a state variable using the useState. We defined the type of the variable, which is partial of inode, which means we don't have the ID here, but we have the link and the text. Then we provided a default value here, and that's it. Now whenever we want to set the value of link or text, when their values change, we will use this set node value. So let's say when someone changes the value of the text, then we will say, hey, keep the value of link from the old state but update the text value. Similarly, if someone changes the link, then we would say, hey, keep the value of the text from the previous state but update the link value. And we do that by doing something like this. So here we actually get the new value from something called event dot current target dot value. And once we get this, then what we do here is that we say set new node, and here we can simply say dot 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 new node, which means that we are using all the previous properties from the new node. For instance, if we are talking about here, we are talking about text, then we are talking about link. So all the older properties, which means link and text, but now update the text value or the value of the text from this event, which would be this new value. So we are actually updating the new node object, but only by overriding the text property, and that's it. Similarly, we're going to do the same thing here. So here we can say keep all the values from the previous node, but update the link value, because from this event target we are going to be retrieving the value of the link input. So I'm going to save this, go back to my browser, go here, go to sources, and here wherever it says in the app tsx, where it says something like it should be, let's see, so my code is not here yet, now it is. So I'm going to click here, I'm going to click here. All right, so now what we can do is that we can click this, and then in the text one, if I hit a Z, you see that we get this onChange method being called, and this onChange method is for the text input. So if I see the event dot current target, you can see the highlighted text box, and then you can see the value is Z, which I just wrote in. So we are saying, hey, take the old new node object, and you can see the both the link and the text is empty here, and then set the value of text property to the new val. So we're going to retrieve the new val, this is Z, and now if I move forward, now the new node has the object value set to whatever we set here. Now let's try putting an A here. In this case, the other function would be triggered. So here you can see this function is triggered. Now this event dot current target is the other link input, and now if I see the value, this is A, right? And what we want to say now is that we need to set the new node value to contain whatever it had before plus the new value, which is this value. So here, so now you can see that here we have this new value, and then we have this new node. All right, so I hope this makes sense. So now it's using the text Z, which is in the input above, and then the new value, which is A, and boom, now we have it. All right, so I hope this makes sense. Now that we have set this, we need to make sure whenever we click on create, we have another function that is used to create a new node. So here what we are going to do is that we can say something like, in the node service the function name was create node, but here we could call it add node. So const add node equals, let's make this an async function, and then we'll have the arrow, and here we'll just console.log the new node value, and that's pretty much it. So in this add node, we are going to call this function whenever we click the create button, this one. So instead of handle close add modal, I'm gonna just say add node, and from inside the create this method we can call the handle close modal, which means that we'll see a console log and then the modal would close. Boom, that's it. So let's save this, let's go here. Now I'm gonna refresh, gonna remove the breakpoints, go here, remove, launch demo modal, type something. You can see that we are having some logs, and then zxe here, and now if I hit click, you can see that it closed, and now we have this link, which is the new link that I just created. So we get the object here, which means we are on the right track right now. So let me show you in the debugging manner as well. I'm gonna be going and removing this console log because I see they are too much. I'm gonna remove those. Let's see if we have more logs. No, we don't. Let's save this, refresh, remove breakpoint from here, actually put it here, and now if I do a launch demo model, type something here, let's say ASD, and here is ZXC, and now if I hit create, you can see that we came here, the value of the new node exactly contains what we have in the modal. Very good. And then we log it down, we see it right here, and then we close the modal. Boom, there we go. I'm also going to be removing the log from this file because it seems too much as well. Cool. So now that we have this, we now can send a request to the backend and then create this node actually in the backend or in the database. So what we can do here is that we can, instead of console logging, we could say const saved node. Why? Because when we do this call and it is sent to the backend, what we receive back is a note. So this is the node that we have saved in the backend. So we can call it save node equals await, and then we can say create node, and here we need to pass this new node partial object, and this new node partial object is exactly the new node variable. So here we are passing this new node, we do the call, we get back the save node, and then we can either console log it or we can just add that to the previous list of nodes. So here I'm just going to console log it for now, just to take you through step by step. So now what I can do is I can click here, I can say something like Z or ASD, ZXC, and then if I hit, I have to refresh, it seems like my code was not there. So let's click this again. These are the errors from the Grammarly extension, don't worry about these. So here I can say ASD, ZXC, and now if I hit create, you can see that it came here in the saved node. Then it's using the create node method from the service, so it's going to go inside the service in a bit. Now it's in the service, and now it's going to use the node's API URL with the new node, which has the link this and text this, as you can see here as well. Now it's going to send this request to the server, so I'm going to clear this out. Now hit play, and now you should see that we sent a request to this URL that you can see on the screen. And if I see the type is post, we sent this request, we got a 200 OK, which means the call was successful. And at the bottom you see the payload that we sent to the server. This is called the request payload. So we sent an object to the server for the new node, and what we received back from the server is a response that has data, and inside that we have two things: success true and the node object itself, which contains the ID of the new node and the link and the text that we just created. Now it is going to return this node from here back to the app.tsx, which will be saved into this variable, and we can log it. So if I hit play, you see that we immediately came here, and now we can log it on console. So this node is called ASD. If I save this, we got nothing on the UI. Why? Because we didn't do anything for that. We just console log the new saved node. So instead of just console logging it, we need to add this into this nodes list variable. And one of the good idea for now is going to be we add it at the top of the nodes. So whatever the node we create, we see that as the first element. So what we can do here is that we can simply say set nodes list, because this is the method that is used to update this nodes list state variable. And then here we can say a new array with the first item as the saved node, which we got just now from the backend, and then comma, and then dot, and then we say nodes list, which means all the existing nodes list that we have at the moment. So right now, if I refresh, you can see the ASD here, which we just created, but we are going to create a new one now, and then we'll see how this goes. So here, I'm going to click here. I'm going to say, let's say learners, weekend, and here I can say something like this. And if I hit create, you will see that it will send a network request to the backend. So it will go there, come back with the node, and now we got the save node, which is the learners weekend. We have this one, and we also got the ID, right? So this is now created into the dashboard. So if I refresh the database, I should be able to see these two new nodes, the ASD, and also learners weekend. You can see that we have that in the database. Now we need to set that to the list. So you can see we have the set node list, and here we have the saved node, which we just received, which is the new one. And we also have the old nodes list, which has right now 6 items, right? With the last one being ASD, and the second last one being John Wick. as you can see here. So now it's going to be 7 items because we are adding one more to the existing list, but this one is the first item, so we should be able to see learners weekend as the first node. So if I hit play, boom, you can see that we got the learners weekend as the first element. So it's updating right away. We don't need to refresh the page to see that. So if I refresh the page, even it's going to be persisted because we are retrieving from the same database. But yeah, I think you get the idea. One of the things that is a problem right now is that if I open this model again, at this particular moment, if I hit create, this will actually send the same object most likely to the server. So if I hit create, you will see another learners object. So here you can see that this new node that we have is right now an empty object, which is okay, because why is it? Oh, because we refresh it. Okay, let me show this to you again. So let's say we go here and then we delete this learners weekend and also this ZXC and ASD one. So now if I refresh, I can only see 5, but if I create a new one, let's say ASD, ZXC, if I create this one, everything is going to be fine. We should be able to see this new one here. But if I just click here and then hit create again, you see that now the node that we are creating should not have any text or link. But if I hover, you can see that it still has the old value for the previous node that we created. And if I just click play, you will see that another node would be added, which is again ASD. So one of the things that we need to do in our code is to make sure whenever the model is closed, we set the new node back to this default object. And we can do it simply by making sure that whenever we use the handle close add model, we call this set new node with an empty object. So I'm gonna just do this here and then this, and then add another line here that says set new node and then the empty object, and that's pretty much it. So now we are making sure that when we create one node and then when we open a model and create another, we would not have the old value. So I think this makes sense and we are good to go. One of the things that you would notice that after refreshing, we see that the newly created nodes, they are at the bottom, which is perhaps fine. We could also just make this the same behavior by not putting this at the top but at the bottom. So I'm going to change this actually. I'm going to go here where we had the save node. Instead of putting it in the beginning, I'm going to use the ... first, and then I'm going to put a comma and then the save node. So that will essentially add this to the last element, and I think we are fine with that. There's no big issue with that. Alright, now that we have done this, let's talk about how do we delete a particular node. For that, we need a button, and we need to be able to click that button to delete the node. So first of all, let's have a look at the API call. For the delete node API, we have a bit different URL. For this one, we had just the nodes, but here we also need the ID of the node that we have to delete. So this is the entire URL, right? So you can see that the URL still is the same, but the method here is delete. So this is important to understand that this is the delete method that we are talking about. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my node service again. I'm just going to copy this whole code, paste it right here, and sort of just say delete node. Now in this particular scenario, we need the node ID, which means that we also need the ID of the node and also the node itself, or actually we can just go by ID. So let's say we just say node to delete ID, and let's say this is a string, so we actually don't need the node itself. So what I'm going to do here is that we're going to use the same node API, but we need to append the ID to it to make it similar to this. So we have all the things till here, but also then slash and then the ID. So we are going to do it by creating a new variable. You can say const delete API URL, or just let's call it URL for simplicity. And here we can say that it's going to be a combination of the nodes API URL slash the ID, and the ID is node to delete ID. And this URL is now going to be passed here. We don't need to pass anything else, and that's pretty much it. one thing that we need to do is to change this method to delete, so we can delete the node and can get back to it. Once we delete it, let's see what response do we get back from the server. So let's first get some nodes. So I'm gonna send this call. We got some nodes here. Let's delete this node which has the ID 24C. So if I try to delete this node via Insomnia, I can go here, change the ID here, enter, and then if I hit send, you can see that we just get the reply that says delete node success. And that's all what we want. So here, from this situation, we just need to return back this reply object. So we can say reply here. We are not checking the errors here specifically, and I know that it's not the best idea to do, but I'm keeping this simple because the level of engineers we have watching this is really having basic knowledge. So here what we need to just return is the reply, and that's it. So now that we have this one, we need to implement sort of deleting the node. Now the tough part here is that for adding a node, we actually have the element implemented in the app.tsx, right? But for deleting a node, we cannot implement that into app. We have to implement that into the node component itself, and that is really, really important. So remember that when we talked about something like the parent and child concept, where we talked about the parent being smart, but the child being dumb, which means that the parent is going to pass a function to the child and say, hey, when something happens, let me know, and then I'll take care of the rest. Now in this situation, what we want to do is that the parent passes a function to the child, and that function is delete node. The child, when we click the delete button, should call that function to let the parent know that, hey, this node is to be deleted. And then the parent sends the API call and whatnot. So similar to how we were using this on node update before, we are now going to introduce a new function, and then we'll call it on node delete. So now we are doing two different things here, right? I'm gonna try to make this tidy. So now we are to introduce another prop here which says on node delete into the node component, right? So we're gonna go here. We're gonna go to the node.tsx. Here we have the props and we have on node update. We're gonna just implement on node delete. It's gonna be exactly the same as on node update, which means that it will pass a node to the parent, and then we need to access this node delete here in the props. So we need to access this, and now we need to implement the UI of what do I click to sort of implement or sort of let the parent know that something has been deleted. So in order to do that, what we would do is inside this node element, we need to have we need to have a button for deletion. But even before that, since we changed the props here, we need to go into app.tsx and also pass another method. So where we are using this node here, you can see that we have the on node update method here. Similarly, we are going to have the on node delete, and here we can call something like delete node item. Now this function does not exist. This one does exist. So I'm going to just create another function here that says const delete node item. We are going to be receiving the node to delete here. It's going to be the type inode, and then here I'm just going to console log it. And if you feel like I'm going too fast, I'm going to be showing you it with debugging so you'll understand what we are talking about. Node to delete, and I'm going to just say node to delete in the parent, and then node to delete. So now that we have this at least code fixed, we can talk about what button we need to put here to sort of click, and we can call the delete functionality from there. So in the app.tsx, in the modal, we have a button that is the close button. All right. So here we should have something like, if I go here, let's actually first save all the files so it's not breaking. Okay, it's not breaking now. So if I click the launch modal, you can see there is a button, and this is a bootstrap button. So I'm going to inspect it. I'm going to right click, edit as HTML, and copy this. Then I'm going to go to my code, and just inside this
outer div in the node tsx, I'm going to paste this. Now this class needs to be class name because React does not have class, it has class name. And now we have this. Now if I save this, you should be able to see that now we got a cross inside each of the buttons, right? And now what we need to do is that whenever this button is clicked, we need to call this method on node delete and pass the current node in that. So I can simply say on click, and here I'm going to provide a function, and here I'm going to say on node delete and will pass the node that we are retrieving in the props. So I'm going to just save this now, and then let's try this out. So here I'm going to go and put some breakpoints. First of all, here when we click the delete button, let's refresh first. I think something is out of the place. So now if I go to the app.tsx, we have a delete function which should be here. Then we have a node.tsx which has this delete node method here. So now if I click, let's say John Wick, you will see that it comes inside this function. The on node delete is being passed from the app tsx from here whenever we use the node component. So we are passing the on node delete here, which is supposed to call this delete node item, which we already have a breakpoint to. So this is going to call the on node delete, passing the current node item, and you can see that we have the John Wick id whatever. So we are passing this node into the parents function, which is the delete node item, and it got the node to delete with exact object, and now we are console logging it. So on the console you can see node to delete in the parent blah blah blah, and we have this. Awesome. Sounds good. Everyone with me so far? Cool. So now when we have this, instead of just logging the new node, we need to call this method, the delete node method. So what we are going to do here is that instead of doing this, first we are going to make this an async function. Then what we are going to do is that we are going to say const deleted node equals await, and then we are going to call this delete node method. We are going to import this from nodes.service. So it's going to be added into the same import, the delete node here. And then we need to pass the ID of the node. So all we need to do is we need to call node to delete dot and then the ID, and then we are all good. Now that we have actually called this function, the thing is that we need to just console log this node. So we can do console.log deleted node, and I'm just taking you step by step. I could have done this the direct approach, but I'm just taking you step by step. So whenever we click a node, we come here, we send the HTTP call which deletes it from the backend, and then we log that node, and that's all. So let's try this out. Let's try to remove this Saturday, or let's say remove the ASD one. So here, if I now see the breakpoints, we have this one, this is okay. In the node service, we need to put a breakpoint here as well. And let's do this. So if I click here, I get to on node delete, which is in the node.tsx. It passes it to the parent, which is here in the delete node item. You can see that we are passing the node to delete ID as a string. So it goes inside the node service here, and now, not here exactly, but here. And now we are using the nodes API URL and the node to delete ID. So we are creating a URL. This URL is now https blah 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 /nodes / the old ID, and this is exactly what we want. Now you can see that we are using the delete method here. So when we see the network log, clear them before we execute this. Now if we click, you can see that there was a network call with the exact URL, and the type or the request method was delete. If you have something like this being shown on your screen, just make sure to expand it to see this value. And we got the 200 okay, which is okay. If we see the response, we got the reply delete node by ID success. Awesome. And now we just return this reply back to the app.tsx, and we got this delete node. Now this is not the deleted node because we just get a reply, but we have the deleted node already here in the node.delete variable, so we can utilize this. Now the thing is that this is now, if I hit play, this is now deleted from the backend.
which means that it does not exist here in the database at all, but we still show it here still until I refresh the page, because when I refresh it will fetch new set of nodes from the backend. You can see that we don't have the ASD here, we only have 5 elements, whereas here we show 6. Now we are not directly deleting this from the front end or from the UI, and the way to do it would be to delete it actually. So if I refresh now, you will see that we have 5 elements, which is fine, but we need to implement this when we delete it and not to wait to refresh. So we can remove this code because we don't get the node ID, but here we need to update the nodes list, and we do that by calling the set nodes list, and we need to provide the new set of array or the new set of data. Now imagine if I remove this Saturday one, then we can call it, or we can imagine that the nodes remaining will be all the nodes which are not this node. All right, so there are 2 ways to approach this. One, we say, hey, delete this node. The other way to think is that keep all the nodes except this node, and that's what we are going to do here in the code. So we are going to say const remaining nodes, and the remaining nodes can be found out by looking at the current nodes list, doing a filter on it, and then comparing each element to say keep all the elements which do not have the same ID as this one. So we say here is that return, let's say we call this node item. So we are going to check each node and say node item dot ID should not equal to the node to delete dot ID. So we are keeping all the nodes which do not have the same ID as this one, which means all the remaining nodes will be saved, and then we need to assign this remaining nodes to this nodes list, and that is actually it. So I'm going to save this and I'm going to try it now with you. So first let's try to just add a dummy node. Let's say this one, create it. I'm going to remove the breakpoints from here, play this, and now we got this node. All right, now if I click this node, you see that we got the node which has an ID. So if I hit play, it comes here, then we send the backend call, we receive the data, we return back it to the app. Now we have deleted the node from the backend, but now we need to filter the nodes that we already have. So the nodes list still have 6 elements, as you can see. We removed the last one at index 5, which is ASD, and the ID has 25F in the end. So what it will do is that it will go through the node list item by item and compare the IDs. So if I hit play, you will see the first item, which is CWA Nodes Wednesday, that you can see here. It's gonna compare the CWA Nodes Wednesday ID, which is 7517, against 725F. So they are not matching. That's why this item will be kept in the remaining items or remaining nodes. So this will be saved still. This will not be removed. Similarly, it would go forward for the second item, which is Seb will get well soon. Similarly, we would have this one, which is CWA Learners Friday, the third one, then the fourth one, then the fifth one, and then finally the sixth one would have the ASD. So this is the sixth one. In this, you can see that we have the 725F for the node item. So this ID 725F is equal to this ID. And since they are the same, this node now will not end up in the remaining nodes list. So if I move forward, you see that the remaining nodes now are 5, and the last one has been removed. We have John Wick, we have Saturday, we have Friday, we have Get Well Soon, and then we have Wednesday, but the ASD is not in the remaining nodes. And now since we are updating the state variable using the set node list method, which means it will update the nodes list because we are using this method, that means we are going to have a new re-render. The new re-render will have only the remaining nodes, which means this will go poof. So if I play now, you can see that now it's not there anymore. So now we have implemented actually deleting a node seamlessly from here. So if I click, let's say John Wick, boom, it's gone. If I want to add a new item, boom, it's created, boom, it's gone. A lot of booms right there. Okay, now what we want to do is actually to style this a bit because this looks pretty ugly, right? And also we are going to style this as well, but let's first talk about this one. So this cross should be somewhere like this here at the top right, and we also don't want this this outline, to be honest. So I'm gonna go here into the nodes.tsx, actually the CSS, and inside the node itself, which is this node text actually, because if I kind of inspect this, this is the div content editable which gets this outline, right? So we don't want this outline, so I'm going to call this outline to be none. Save this. If I now try clicking inside, you don't see any outline. This is much cleaner. I love it. Now the second thing that we want is to be able to have this button right here, so we can give this a position absolute. All right, so what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to go into the tsx. Here we have this button close class, so I'm going to just pick this up, and this is inside the node class. So we can simply say, hey, we're writing a style for node dot node, and inside we have the button close class, and in this class we are going to say this is going to have an absolute position, which means position absolute. Then it would have a top of, let's say, 8 pixels, and right, actually let's put it like this. Now we've given it a top of 8 pixels, which you can see here that it's kind of overlapping the text. Previously it was not overlapping. So let me show you why this is happening. So here, if I remove the position absolute, you can see that they now respect each other's position. Position absolute means that this does not affect the position of other elements, right? And now we have given it top 8 pixels. If we give it right 8 pixel as well, it's now gone to the right side. So this is probably where we would want it. So I'm gonna just copy paste all these and then paste it here. And now what we want to do is also to give this some padding so they do not kind of overlap. You can see that it's really close here, right? So what we can do here is that for this particular content editable, as you can see, this box is right now colliding this cross. What we can do is that we can move it a bit. Actually, I'm gonna put this something like a 4 pixel. Yeah, I think this is better. So I'm gonna give this a 4 pixel. Save, try this out. And I still want to give this a bit of margin, so to say. So I'm gonna say something like margin top 10 pixel here. So now you can see it got a bit of margin, right? So I'm gonna copy this one, go to the node text class, which is right here, and paste this. Now it looks much better to me. So now I can click on any particular node and close it. So let's do this, and if I click here, boom, gone. Looks good. Another thing that we want to do is to not have this blue button, but maybe a black button. And this button could be a floating action button that we can use. So instead of this button, which is in app tsx, I'm going to go here. Instead of saying launch demo model, I'm going to say plus. And instead of primary, which is blue, I'm going to use the variant of dark. So if I save this, you can see that we got a button, which is a plus button, but it also has the variant dark. Now we can give this a class to style it further. So we can say class name add button. So save this, and then we have the class name app. Inside we have the add button. So here in the app CSS, we could go and say .app .add button, which means add button inside the app, and then we can say something like position fixed. And what this does is that this fixes the position of the button, so even if you scroll, it stays the same. Now I don't want this to be here, I want this to be here somewhere at the bottom right. So I'm gonna inspect this button and change the styles right here so we can move them into CSS file later. So this should be bottom something like 80 pixel. Let's see. Exactly, this looks good. And then the right should be something like 20 pixel. So here we have this button, right? So we got 80 pixel, 20 pixel, looks good. If we click this button, this should essentially show us a good value. Now I want to make it round. So for that I can do border radius, and I can give it a 50%. Boom, we got a round button here. And now I'm also going to increase the font size, so I can call it something like 24 pixel maybe. Let's make it something so it is not weird. I mean, we could have given this a width and height as well. Let's give it a width of, let's say 60 pixel. No, 60 pixel, 50 pixel maybe. And height also of 50 pixel. All right. And also give this a line height of 50 pixel. Okay, what's happening in here? Let me quickly have a look. So this is the button. No, that's not a button. This is the button. We got this, we gave this a height as well. All right. No, didn't want that. Let's remove the line height. We don't need that. And we have got the button here. Font size is 24 pixel. If we move it down, it looks exactly the same. All right. If we kind of increase it, let's say to 32 pixel, the thing I see is that here, I'm thinking something actually. Let's actually move this, or I'm going to copy all this code. Then I'm going to paste this inside the button. And then I'm going to actually introduce a new element inside here. So for the add button, instead of just having this, I'm going to place a div here and place the plus inside the div. Now the only difference is that we have a div here, but I want to make it center, so I can use flexbox here. So I can say display flex, and then I can say align items center, and there we go. We got the center aligned button there. I don't know why it looks still a bit weird. It looks slightly downwards, right? That's what's bothering me actually. All right, let's say we have add button text. So what we did was, let's see, we gave display flex to this class. So I'm going to go back here. I'm going to say display flex, and then here it was align items center. Now I also want to style the button text, so I can say add button text. I'm going to give this a position relative and probably move it a bit. So I can say bottom 2 pixel. Let's save this. Have a look at this one. So we got the add button text here. The bottom is 2 pixel. If I move this above, you can see that I can move it accordingly because we have the position relative. So maybe something bottom 4 pixel. And maybe a left of 2 pixel. No, just 1 pixel maybe. So I'm gonna just make this so we get this value here. And now we have this plus button. If I click this, you can see this coming up, close. We can click close and whatnot. Now the last thing that we need to do is to make sure that whenever we update something, it gets updated into the database itself. Because right now if I do this, it looks okay, but if I refresh, nope, there are no changes. Because when we update, we only update it locally in the front end. We are not sending any call to the backend. Although we have some code that already is triggered when we update a node, and that is this particular thing. So we update it in the UI, but we are not sending a call to the backend. So in order to do so, first let's implement the API. It's gonna be really similar to the create node. So I'm gonna copy this one, but it's also going to have this code as well. So I'm gonna copy this one as well. So this is going to be update node, and this actually requires the node to update. And this node to update essentially would not be a partial, but the exact node itself, which means it should contain the ID as well. And now here for the node's API URL, if I go to Insomnia and show you, this is the delete node call, and this is the update node call. The URL for those are exactly the same. Why? Because we have /nodes/id. For update as well, we have /nodes/id. So that's why we are doing the same thing here, but we are using the correct values. So here the URL becomes /node/the node ID, right? Here the object or the method that we are using is put. So we need to use the put method. So we are going to use the put here. And now for this particular scenario where we have the new node, actually we're going to be using this URL here that we just created. And then for the object, we need to provide the node to update. So you can see here in the update call, we provide the text and the link. We don't need to provide the ID, but if we are sending that, that's fine for now. And what we get back is the node itself. So here we can return back the response.data.node. That's what we are doing right now. So this function is complete. Now, when we update a node, we call this update node item. But here we need to first call the backend to update it, and then we need to update it locally in the front end. So we're gonna first make this whole thing async. Then we're gonna say update, or actually await, then update node. And this update node is actually gonna be imported from the node service. So it's going to be imported from the node service. And then we are supposed to send the updated node, which is an inode, from here. So we are doing that. Now that we get this node, we actually use that to sort of update it. But right now we are using this updated node, which is exactly what we send to the backend. But just for the sake of simplicity, we can actually rely on what is sent back from the backend and use that in our code. So we can say const node from server, and then we get back this node from server as an inode. And then here you can see that we are comparing this with the updated node, but rather than this, we can use the node from server. So we can say node from server.id and node from server. Now this updated node is only passed to the backend. Then we get the node from the server. Then we compare using the node from the server, and then we return node from server wherever it is suited. So understand this, that we actually go through the nodes list itself, but wherever we find that the current node is the same as the server node, we actually use the server node, which is the new node that we just got. And then we update the list. So if I go here, refresh now, and if I sort of look at the network call, if I go here and say ASD, click outside, you see that we immediately sent a call to the backend. This call is of the type put. This is the URL. This is the payload that we sent, which is Seb will get well soon ASD, which we just wrote. The response that we got from the backend is this one, which is the reply update node by ID success. And the node that we got from the backend also contains Seb will get well soon ASD, which is awesome because this is the node that we sent as well. And now if I refresh, you can see that the node is exactly the same because it's coming from the backend. Now if I check the database, if I refresh, I should be able to see the same ASD after Seb will get well soon, which is right here. And now if I go here and change this here, save this, this means that now it is also updated in the database. So let me show you here. So now you can see that we got Seb will get well soon. Whoo, awesome. So now you know that we have this node scenario completely working with creating a node, deleting a node, updating a node, and also getting the nodes list. So there are a bunch of network calls that we are using. For instance, if I just type nodes here and refresh, the first call that we send on page load gets all the nodes. Then we are able to create a new node just like this. With the new nodes call, we get back the created node. If we want to update a node, we do something like this, which uses the update node call, which is the put call. We get this response back. And finally, if we want to delete a node, we click this. This sends us the delete call and then gets back this data. And we have implemented the complete CRUD operation using React, MongoDB, ExpressJs, and Node.js. So this kind of wraps up this session, which was around the MERN stack. So now you know the basics of MERN stack. Now you can explore, try out different things, change the UI of this application and whatnot. And I hope that this would help you become a better engineer as well. And as soon as you start practicing, you will learn more and more and try out different things. The more you get into problems, the more you will learn. Alright, so that was pretty much it about this video. If you like the video, please make sure to subscribe to the channel, share this with other folks who are beginners and looking to learn MERN stack. If you want to support me, you can support me with the Patreon link that I just shared. If you want to support the Code with SN community one time, you can just go to the Buy Me a Coffee and support it from there. And as always, happy coding, and I hope that this series brings value to you. And make sure to chime in into the new Twitch streams that I'm planning with much more content, much more engaging activities and whatnot. So happy coding, and I'm going to see you the next time.